Right, we're back in here now. Well, good evening, everybody. It's about to be a lot later than evening into the morning as we bring you the English cast of SplashGo number 12. Zach, it's like the old days, man. It's just you and me and a long shift talking through some great Japanese Splatoon.
We're finally back. I cannot believe we get this opportunity again to go hours and hours into this massive Japanese LAN. I believe around 94 teams signed up, this massive venue that they are all packed into, and the excitement over there is palpable. I cannot believe and cannot wait to be a part of it.
Well, there was a huge crowd as well. I mean, this is a LAN event. Of course, we're going to bring you the best coverage that we can. We're going to be hopping around a little bit between some different teams as we sort of feel our way through the tournament. Again, there's only so many matches we're going to be able to bring you here. It is an efficient schedule today. And Zach, one of the reasons why it is so efficient, it's all turf war, baby.
Yeah, we got straight turf war, best of threes, eventually getting into best of fives, I believe, at the very end of it. But the best of threes make it so quick. We talk quite a bit on broadcast about how mistakes are punished that much more heavily when you're in that best of three scenario. You bring turf war into the mix where you only have 3 minutes to make your move, and the old adage goes how important those last 30 seconds are. I can't wait to see how these players, especially in a LAN environment, are going to adapt to needing such quick thinking at a time like this.
Well, it's quick thinking, and it's also the caliber of your opponent. We were making a little bit of cheat sheets earlier, and I continually just brightened up every time I saw all these names. All of your favorite Japanese legends are at this tournament. We're unfortunately not going to get to cast them all. That top bracket that Zach mentioned after our round-robin pool stage is a single elimination, so unfortunately a lot of heroes are not going to get to see the stars tonight. But Zach, I love watching top-level turf war. I mean, you and I have gotten to watch a lot of it over the years, even over just the last year with the Splatoon 3 North American League. But there's something about the way that the top Japanese teams play, especially those who have practiced so hard for the Koshin series and similar things. They really take turf war to, I won't say another level, because we all sort of understand turf war, but their ability to find those engagements in the last 10 seconds, the last 5 seconds, it's almost uncanny the way they do it over and over.
Look, I wouldn't blame you if you said that it was brought to another level. Look at the Splat World Series and how poorly the West fared against Japan in those settings. And now, coming off the Splatoon 3 North American League, where teams were effectively forced a lot of times to play turf war. We joked about having to pay the turf war tax, and teams chose to play it earlier in some situations and later in others. In a LAN setting like this one, where it is turf war only, that is your entire focus. 100% of your brain power has to go to painting and inking the ground to make sure that it is covered. In the Splatoon 3 North American League, we saw a consistent amount of Reflux or Reflux Milk take the stage, and not a ton else in terms of changes. So the compositions that we'll see among these teams is what really interests me. We've got a little buy one, get one free special. Only 2 of the 4 teams from each group will move on, I believe. So we are going to be cutting teams out left and right.
Well, let's just go ahead and jump right into our current pool that we're going to be spectating here. There are 24 pools, as Zach noted, 94 teams. I think maybe had a couple drops. The intention is for 96 teams, and they just about got there. And that's, again, almost 400 people coming out for a Splatoon LAN in Japan, which is just awesome. Let's talk about Pool A5, because, Zach, we're spectating 2 wonderful teams here, kozō-puraido and Squid 23. But we got to talk about the other team that's in this particular pool, because, Zach, I was looking through, and yongen-shoku, 4 primary colors. You want to read the players that are on that team, Zach? Because I think all of our viewers are going to be very familiar with them.
Yeah, don't make the same mistake that I did looking at these. Robusta is actually Lobster, a very well-famed Japanese player, teaming up with Naigora, Reimaru, and Melon. If you have been anywhere in to the Japanese tournaments that have been streamed in English or on the Western side, you have likely heard at least one of those names before, and they are all coming together. It shows that they are in what's called the priority slot. No wonder they're getting such high priority with the absolute star caliber talent that they have.
Yeah, and we won't talk a whole lot more about them right now, because I would wager that we're going to be chatting about them all throughout the evening. And I do want to remind everybody, this is going to be about 6 to 7 hours that we're going to be bringing you this action for. So Zach and I just chuckling here. We've got our water and our caffeine. We're going to pull the late shift for you. So let's talk a little bit about the two teams that are up or will be up shortly. kozō-puraido and Squid23. Tako, Rokushia, Maru, and Yotako for kozō-puraido. And then Squid, we've got Tabe.exe, Serine, and Nochikun. So we will find out. Zach, you made something, a comment earlier about, compositions and whatnot. And I know this is not Area Cup, and it's, it's a little insulting to be like, oh, it's a Japanese tournament. Let's talk about Area Cup, because every one of these tournaments has a different, identity, and certainly the TOs have worked hard. But if you've kept up with Area Cup recently, it's 96 Gal that's getting some win. Tri-Stringer has gotten wins in the last two Area Cups. And Zach, I think you and I may have pioneered the old adage and the old joke back in the day, which is that it's not meta until it wins an Area Cup, and now it's meta again. So as we talk about compositions, anything goes in Japan. You can make anything work with enough skill, and certainly in Turf War, I think we're going to see some really fun stuff tonight.
No kidding. And Area Cup gives some of the, highest exposure right now of the Japanese scene to the Western world and the Western competitive scene. And, we talked a little bit, and I mentioned on Splat Chat yesterday, the E-Leader, for example, how teams were able to make that work at Area Cup. And we saw that mirrored by several anchor players that were in the Splatoon 3 North American League. And so just being able to see what is in those tournaments, even though they are pretty frequent, you don't have to wait like in the West for a major or something to come through. And even with some of the recent tournaments that we've had, like In the Zone, Break Zach's Bank, where there have been Japanese participants that have placed very well, that is just a tinge of exposure into what is possible here, as you mentioned, among almost 400 participants. Now, again, granted, this is going to be Turf War only, so players are going to have to take this with a grain of salt, but I think a lot of it still will translate over the movement, the mechanics, why you're opting for certain subs and specials, and even just the power and caliber of the main weapons. You mentioned Tri-Stringer. How do they make that work? How do they take what's basically an enlarged reflux, if you will, and where do they position and make it so effective on a very heavily paint or ink-based mode?
That's kind of funny, an enlarged reflux. I think that the reflux is a smaller Tri-Stringer. I think we got to give the preference of the naming rights to the bow that got there first. Just a couple other housekeeping notes as we wait for the teams to get ready. I do want to note there is a Japanese stream, of course, that's happening of this. Hemi, who I don't know how that guy's voice is going to last this whole cast, but Hemi, if you want to hear someone who can break any language barrier with his raw passion for commentary, is casting with a number of rotating casters over the course of it. I believe Etna, yes, that Etna from GG Boys fame, who will also be competing later today, is actually on the co-cast right now with Hemi. That is live from, I guess, their studio on site, if we'll go ahead and call it that. So that's going to be a fun time too. They will be spectating some different games than we are right now. So this isn't just a one-to-one. Feel free, have both up, pick and choose, figure out if one game is, or one stream is in between games, hop to the other stream, watch some more, take in every piece of it. This truly is the collection of some of the best Turf War that you're ever going to see. And trust me, Zach and I will not hate it if we take a breather and you go over and watch that stream as well, because again, our voices are going to be quite shot by the end of this, I would wager.
No, we were chatting about that beforehand. Not only about the just efficiency that the Japanese casters are able to put out and how hype they make the game, but also just how much you have to kind of pace yourself, almost the endurance of a larger LAN like this. And you mentioned studio as well for the actual setup that the Japanese casters have. That entire area, that entire conference center, if you will, is so pretty. They've got these kind of basic looking chairs, but they are just packed with people that have brought props and ways to cheer for their favorite players and their favorite teams. And that's what I want to see more of. I know there is going to be an even larger emphasis in 2026 on LANs in the Western scene. I know they're expanding the in-person LAN sort of championship series to 12 from 8. So that's going to give you an additional preference there. You have other ones going on like Riptide. So I hope that the LAN aspect, just as much as the gameplay and Turf War aspect, and also production as well, can carry over into some of what will go on in 2026. Because it's already looking like a pretty stacked year for tournaments that are going to go on.
It seems like every year's a good year around here, is the best way to say it. You'll have to forgive me as I'm looking back and forth between my two monitors here, but I did want to kind of give some of our viewers a little radio commentary, if you will, or a little update. On the main stream right now, the Wingmen are currently playing. That is in Pool A1. I bring that up because there's a former Splatoon 3 World Championship finalist who's competing there. Tsukuyomi is leading the charge for the Wingmen, with Momo, Grando, yes, the bucket player Grando, and Shuma, who, listen, if you've watched any tournaments, you know that Shuma's destroying everybody and also always wins the elementary school division of Koshin, which should tell you exactly how skilled and prodigious that player is. So certainly a team to watch out for there. They did just win their first game. If you are just joining us, there is a round of pool, I guess 4 rounds of pools to be more specific, round robin, and then the top 2 teams move on and we'll go from there. But, you know, honestly, Zach, is we're still waiting and trying to wait for some of these teams to join up. I mean, we could even talk about some of these teams that are here because, you know, we did our homework. We put some of these team names in. What are some of the teams that caught your eye and some of the players?
Man, I mean, some of the names by themselves, whether they're just the translated versions or something else, are so funny to me, and I cannot wait to see how actually well they perform. Self-proclaimed muscle-bound Chihuahua in Group B8 is certainly a notable one to look out for. Victory is a matter of luck. That's definitely something that I have unfortunately leaned on in the past, that maybe I should be looking from a more competitive standpoint. They are over in Group B9. And then if we keep going down the Bs, which we'll of course get to Group B later in the broadcast, but there are other ones like Soft-Boiled Egg, Milanese Style Doria, which all these names are making me hungry. The Aquarium's Disadvantage in Group B12 is completely stacked with fantastic team names. If we go up to A, which we're of course looking at first here, A2 has a group named Thunder Under the Moon, which is a far cry from our own Western scene's Moonlight, if you will, maybe a challenger to that proverbial team. I'd love to see those two go head to head, but it is going to be, of course, the perennial A5 powerhouse. 4 Primary Colors is their team name, that one comprising of Lobster, Reimaru, Naigora, and Melon 9.
Well, I'm already dipping into the water tower here, Zach, which does not bode well. This is 64 ounces of water, and we'll see how long that lasts. A couple others that I just wanted to chat through, some really fun players. Godo Hakaishin, which is God of Destruction, God of Death, very fun there. Very fittingly named, that is the Chikashi no Atsumuri Todo and Norishio squad, so that's going to be absolutely fierce to fight through. That's on the A side as well. Man, there are some absolute monsters here over on A. Double Bachirusu is Otan, Rauru, Daipi, and Mira Mia. And Rudoupa is Sugi, Riften, Maple, and then Kotaji. So there are plenty others. We only could copy so many of these down. And, you know, we could look, I think basically every single one of these pools has one of those squads that you look at and you're like, oh yeah, that could win a pool. That could be the strongest. But Zach, I don't know that we have to stall a whole lot longer because I'm seeing maybe some players join up.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go into the lobby here, and that's the other part about LANs that is always so interesting to see, is the turnout rate and who is actually able to make it. We love when established teams are able to get their entire squad together, and a lot of teams plan around and really save for and budget for the ability to go to these LANs, especially the larger ones that really feature that high-level talent, to see if they can win on an actual big stage where you kind of have that crowd pulse, crowd noise behind you. I'm thinking the NCAA games where that can affect, you know, your performance is very, very similar at a LAN environment, getting up on stage especially and having to perform. It's going to just be so difficult for a lot of these players. But as we've noted, some of these players have been in the Splatoon scene competitively for years and years and years at the high level. And so they will likely be used to playing in front of folks, especially, you know, we were looking at that team of Reimaru, Naigora, Melon, and Lobster. Just the ability for them to not only play in an environment like that, but they flex and their play styles adapt to new teammates so well that they hardly have to worry about whether that will translate, whether their individual skill will maintain with just about anybody. They can group together and find that performance boost. So I really am interested to see who does make it out of these groups, because there are going to, I'm sure, be some stacked names that are left on the cutting room floor.
Okay, I've pulled up the team rosters here, so I am set for when these two end up joining in. Just now waiting for a few others to join up. There's another squad that we should note. PG, because everyone loves Dynamon, is on that squad as well. Pineapple with that Nanato, and then I believe Shelton would be the fourth member of PG. So that's another very, very strong squad. I believe that's down in the B group. I'm trying to see here which one that is. No, that's an A. So that would be A3 PG. So that's the strong squad there. I'll have to update my sheet. So yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone's here. There's not a whole lot of a lot of big names that I haven't seen. I know Adori, the roller legend, is in this one as well. Ku from the Dualies is back. Suryu is back as well. So if you've got a favorite player, they are probably here and duking it out. So we're just waiting now on our teams to join. We have, I guess, an unmanned station would be the best way to describe this. So the teams are walking up to it, and when they start playing, we will be getting their feed as quickly as we can, although they do have to show up to the station to make this work. So we will continue to hang on here as long as we can, try to follow along with the Japanese cast, and if there are any updates that we can give you folks, we will do so as best we can.
Wow, and you mentioned something that in a LAN environment, I really hope will take off more on the Splatoon side of things, and that's these well-known players. And with how many fans and attendees there are, I'm hoping that there are some either signs or posters or call-outs that are specifically for certain teams or players. I mentioned again on Splat Chat yesterday the branding and the presence that teams can have, and when they put themselves out there on social media, whether that's uploading content to YouTube or whether that is just kind of being funny or goofy on Blue Sky or Twitter, it really does help make those teams or those players memorable. And so I know for the players that you've mentioned, they've been memorable for their play. Other players, I'm sure, memorable for what they post or any guides that they create. There are tons and tons of ways to contribute to the scene, and I really hope that we talked also about the great retirement, if you will. Lots of folks sort of stepping back and taking a break or maybe a permanent one from the game competitively. I would love to see those players, and even Japanese players, if we can get any translated or just see those guides brought over to English or to the West. I would love to see that as a bridging point for how we can better connect with the Japanese scene, because there's always going to be that difficulty and that barrier of language and of time zones. You're usually going to have a 12-15 hour difference in the States and a little less than that truncated in EU, but it still is not optimal for those two reasons to really join up in scrimmage. And I do applaud the teams, especially high level, that are able to get scrimmages or time with some of these Japanese players that you've already highlighted here, Nine, and are improving as a result. Because again, not to bring up the Splat World Series again, but with it being teased as coming back, I really would like a stronger showing, and I think it will give better entertainment value and be more competitive and thereby fun to have the West put up a better performance against their Japanese counterparts.
Well, we'll see. The great retirement, you would think, would not help the case of the top North American and European teams. But you touched on something there that I did want to bring up, because we didn't actually do our little announcement of this. We will have live interviews and translations for you all this evening. Puda from the staff is going to be translating our questions. I believe that we get, after a given group is done, we'll get to ask maybe a couple questions to the winner of the group. They might not be, the big long answers that you all are hoping for as you peer into Melon's mind and ask what it takes to reach 5,000 XP, but it is a wonderful chance for us to learn from these players, to ask these questions. And Zach, you and I joked about how we're back in the old days now, you and I doing this cast this late at night of Japan, but it was actually a cast like this one, certainly not this grand, where I got a piece of advice from a Japanese commentator that I think kind of changed the way that I viewed commentary forever. And it was on a question like this. It was Kit Kat from the legendary Omohide squad, the We Have Come to Make Memories squad back in Splatoon 1. And, you know, the question was simply, what do you look for when you commentate? And Kit Kat said, I look for the 1 or 2 plays every game, and try to base like my commentary and my analysis around those 1 or 2 plays, and then you build out from there. And so it was a very simple question with a very simple answer, but it totally changed the way that I looked at commentary, at least at that time. I was still very early in the journey, but I think it again goes to show, like you've said, Zach, just the opportunity for learning and growth, even from simple questions and fun little snippets like this. And one of my favorite reasons, you know, selfishly and transparently to do these events is I always love that interview portion. We always seem to get some fun out of it.
No pressure, by the way, to ask a hard-hitting yet simple question that will potentially change the lives of ourselves or the viewers as they hear the answers to them. But again, it is a rare, very rare opportunity. And so to be able to pick the brains, even for a short time, and even, you know, in a maybe simple way, of the folks that are really pushing the boundaries of what Splatoon competitive can be, and keeping, you know, a game that is multiple years into its life cycle at this point, really making sure that they are forcing their way into new ideas and making sure that no stone effectively goes unturned. That we get the opportunity to have a little piece of that and to say, all right, we want to advance too as a community and as a group. What can we do to make that happen? But aside from that, just hearing maybe what was going on in their minds at that moment, how they're making such quick decisions, you know, when they're in those pressure situations. We started the broadcast by talking about how little time you're going to have and how much each play therefore matters in these best of threes, where the entire match is maybe going to last 15 minutes at best. So to sort of get that nugget of information and to carry it forward and even translate it into something like the ranked modes that the West, of course, prefers generally, is super, super helpful, and cannot wait to see what actually these teams have to say, because it is such a fun opportunity as these teams are getting into their private lobby here.
Oh, finally, we're going to get to commentate over some Splatoon. So again, if you're just joining us, kozō-puraido and Squid 23, you can see Tako, Rokushia, Maru, Yotako versus Tabe, Darieksi, Serinu, and Nochikun will be fighting it out here. Again, best of 3, turf war the whole way. Random stages too, I will add. So a lot to figure out very, very quickly. They are not waiting on the teams to adapt and have these long sets with the big strategy pieces, which, you know, Zach, after all the analysis that we've done over the past year, over the stage orders and what the counter picks are going to be, there's something a little refreshing about, you know, just getting in there and fighting it out over and over. And also, for anyone else who is watching and wants to know what's going on the other stream, Etna has swapped out on the commentary desk. You can tell what matchup I'm watching today. It's just the opposing commentary desk. And Suryu is swapped in now, joining Hemi on the cast.
And to your point, I think it is very freeing. And for the players, kind of has to be too. You don't get this, okay, we have to think, and almost playing either checkers or chess in your mind. That was going on a lot in the North American League. We talked about when we would get matches into games 4, into 5, where they would say, okay, well, if you pick now, you're picking for 4 and 5, but you also need to look out for what hasn't been played yet, and so on and so forth. And so much shorter matches, and again, you are freed from having to make one of those decisions. You are basically dealt the hand that you're dealt, and you say, all right, I would imagine that most, if not all, of the participants today, despite the fact that there are close again to 400 of them, are pretty well versed in the various stages that they have available to them. And so as we wait for our first stage to come through, it does still bring back memories of tournaments like the Splatoon 3 North American League, and where we saw, you know, teams typically opt to go toward. And for example, Crab Lake Capital emerged as one of the favorites, and saw a couple of others like Urchin Underpass and even Hagglefish Market come to fruition there. But this may be an opportunity, 9, for us to see some of the less played stages that are available to us.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of random, right? Is we're probably going to see everything at least once. And also in Turf War as well, you really... the stages change a little bit, and that's what's so fun about it, is we all know that there's always some stages, slight changes when you go to a Splat Zones version of a stage versus Rainmaker. But then you go to Turf War and you're like, oh wow, no, this is completely different. So we'll figure those out, the power positions and where these teams opt to set themselves, where they opt to put their pivot points, their crab tanks, things of that nature, and where they choose to attack as you enter that last minute. I've been watching again the teams as they've been jumping in here. And Zach, we're going to make sure that we have this, but this is not Squiddo that is jumping in now. This is yongen-shoku or shi-gen-shoku. 4 primary colors. We're watching Mel in round 1, baby.
We're coming in hot. I mean, I saw Naigora that with my limited knowledge and ability with hiragana and katakana, I was able to make out Naigora, and I said, all right, we are not holding back at all with the very first game of the cast. It's going to be foot all the way down on the gas pedal, and we are just waiting on, I believe, 1 more player to enter the lobby, and then we will get to start breaking down the stage and what's available to us. And the other things I'm going to be looking for are, as you mentioned, positioning, so important. How do they align their team? Oftentimes, it's kind of that all-star game mentality, not to drop too many sports analogies today. You'll have to keep me honest on that, 9, but a lot of times,
you get one. You used it already.
That's my 1 for 5 hours. That's going to be a tough sell, but
yeah,
you have so many star players, offensively minded maybe players, and there are, of course, defined roles. So I'm interested to see how these roles are going to play out, and maybe how they play out differently, not just because it's Turf War all the way through, but because these are players that, again, are so used to either flexing or playing with pickups, playing with people that they are not usually accustomed to. So they're very familiar with their own game, but they are also super familiar with just generally how to make the strongest impact. And I don't think any team, it'll be hard to beat a team like 4 primary colors that has just a stacked roster in showing us exactly what those things mean and what they look like on the battlefield.
And we'll do a little tell, because you're about to see the show, if that's the analogy, because Lobster, the best blaster player in the world, bar none. Some people, many people, would say the best player in the world at this stage in the game right now. 4,900 something or another, a couple games away from getting to 5K. Melon, arguably the most accomplished player in Splatoon history. You could argue at his peak, the best, one of the few to hit 5,000 XP as well. Naigora, my favorite player to watch. The Splatling legend, plays a lot of them, was one of the first players to reach a number of different XP thresholds at the start of Splatoon 3. And then you get, I don't know, Reimaru, the Invincible Fleet Reimaru. Does that name ring a bell to any of our viewers who watch the Splat World Series? Well, let me tell you who the captain of that Invincible Fleet was. It was Reimaru. And the joke of that team was that Reimaru was the one that was bringing down their ungodly high XP level. Well, it's because Reimaru doesn't play a ton of solo queue and just wins tournaments instead. So any accolade that you can imagine these players have accomplished. So this should be an absolute blast. And kozō-puraido, they may be fantastic players, but we're here to watch this squad. Any games that they get, I would say, would be upset, Zach.
Well, let's go ahead and get straight into it. We have already got game 1 here, although we may need to remake in just a moment. I'm only seeing 3 players on one side, but we are getting a sneak peek into the weapons that are going to be brought out. And already some very interesting loadouts here, 9. Was that a double dynamo comp that I saw?
Well, it blinked out of existence, Zach, so I don't want to talk about it until I have to see it again. It may well have been. When we were going through some of these teams early and some of the rosters, I think Ellie on the and the production side was like, is that 4 dynamos? No, that's got to be a placeholder of sorts. And I think now we might know, maybe it wasn't entirely a placeholder. There might be some fun here. Of course, it is Reimaru once again bringing the team down by simply not showing up to the game. So we'll let them reset. This is a LAN tournament. I see, it's almost funny. I sometimes see more disconnects on LAN than I do online tournaments. So we'll hope that that's just a one-time thing and that we're clean. But I believe it was Wahoo World that we were headed to, Zach. So listen, if you look at the size of the stages, Wahoo World, one of the biggest in the entire game.
Yeah, an early instance of a stage that we did not get to see in the Splatoon 3 North American League for any mode. And let alone Turf War. So this gives you such a great opportunity. The Vanilla Dynamo Roller set up with the Sprinkler and the Tacticooler. You've got that sort of split high ground and low ground, especially in mid. So tons of places to set the Sprinkler where it is very likely that it is not going to be focused on, and kind of gives you that passive turf control there as we load back up for a redo of game number 1. This time with all 8 players squarely set into the lobby, and this will solidify whether we actually are going to see 2 Dynamo Rollers come out. We are going to see that married with the Reflux, the Vanilla Reflux, and the S-Blast 91. And on the opposite side of things, the Mini Splatling Rattler, which I thought, honestly, 9 was going to see a bit more play in the league. Glad to see it here today.
Well, you're going to get to see it piloted by one of the best pilots of it as well. So I love immediately Reimaru trying to take this position on this side. Crab Tank so important in any mode, obviously, but especially here in Turf War, because again, you want to create those pivot points that we talked about. If you can kind of work people away once you've got control, you're trying to take some people out, Zach, but also you're just trying to push them back so that you can set your front line and push it forward and start to milk away that clock.
And pushing is exactly what they're doing. They've got this kind of perfect horizontal area that they could roll around with the Crab Tank there as they pick up the Tacticooler, and they're going to get absolutely dunked on. That may be the first of many that are being used with the Dynamo Roller here. They're going to be so close to that Tacticooler. We'll throw it down there and have a couple of people, including that Blaster, trying to take them out. That's going to be the Rapid Blaster Pro Winter, also with the Tacticooler at their disposal, as we see, unfortunately, another DC, which is going to halt play for the moment.
Well, I guess Reimaru just didn't want to show up to work today. That's all I can say now. It's once again Reimaru. DC, can we please get that particular station checked out here? We need the TO. Zach and I have been talking for almost 40 minutes now and haven't gotten to finish a game yet. So,
you wanted it to be like the old times. This is exactly what the old times are like. Just the endless stalling.
It truly is. I mean, nowadays we joke about, yeah, we gotta stall for 15 minutes. Sorry, guys. And I look back on some of those old casts, and you, me, and Waki just trying to find ways to stall out for 40 minutes, 41 minutes. And I remember there was one point, gosh, this is real old talk reminiscing, where you and I just start laughing maniacally. It sticks out vividly in my memory because we're like, we have nothing more to say. There is no more analysis that we can give you. And we just started chatting about how our days were going. That's all we had left. What'd you have for breakfast today? I don't know, Zach. It's 3 a.m. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. And then we just went on and on and on.
I mean, we get closer to 2:30 in the morning. There may very well be some maniacal laughter in the mix. I do want to point out, too, just how perfectly they had painted their spawn areas there. We don't often see that. In fact, when we saw Turf War get played in the league, some matches, it felt like were won or lost because there were portions of their spawn area or adjacent areas like the courts that were not painted. And so you can see the efficiency with which these teams play. Now, how much does that due to there being ample time after the DC from Reimaru, which again is something you wouldn't expect out of a LAN. The LAN is supposed to quash the DC out of existence and make that a non-factor. We've seen more here today than I can remember recently at any kind of LAN.
There's something about you get everybody into a couple network switches, Zach, and suddenly things get a little funny. So, we'll hope that this is not... We've watched 2 games start, Zach, and this is the only station that we have until we get out of pools. So I really need them to fix whatever's going on in that station. We appreciate your patience, those of you watching who are opting to spend your Saturday evening with us. I mean, for our East Coast viewers, it's already almost Sunday, so we appreciate your patience going through. I'm trying to see, it looks like the Wingmen are actually tied 1-1 with their opponent moving into Game 3. We may just have to do some radio commentary on this one, Zach. We got to give the people some Splatoon.
Man, it is going to be so interesting to see. And in looking at the compositions of this match, which is going to be taking place on a Hagglefish market, I am seeing the slosher on both sides of the equation. That was something that was very prevalent in the league. We also see the pencil, that Snipe Rider coming out, and the milk being favored by both sides. We saw kind of a split between some camps preferred the vanilla reflux, some preferred the milk variant. The middle child, unfortunately, not preferred by anyone there, as the Booyah Bomb is going to come out on this side of things for Wingman, who, as you mentioned, maybe not in this situation going into a Game 3 that they might have expected.
All right, 30 seconds in right now. Of course, we're jumping out here. And again, the positioning here on Hagglefish, this is such a fun turf war stage. One of the ones that we've gotten to see the most is Grando chucks a bomb and get out of there. Because these pivots on the sides, and I would say more than anything, the flanks and the opportunities that they give you there mean that we see, I think, a few more, I would say late comebacks, but sort of swings of control maybe is a better way to decide it. If you can get people off of this tent, you have a real opportunity. You can jump back and you've got a little support, and as long as they're holding that back line, Zach, I think they'll be okay as long as they don't give up one of those flanks that we discussed.
Yeah, and this is kind of a radio commentary for right now. We may get it on stream in a bit, but we did not get to see the sloshers, I think, in the Western matches that we saw play so aggressively on the enemy's uninkable tent. They really had that area locked down, but also know when to retreat. They're not just using their tri-strike, their triple ink strike to keep that space. They say, okay, I know that this is farther forward than I need to be, as we see another one just completely sharking under there, and it's going to be the Wiper with the Ultra Stamp, pushes forward and throws, would have gotten the pick there, gets two, gets three, there's three going down there, a combined effort. Wingman 9 looking to be in a bit of trouble.
And that was actually Shuma who got that player down there. So Shuma swapping over, and love, again, Shuma not the player that when you look at this roster you would think would be playing the Wiper. You'd think that it would be Tsukuyomi. Instead, Tsukuyomi is the one here holding things down with the Reflux Milk. And with just a minute left, Zach, this is great positioning. Does get taken down, and it is on this left side. You can see them already starting to stack here and try to push up. They've actually snuck a couple into a nice position to move forward and attack. There's going to be a jump out. They'll reshuffle the deck, but there's actually some real options here if they can build up enough of their specials. It appears they have two right now, and they're going to slowly start to make their push forward. Just over 30 seconds, Zach, and it's 3 down now. Suddenly, I think it's starting to look ugly.
And this is the pendulum effect that comes through in Turf War as we see reinforcements coming through for Wingman here, and that Slosher still has been sitting on that triple ink strike waiting for the opportune moment to use it. There are not many specials on the opposite sides of things, although they do get the hammer out now. They're going to throw it immediately and get the pick. That's so important. They were coming down off the Booyah Bomb as we have 5 seconds left. The Pencil picking up a last-ditch tactical, or one last pick for the Wiper against Wingman, and we see the reactions in our stream there to see what comes through. Wingman, it looks like, will be on the back foot here, and they will fall. It looks like they will go down 2-1 with a victory on the Hagglefish market with 9 much more conventional compositions that we're used to.
Well, I'm confused now because the winning team there is the Wingmen roster. So I don't know if the graphics were wrong there, but Wingmen won that game.
Well, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
I don't want to throw any of them under the bus here. This is going to be a long stream, and I don't need to be making enemies. But Zach, take a look at this. kozō-puraido and yongen-shoku are back fighting again. Reimaru has rejoined, it appears. And we will now get back into this game. And now, do we have a swap of weapon? Yes, that is not a Splash-O-Matic that's going to be out. Instead, it's double milk. And Zach, we said we'd see a little bit of everything tonight. I wasn't expecting to see double milk reflux, and the first player into the fight is going to be a Rapid Blaster Pro Winter. Anything goes, anything goes.
Better eat that cereal quick, because there is twice as much milk in that bowl as there was before, as we see the blaster raining down fire, just cannot hit with the combination of the movement and the rotation of the circular platform itself. Could not get through. Interesting to note as well that they are not having sub abilities here, so they are only able to work off of the main abilities that they have on their gear. You can see kind of what they opted to go with that stealth jump and then some ink saver main, it appears. The Dynamo, one of two. Now we have 2 weapons in which there are multiple copies of in the lobby. Getting the pick there, and 9 setting it up with another tacticooler.
Well, and don't underestimate how annoying Double Sprinkler is going to be here as well. It should be noted that, again, this is, I spoke a little too softly earlier, by Inkable turf, this is the largest stage in Splatoon 3. It's over 3,000 available turf here. This doesn't matter what blaster, Lobster's gonna get it done there. Wonderful job to break the rest of the team out. But as I was saying earlier, those sprinklers are gonna make it actually really annoying to clean up some of these extra pockets here. They continue to move in and fight, and I don't know if it's just because it's double milk right now, Zach, but right now, Yongen-shoku having a really difficult time, it feels like, fighting into the center of the stage.
Yeah, and they're not having too much luck other than their S-Blaster getting forward. We do have the Booyah Bomb coming online, and now they have multiple members moving forward. They get taken out from behind in 9. That is what is so difficult about this stage, is even though it is so massive, the different segments all kind of have this circular or oval feel about them. You can just about get flanked from anywhere. So you're constantly having to look behind your back, have a good pair of headphones so you can listen for those audio cues, and even the call outs from your teammates are going to have to be on point, as we see one going down with the Trizooka, not able to use it there with just 50 seconds left to go.
And that's the other frustrating thing about fighting against this double dynamo, is if you see the dynamo after its swing is already up, at this level, Zach, they're going to get you. So you can hope for a trade maybe. They're probably not going to miss, which means you have to play a little bit preemptively. And again, you know they're going to be tactical. It's another 2 down now for yongen-shoku. And now it's 3 down. Zach, they are getting absolutely worked on that left side. We've been spectating over here. Lobster needs to find this player. They need to jump quickly on top. And no, it's actually the other blaster who's going to fight their way through. I think got 2. It's 3 down as well. It's just Naegora in the center. It's a good turfing weapon, but the other good turfing weapon is on the other side. Lobster closes out another player. It's going to be Pandemonium in the center. Can they put up enough turf against this double dynamo composition? 2-1, and Zach, they're on their own side of the stage. Maybe somebody got behind them, but I'm not so sure.
They are so good with the range blaster at playing at the perfect range extreme, and they're not scared of height differences, as it is going to be so close there. 50-47 is going to be the victory there between these two teams. The double dynamo coming so clutch there. It puts out so much paint. You have the free ink there from the sprinkler as well. Such a back and forth. And again, these teams kind of chasing each other around, playing all these different height variations. And we saw in the last 15-20 seconds there, the Reflux going for the pick, or just taking out the beacon rather, and the jump comes right there and takes them out. We effectively, 9, had a 1v1 in the final 12 to 10 seconds of that match, and all they could do was duke it out right behind mid, and it was only a 3-point difference. Very close in that regard.
Yeah, very close, and I'm actually a little surprised that yongen-shoku was actually able to make it that close. It did not feel like they had any business making the comeback that they tried to do. And Zach, this was our top-seeded team by a long shot, now down 0-1, and I made the joke earlier, like, okay, why are we going with the double milk here? We saw so many times there how difficult it was for them to fight against double dynamo, and it's not like it was a secret that double dynamo was coming out here. You saw it twice during your DCs, and Reimaru willingly switched off of the Splash-O-Matic and switched over to that Reflux Milk. So I guess we'll see now. It's certainly going to be a different stage. Maybe that was the reason they wanted to go there. Felt like there was more turf that they could cover, but again, it's only the top 2 teams make it out here. Can you imagine if this squad doesn't make it out of pools, Zach?
And again, that's the danger of a best of 3, right? Anything can happen. And Turf War, you could call it the great equalizer. It is down to just the very basics of Splatoon. So you could overanalyze, you can get into your competitive brain as much as you want, but at the end of the day, it is still going to be just that 3 minutes. And if the tide is not with you in the final seconds of the game, it is so difficult to make that comeback. And the flip side, or the double-edged sword that is Wahoo World, I mentioned earlier, you constantly are looking over your shoulder for anyone that might be flanking around you, but range can be so effective when you have so much real estate to work with. You can play basically at your perfect range extent, and these players know full well what that looks like, and we saw that perfectly exhibited with that Rapid Blaster getting picks from every range extreme, as we are going next to Robo Ramen.
I don't think we're going to see double Reflux Milk here. I would hope not. I think one Reflux is probably going to be okay on this one, and then you can go let another player swap onto something else. So here we go. Pool A5, round 1. It's a best of 3. Your top-seeded team, yongen-shoku, the 4 primary colors here. Almost all of Egoist is gone, and yeah, this is a little more of what I thought we were going to see. It's double dynamo still once again. No changes coming out of kozō-puraido here. Instead, now Naegora switching back over to a Nautilus, and it's going to be Reimaru now back in hand with that trusty and trademark Splash-O-Matic.
going to be the Nautilus 79 as well. So it's going to have that suction bomb that's going to give you the most bang for your buck in terms of the ink that it can put out, and also the triple splashdown. So covering that wide area as we see the trade out between blasters, and there is that range perfectly on display, poking out that S-blast and getting the pick as a result, and gets taken down in mid. They could see their opponent that was marked with the tactical there, so that is a big loss there, as they've been primarily their offensive edge in these matches.
Well, now there should be a little bit more assistance, I would think, from the rest of the squad. As you see now, Reimaru moving and dodging and ducking, taking out 2 for the trouble. And, we don't see a lot of turf war here on Robo Ramen, Zach, and I think it's, partly because we just don't see a lot of turf war in general. But, this is one of those stages where I think as you play it more and you start to understand the different avenues that these teams have and ways to get back into it, I don't want to say get frustrated as much, but it feels like every time you finally have pushed your opponent back far enough, they've got just enough avenues to push their way in. You've already seen the blaster take a couple angles to shoot a couple players back. So even though 4 primary colors had moved up here and done, I think, a good job of controlling the only part of the game, all it's taken is just a couple that went down, and now it's kozō-puraido again, back in the driver's seat. They pushed all the way in as well. Lobster is down below and is going to try to make something happen, maybe get a jump over. But Zach, kozō-puraido absolutely running over 4 primary colors right now. Do they still not know that Lobster's here? No, they don't!
This is just a clinic being put on by Lobster as they look for another one, cannot get it onto the Dynamo. And it really was, there was very much so a feeling out stage of mid. Nobody really wanted to touch mid, almost like the floor was lava. They were playing on the sidewalls, they were playing behind it until there was a set advantage. And kozō-puraido was the one that was able to find that advantage as they throw that tactical down with a minute left to go. And now Yongen-shoku, not a team that we would have expected to be on the back foot, still getting taken out. There's kind of this interplay, Nine, between what's happening in mid and in the hallways that kind of circle it like a moat underneath the stage. It's so interesting to see this back and forth, but they just have a wall of powered up dynamos, and they've got a Booyah Bomb as their front line.
Well, there you go. That's pushed everybody out so they couldn't rush you. Now they're coolered up with 30 seconds left. I mean, this is pretty much it. And, the tricky thing when Lobstar has been the one who's been fighting it out means that that's also their tactical provider. Naegora goes ahead and gets one, gets a second, and forces the third to jump out, and that may be just enough. They were tactical, so they need to get up and move forward if they want to steal this game. Just about 10 seconds left. They've got the triple splashdown. They've taken out the blaster, but they've lost their reflux. Here they go, landing down. They will not be able to take out that dynamo roller. Naegora's going to fight it out, get taken out. And Zach, if that last little bit of orange is what makes the difference here, I don't know that Naegora needed to take that fight. Let's see. It looks like a scramble.
Oh my gosh. So close. Naegora's squad able to eke it out. What a great performance there at the end by Yongen-shoku, and great work by the spec cam operator, because I was honestly not sure if that triple splashdown that did not connect was going to be the difference in that one. They use it with around, again, 12 to 10 seconds remaining. That's become sort of the focal point in both of the games that have successfully played out. They aren't able to get the pick, and they go down to the dynamo roller, one of two, in fact, in the final few seconds, and help to paint mid for kozō-puraido. So it was so close that I think that contributed maybe 1 or 2 percentages to make it closer than it already was. But in the end, they eke it out to, I believe, tie this setup at 1.
Oh, and look at this production value right there. You saw a view of inside that venue. I mean, that's got to be Splatoon heaven right there, Zach. You're just walking around seeing all these players, all these claps. I miss LANs, man. I know that we go to a few of them and we get to see them all, but still, it's so fun. What a wonderful experience it is to get to be in an environment like this. Always produces incredible Splatoon. And yeah, let's talk a little bit about this double dynamo, because you talk about things you never see around these parts. Double dynamo roller in turf war. And you think, okay, how could that possibly end up working against a team that's this strong? And, to be fair, it's 1-1. Maybe it isn't going to end up working all the way in the way that they're hoping. But, there's something to be said, again, for the just, oh, crap, like, power. I guess that's the best metric I can call, like, what the weapon's like on that scale. When the dynamo pops up over the edge and already has its swing, like, there are very few weapons in the game of Splatoon, I feel like, that can truly create that sort of pressure. And when that gets into your head, now you maybe change your pace a little bit. And then suddenly there's a second dynamo, and one puts a little chip damage on you so you can't snowball one player going down into another going down. And if it's one of these stages where there's only a couple of avenues to get back into the positions that you'd really like to, you're going to get stuck a couple times before you can actually make it up there. And if the dynamos are aiming well, as these are, that can take you out. So it's finding ways to make what you're good at work, find what works for the specific weapons. And clearly, Zach, it can work against anybody, because if you were to pull together a collection of 4 players and say, this is the metric, it would certainly be yongen-shoku.
First of all, I'm glad to know that in the LAN environment in Japan, there's sort of the universal experience of everybody kind of huddled in maybe 2 or 3 rows around the setups, that transcends cultural barriers, as it were, and that it's effectively a universal experience. But to your point, I was kind of thinking of the meme with the dog where it's got its eyes closed and it's looking up like it's accepted its fate. That's the real experience that you have when you see a dynamo roller already fully through its swing and about to sort of bring the hammer back down on you, the proverbial hammer, as it were. And so I can imagine when you are playing on a stage that has so many areas, kind of like a Flounder Heights, to hang out on the wall and wait for that opportunity to strike, you have to play so carefully. As we move next to Eeltail Alley, which has seen a little bit of play. I didn't think it was in the Splatoon 3 North American League, but it does similarly have some kind of obstacles and very interesting angles that you can take. There's some high ground that you can be on, but much less of it for these dynamo players if they opt to go for the double dynamo.
Well, here you go. Will a charger come out? Something longer range. Again, this is one of the largest stages by inkable area. I believe it's 5th place right now, and until until Urchin Underpass came out, it was the biggest of these Splatoon 3 stages. And I guess if you want to go raw Splatoon 3 stages, it is still the biggest. So here we go. It's going to be Nayagoro, who has swapped now over to the heavy edit Splatling. That's how they're going to get their tactical, which frees up Lobster instead to now go to the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. That S-Blast still staying on the sideline.
Yeah, such an interesting choice to see. The sub on that being the angle shooter doesn't really give you any paint. It's going to mark your opponents, of course, and then you have the Killer Whale. It is a very linear stage, though, so it is going to be more difficult as we see some picks coming out for the side of kozō-puraido to really move away from the Killer Whale 5.1. There are so many obstacles and things blocking your way that you're going to have to reposition, and it's going to make it that much more difficult. We are seeing some trades come through, the Booyah Bomb coming out from yongen-shoku as well, but for right now, kozō-puraido hanging strong and maintaining the high ground as they need to be.
Well, and this is the tricky part is, okay, how do you approach here? Well, I guess you take out the opposing S-Blast. That's the way that you first started. But if both of those dynamos get set up in a good position, you almost wonder how you break back in. I guess those angle shooters are a great way to do it. And now you sort of see the wisdom of why you do it, Zach. Wide open stage all the way across. Why not just chuck that and use that to push some players away?
Well, this is where the lack of subs is going to get you down. You see, they were trying to get out of there. Normally, you have some quick super jump at your disposal to get out a little bit quicker. Not so when you're not able to build around it as effectively. So they are going to go down in a corner there as we see one of the dynamos marked. They're going to group up and pick up that tactical as we are now more than halfway through. And we're back in sort of that jockeying for position stage. So the high ground has been fully taken over back by yongen-shoku. So how then do the dynamos respond when the blaster is on the other foot? We see Lobster already putting that pressure on the high ground and multiple players from yongen-shoku setting up there, making it difficult to proceed.
Oh, maybe one of the first unforced errors that we've actually seen. That Booyah Bomb probably didn't need to close anyone out, and now Melon, who we're finally spectating, is going to fire after a couple players and force another one down. And Zach, you put it so perfectly. Now the lack of sub-weapons, you're really starting to feel when those poor Dynamo Rollers get forced all the way back. They don't have a super safe way or any sort of pressure that they can put on from relative safety that isn't their own main weapon. They're going to need the S-Blast player here to come up in a big way. Has done a nice job of maneuvering around, but overstays the welcome, allowing Lobstar to move in. Zach, with just 30 seconds left, it's do or die time for kozō-puraido.
They've got multiple specials at their disposal as well here. They've got the Reflux Milk online, and they've got that Crab Tank ready to be set up. One of the Dynamos is going to have that Tacticaler at their disposal as well. We see the Tacticaler and the Crab coming out from the high ground. The Booyah Bomb is going to join them as well, and that's going to bear fruit here. 2 going down on the side of Yongen-shoku. The Blaster having areas to move forward here. Nice job. They get away. Yongen-shoku gets another one there. Oh my gosh, 3, and that's 4. Oh my goodness, a full wipeout forced in the final seconds. Absolutely amazing. kozō-puraido, no room to maneuver around with their dynamo rollers. They are basically sitting ducks there. And a beautiful exhibition on Eel Tail Alley as we see going back and forth. But ultimately, it is going to wind up in favor of Naigura's squad, Yongen-shoku.
Boy, Lobster sure took a sweet time for that one, Zach. When you need the best player in the world to come and open the door for you, have it be the end of game number 3 in the best of 3. I know, again, that jump at the end there to get the quad is a little cheeky to call it a quad there, but make no mistake, the other 3 were certainly earned. Great position, great maneuvering, and hey, at the beginning I said leaving the S-Blast on the sideline. That is the weapon. I mean, that is the Lobstar weapon. Won so many area cups, won just about everything, but when you can switch over to the Rapid Pro family and everything that brings as well, you could see very quickly how difficult things were on Eel Tail for Double Dynamo. But Zach, I gotta say, again, we're gonna get to talk about Yongen-shoku the entire night. kozō-puraido, like, if they make the bracket, they're going to beat somebody. I mean, they're going to find ways to get some wins for players who aren't comfortable dealing with that. And honestly, sets where they don't have to play Eel Tail Alley, because that looked really rough. I think on other stages, they may have been able to put up a much closer fight against that squad.
Yeah, you brought up multiple points that I think are very, very true. We kind of predicted the difficulty of Dynamo there, and to their great credit, had in that first minute exactly the strategy and the deployment of the Dynamo that they wanted. They were on the high ground. They were moving all the way up. So past, it's kind of a reverse Z shape for that bridge. They move all the way up the bridge, and then they are on that horizontal part getting ready to continue raining down fire while they have their blaster all the way pushed up. But then, as you mentioned, they lose that blaster, and that is so much of their offensive advantage where the Dynamos, when they have the high ground, are able to use that time to turf and take that stage control. They're now forced back. They're in inopportune areas. They're kind of all the way on the right-hand side of the stage, for example, trying to find an entry point, and then in those final 30 seconds, just being taken down one after the other. The desperation jump-ins not doing anything for them. And on a rather unconventional stage, again, the beauty of the random stage picking there out of our selection here, a great job by them. But again, if Yongen-shoku was not there, I think it would have been so much closer for kozō-puraido, and I hope that they are one of the teams. They would have to be the other team, I suppose, if Yongen-shoku continues to play the way that we know they can to make it out of their group.
Well, it does look, I'm looking back at the pool results thus far. They did beat Suquid 23, which is the team that we're going to spectate here as they play up against Yongen-shoku. So they already got that 2-0. So I mean, we'll see what the tiebreakers are, but you would assume that unless Suquid 23 does get the 2-0 victory over Yongen-shoku, it would be kozō-puraido who would be moving on here. SO-Cat, one of the other teams here, was DQ'd. I'm just assuming they didn't show up. Something, you sign up, you aren't able to make it, it happens. But again, 2 teams will make it out of each pool here. So kozō-puraido, you got to be feeling good about their chances to make through here. We'll, of course, update the rosters and talk about Suquid when they get in, because we have not spectated them yet. And I believe, we're just waiting on them to join up at this point.
And we are seeing, in the bottom part, we are able to see the sort of LAN picture again. It's so heartening to see that the game can be this large, that there are this many people that are so interested in the scene, that they are crowding around the individual tables. Now, when you have a team like Obstadt, Naigora, Reimaru, and Meron on the same squad, it really makes it easy to follow them. Kind of like, I'll make my second sports analogy of the day here, picking a duo or trio in golf and following that group for the entire 18 holes. It really is. You pick the folks that you want to see, and you keep track of them the entire way through the group stage for now. So I am very interested to see if Suquid 23, of course, having lost their first and so far only match so far with the DQ, as you mentioned, coming in, How do they fare against yongen-shokus? Because we spent a good amount of time talking yongen-shoku up as this perennial number one, just this team of all-stars ready to sweep through the competition. They faced a little bit of adversity early on, so not so bad that we're seeing them right away. Maybe now they can look a little more immortal against Sukud 23, unless they have something to say about it.
Well, I would wager that the double milk composition is probably going back onto the shelf. If I had to guess, that probably didn't help their game one. Update for everyone who is following along with the casting table on the JP side. Man, they're putting Hemi through the ringer here. Now has two co-commentators here. It's Chikotan and Ku, who have now joined the desk. So, I mean, just getting to make the run of all the legendary players here. That's 4 now different players that Hemi is going to be commentating with and interviewing mid-time. So there you go. That has been your commentary of the commentary desk. I'm glad to bring that to you here. Really, all I want to do is commentate on commentary, Zach. It's a rare pleasure, truly a treat.
It's like they're spinning a game show wheel or something. It's like, all right, which high-level player are we going to end up with next on the co-commentary desk?
Can that be implemented in another LAN? For all of you LAN TOs out there, consider that. Consider a giant wheel of top players and just put whoever it spins back there with the caster. I don't care if they still have to play their pool. Find another player to sub in for them. There's value here. There's true content.
I mean, even the people you can't put on commentary, some of the most recent LANs, I heard talk about how many people applied for commentary at those LANs. If you can't fit everybody, just have open slots. Just say, all right, everybody else, you're on standby. I'm going to spin this wheel. Let's get you on there. Let's have you be our second or third caster. You just have to kind of hang around for the whole day, which they should be anyways. It's a fun LAN, but you know, we are seeing the players start to come in a little bit. I am interested to see where we go next. It does look like, and correct me not if I'm wrong here, that there is a sort of, it's not the full suite of stages that we're working with here in terms of availability. It looks like there are around 7 that they are choosing from to play with, of which the ones that we saw, ones like Wahoo World and Eeltail Alley are included.
Yeah, it gives the players at least a little bit of a preview of what they can expect. So, you know, it's randomized to a certain extent. And again, when you can limit the field, but then still make it random, it, you know, certainly speeds things up, which is a nice feeling to have, especially in these long days. I mean, one set going 10 minutes over, 15 minutes over can have big ramifications down the line. But we get to talk a little bit about Suquid, Zach. Now we've got Tabe.exe, Serinu, and Nochikun. You can see their weapons that have been listed up here. And I guess we got to talk about the production value that the Japanese production team has put together here. I mean, there are cards for basically every team here that go up on every single match that is being played. You know, one of the players, the actual weapons that they play, of course, is also always a question that Zach and I have been struggling to answer many years. But it's very clearly given us an idea of what we can expect. Of course, we've got a reflex player, a whole host of shooters. I would wager there's probably going to be a Sniper Rider 5H if it's listed there. First
of all, someone who does not have a shred of creativity in their body, I am always impressed by the ability of the crew that creates these graphics to make what our notes usually have information-wise into something so stylized and nice. But we have, you know, a dedicated junior main by the looks of it, and then .exe going to have either the 52 or the arrow spray, silver arrow spray at their disposal, and then following that up, either Splatling or pencil player. So that I think is going to be Celine or Serinu, and then Nochitan or Nochikun going to have the splatter shot and the reflux at their disposal. And I believe that is going to be the reflux deco, which did not see really any play in the Turf War matches of the Splatoon 3 North American League that we saw. It was either the Vanilla 450 or the Reflux Milk coming out. So I would love to see that Splash Ball Reef Slider variant get some play here, Nine.
Well, I think, again, if we don't see it this set, we're probably going to see it at some point. So, Eeltail? Okay, sorry, not Eeltail. This is Undertow. I don't know why I said Eeltail there, Zach. That's going to happen as this time goes on. Oh, my goodness. I'm worried, Zach. I'm really worried, okay?
We're at hour 1 of 5, buddy. You better lock in.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Better lock in. All right. Undertow. This was a stage where in early Turf War in Splatoon 3, we saw a lot of Krakens being played, I guess as early as Kraken Royale was in the game, because it was so difficult for players to actually get out of the center of the stage once that Kraken came in. So they would simply jump out and you would use that to take free turf. Don't think we're going to see it now, but I think the broader concept of that sort of play style and how it can force things on Undertow is still very valid. If you can get people to drop down, they don't really have a great avenue back up in safety. They're gonna have to jump all the way out, and it's not always so easy getting back into the center of the stage. We say it a lot about Splat Zones, Zach, but I would argue it's even more difficult to do in Turf War, because unlike Splat Zones, players are gonna be dropping every which way, so you don't really even have one avenue that you can stack up on.
Yeah, it's more difficult to do, and you're using every single bit of the stage. This is a deceptively large stage. I think outside of Rainmaker, which it is really popular on this stage in particular, you do have to use so much of the stage here as we get our first look at Suquid's composition and a few things sticking out. First of all, double arrow spray, a Luna Blaster Neo with that Fizzy Bomb and Ultra Stamp, and 9, a Hydra Splatling coming out. That's going to be the Torrents variant with the Sprinkler and Big Bubbler.
Oh my goodness. There's a few Hydra players out there right now who are absolutely, well, maybe not anymore because it's the first thing to go down. Okay, 2 down already. And a double gold arrow spray running into Reimaru is certainly not a matchup that you want to find yourself in a few seconds into the game. The Hydra gets taken out there as well. Nayagora with the shorter range made it work, but now, Zach, this is exactly what I'm talking about. All the different angles that you have to drop down for. You've got Lobstar watching over to that side with the range and a Crab on this side. There's just not really a way to be sneaky about the way you come back in. You're going to have to use one of your Booyah Bombs to try to force your way in there, stack up with a hammer maybe. This is the right idea, but you saw just kind of taken between the two targets, wasn't able to focus on one. That Booyah Bomb isn't going to get a whole lot of value. They should cycle out their players here, as once again, Yongen-shoku collects, and I don't even know if Melon's left spawn yet, Zach. I think he's content to just turf it up right there. So the rest of the team has the job done.
Yeah, I wanted to point out the last Booyah Bomb that we saw from Yongen-shoku. That may be one of the only times you'll ever see it not even remotely directed at any nearby enemy. They said, I have it, I'm going to use it in spawn, I'm already painting as much as I can, we're going to throw it down, and that is a full wipeout as all that's going on against Suquid 2-3. So to show you just how impressive the performance in the last match was, taking it to game 3, being separated by only a few percentage points. Now you are seeing the full power of what Yongen-shoku can bring out. It feels like this Crab Tank has lived next to this uninkable area here at 9. There is no mercy on the battlefield.
No mercy whatsoever. Well, I mean, finally, now they may have opened it up a little bit. Actually had a chance to take out Reimaru and go for 3, but Nayagora somehow got up onto that left side and as well now gets taken out. Was making life difficult for them, so maybe the slight overextension from Yongen-shoku is going to give Suquid an opportunity. They've got a long way to go. You can see, identify where Lobster was going. Took out Lobster. They've got some specials and some Booyah Bombs clashing there in the center. If they can find one more player, and they did with Melon, Zach, there's an opportunity for them to find their footing and maybe get a little more.
You have to worry that they haven't overheated too early, and they're going to have the double arrow spray. The one goes down, and the second very low. They're going to have to get out of dodge there as their teammate falls right next to them. Effectively, a delayed wipe as Yongen-shoku trying to put all thoughts of any way to come back to bed. Even sitting on the Trizuka gets one there just next to the high ground. Looking for another, will just tap away that Sprinkler. And with 15 seconds left to go, the Sprinklers are all that Suquid seems to be able to manage in terms of getting out of their spawn here. Lots of reinforcements for Yongen-shoku. A 5-second left tactical to boot. And that is going to do it. A wipeout to put the cherry on top as Yongen-shoku shuts down all doubts here. Look at how, again, beautifully painted in orange this stage is. And 73-25. Yongen-shoku going to take game 1 here on Undertow Spillway.
Nary a drop left behind on the left side of that stage. Beautiful work there by Melon, who's doing the, I'll call it a glamorous job of simply making sure that everything is your color in your spawn area. But I mean, listen, we've talked a lot about Yongen-shoku. I want to, again, go back to, once again, and I'm a little stunned that I'm saying this, Zach, it's the second team now that we've seen that is running double Sprinkler. Again, only in Turf War and only in Japan do we seem to see these things, but when you are forced back as far as these teams will inevitably get in turf war, it's so important that you have some way to do safe damage to the opponent, kind of force them out of those really powerful positions. Zach, you made the mention, it seems like this crab tank is living on this side. How do we get rid of it? Every time the Hydra Splatling went over, there was another member ready to take that Hydra Splatling out so that they couldn't move Reimaru on that Splash-O-Matic in the crab cycle. It would be lovely to have a suction bomb or a splat bomb or anything to kind of ward that player off. Instead, any sprinklers will get quickly swatted away and you're kind of stuck in that position. So when we talk about a kit being self-sufficient, that's sort of what we're looking for, and these teams are wasting no time getting into this, and it's once again going to be Eel Tail Alley, Zach. So should be seeing a lot of that over the course of today.
And they might have heard you in terms of the double sprinkler and ergo the double gold aerospray not coming to fruition here, as we are going to see the return of the Torrents and the Luna Blaster Neo, but they swap over to the Splattershot Junior and the 52 Gal. So they are going to have that heightened offensive capability there as well as defensive. So they are going to have and build up rather quickly that big bubbler. We are already seeing the Rapid Blaster pushed back a little bit, now trying to maintain that high ground, gets easily past the splash wall, and already Nine, the big bubbler, saving some hides.
Saving some hides, and okay, not quite able to close out Lobster. I love the way the Lobster just kind of positioned right there with a slight misthrow there onto that Tacticooler. Playing around these different positions, but never going all the way away. Always staying in a relevant position, knowing exactly how far you need to retreat where you can still keep the pressure on. Great show already. That time it was the rest of the team that did the work of actually taking these players out. Lobster taking a wide angle there, not able to close it out, and a couple players now running. Lobster's fighting point blank against the Luna and wins. That's not the Blaster that's supposed to win that fight.
Multiple things there from Lobster just caught my eye. Blink and you'll miss how quickly they put down a suction bomb and were able to run away. And then I don't think that Hydra at any point knew that Lobestar was coming, as Celine is going to go down as well. And that is something you have to do with such a long-range weapon. It scares me, as somebody with hardly any competitive experience in playing a short-range weapon, to go up against a super long-range weapon like that, but it takes so long to spin up, and they have to play oftentimes in obvious positions, or you can hear their spin up either way, that it is a top priority to take them down, just like the Dynamos were in our last match before they can get set up.
Yeah, always making sure that the opponent can't get into the power positions, as we like to call them. We know where certain weapons are strong, keep them out of there, and suddenly it's not so oppressive. And as we've been talking, it's actually Tsukwid who has pushed forward in a great way, maybe slight overextension there, trying to rain some shots down at the top, maybe a little ill-advised because that was exposing themselves. Lobster put the chip damage down, and the rest of the member of the four primary colors will happily walk through that door that got swung open. Now with under a minute left, you reckon, okay, we're probably going to be close to a Tacticooler at this stage. Simply put some shots up there, even take out a player. Why not, Lobstar? Fire up there on that side. Wait for the perfect position for this Tacticooler. Drop it right down there. They're going to get juiced up, Zach. A couple more shots there with 30 seconds, and this is looking ugly for Tsukwid 23.
It's unseen assassin behavior. Even when they're seen, they're so detrimental. And in the blink of an eye, knew that they didn't have the advantage in that 1v1 and jumped out quickly enough to where you think they would have gear loaded with quick super jump, when in reality they do not. That's chip damage into a direct that's going to give them another pick, this time on the EXE, and a wipeout that will likely all but cement a 2-0 match win here for Yongen-shoku. The Crab and the Ingzuka and the Booyah Bomb, almost too many to name. A second wipeout puts, again, maybe a fancier, super delicious maraschino cherry on top if we had a normal cherry before. But that will finally solidify on Eel Tail Alley a dominant performance from Yongen-shoku.
Yeah, that's more of what we expected to see in the previous game. And for Tsukwid, I mean, just that moment there where you've got 2 or 3 players firing at Lobster, then Lobster super jumps out to somebody else, jumps back in, dives back in to continue the fight. You think you've got him pinned, jump right out again. Let's reshuffle the deck. You never know where the threat is coming from. And because it's such a long-range weapon to begin with, or at least long-range in the context of that game, you're never feeling like you're safe. And there's something to be said for, how do I fight someone I can't track? How do I fight someone I can't hit? No one's really found an answer to that yet. It turns out knowing where someone is usually helpful when you're trying to take them out. But listen, that's why, again, the incredible highlight plays over and over from Lobstar. We saw it at the end of that last one. No surprise there. And you can see right there, of course, we do have that update. It is 2-0 for Yongen-shoku. 2-0, 2-1. Kozō-puraido will be down 0-2, losing both of their sets. You have to imagine that means that they are the squad that will be done at this point. The other two will move up into the bracket.
And again, just such a nice treat to see Yongen-shoku putting on a clinic. We've seen, where they've struggled and where they've excelled, and the difference between them. They still have those fundamentals at their disposal, and I've loved seeing, especially Robsta on the different variants of the Rapid Blaster. I believe the Winter especially doing such a great job, layering those shots in and effectively allowing the rest of their team to focus on the paint aspect. You might wonder, where a weapon that has such a thin, linear shot comes through, and it's so difficult there to make it work.
All right. I'm being told that they are moving to the booth right now. So we should get the opportunity to talk with them shortly. Zach, I guess we should think about what we want to ask them. It will be, I believe, a member of Yongen-shoku or maybe the whole team.
It's a very good question. I do hazard a guess that I'd like to know if their mindset shifts at all when they are going down in a match like they did early in their first one, in their first set. If they change anything up, or what prompted the change, why they really tried the double reflux composition, but then sort of shied away from it and went back to something that's more traditionally their style. And finding a way to make that very simple, I guess, is the trick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think there will be some fun things to talk about. I actually want to ask them, if we get the chance, about what was difficult about fighting against the double dynamo.
Yeah.
Because how often are we going to get to hear a top player talk about fighting against double dynamo?
And double sprinkler at that. We got to see that in multiple sets, as you mentioned, and they handled it very differently, I guess, based on the main weapons that they were equipped to. But also just the amount of the stage that they have to cover is so impressive that they were able to come back. But it was clear that the double dynamo really put them on the back foot on Wahoo, especially, where there was just so much free real estate, if you will, just free range. They're able to see so far into the distance with that dynamo, which is the perfect storm, effectively, to make that weapon a success, and what put maybe Yongen-shoku in a situation that they didn't expect to be.
Right. We are waiting to see if we'll get to have a chat with them. Again, this is kind of, they're going to grab the players as they come out. So, will they, won't they? We aren't 100% sure yet. But again, Pura will be the one who will be asking the questions to. We'll try to keep it brief here so that we don't hold up any of the many, many matches that are still yet to be played. But hoping that we'll get to chat with Yongen-shoku. And Zach, I will wager we'll get to talk with them a couple times tonight. If they are, every time, one of these pools ends, or if they go further along, or after a match ends. So we might get a little bit of wisdom as it goes through. I'm trying to see if there are any other sets. I mean, we could just go back to old reliable, Zach. We got to kill time. Let's read the results from other pools. That's not a bad way to fill.
Well, and as we pull up some of these other pools that you're talking about, I'm so tempted to ask them if they know sort of what legends effectively they are in the Western scene. It's so fun to hear, like, those names thrown around and say, oh, those guys are legends, but I'm not sure that they know the magnitude with which their play carries over to the rest of the world and to the Western scene. So that might be fun to see. Do you know that your name has quite the tangible impact, even in a scene where you may not play any tournaments regularly? I do see here some results where Orca has gone down 0-2 in their bracket. And I'm trying to find, that's pool A2 is going to be that one with Himo Suginai, NSR, and then one other team that they've gone down to, unfortunately, as we look for 9 other results. And that was Thunder Under the Moon, actually.
Oh. We're going to go to a quick break. And then when we come back, we may have an interview for you here, but we're just going to get some things. Oh.
So if you guys have any questions, please ask. And Shigen-shoku just won the first block session. Yes.
All right. Hello, Shigen-shoku. Congratulations on your win.
おめでとうございます。
What was it like playing two dynamo rollers?
2名のダイナモと対戦したと思うんですけど、いかがでしたか？
そうですね、最初は予想は全くしていなかったので、すごく驚きましたけど、なんとかこう武器をうまくチームの中で回すことによって、うまく相手のことを、対策できたのかなと思います。
So they were not expected to face two dynamos, but they really tried to find out a solution and tackle with other weapons so that they still won the game.
What led to the decision to swap away from the two reflux, the two bow weapons, and over to the weapons that allowed you to win the first set that you played?
誰がこの決断をしたのですか？なぜこういう決断をしたのですか？特にその武器の選びについて。
そうですね、ちょっと、1戦目でかなりこのスプラスピナーパイソンだったりとか、ラビットブラスエリートっていうのが、そうです、ラビットブラスエリートっていうのが、あんまり相手に対して有効じゃないなっていうのが、ちょっと僕ラクト使ってたんですけど、後ろから見てもあまり感じられなかったので、そうなったらこのまま自分たちの編成を信じきるっていうよりかは、自分たちのこの武器プールの広さだったりとか、経験の、多さというか、そういったところを生かしていきたいなと思ったので、武器を変えて、なるべくそうですね、自分たちの強みを存分に押し付けたいなと思って使いました。
So I think in the in the first play they used both spinner and also a rapid blaster, which were not really useful in tackling two dynamos. So they decided to not to trust their convention combination of the weapons. So they just select two other weapons that they are also quite good at.
So I have a question for Nayagora-san. Nayagora, you are my favorite player.
さんはナイの一番好きなプレイヤーです。
ありがとうございます。
He said thank you.
When do you switch between the mini splatling and the Nautilus splatling in Turf War?
Would you please repeat again, because like the volume was a little bit small. I didn't hear it.
When do you choose mini splatling instead of Nautilus for Turf War?
Nautilus was
Spina?
Spina? Turf War is the tower. Would you mind change another way to ask if possible?
Maybe a better way. What is Nayagora's favorite spinner for Turf War?
ターフワーはなんだ？縄張りの中で一番好きなスピナーはどれですか？
スプラスピナーっていう武器が一番好きです、僕は。
He prefers the spinner the best.
For Lobster-san, how does your team and how do you play with your team around a weapon like the Rapid Blaster that's so offensive or aggressive in nature?
Okay. ロブスターさんは、
はい。
ラピッドブラスターを使ってる時にどういうふうにこうチームメイトとコラボして、こういったすごくギルを決めることなんですけど、どういうふうに
そうですね、やっぱりラビットブラスターエリートは射程が長いのと弾の発射間隔が短い武器なので、なるべくその味方とのそのダメージを合わせて敵を倒すというか、爆風で味方のサポートだったりアシストをするっていう意識でやってます。
So he thinks that rapid blaster is a weapon with a really long distance. So he will mainly focus on how to assist with his team players, so that to catch the maybe like the last blood of and try to help their to improve their collaboration. Yeah.
And I have one more question.
Okay.
Which team are they most excited to fight?
Okay. 今日の対戦チームの中で一番対戦したいチームはありますか？
誰かこれ
誰でもね。
一番対戦したいチーム、
はい。プレイヤーの名前出して。
そうですね、やっぱり対面上手い人というか、ガツガツそのすごい強気に前に出てきてくる相手といっぱい対面したいので、今回だとやっぱりのりしおさんとかトドさんのチームと戦ってみたいなって思います。
So yongen-shoku mainly want to fight with those teams that will come up into the front. So they would like to play with the team, maybe with Norishio-san and other players that who are really attractive. Yeah.
行動破壊神。
Is that all for this interview?
Yes, thank you very much for your time and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
ありがとうござい
Thank you
ます。
so much.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。
Oh, so cool. Again, what a great opportunity there, and thank you to Pura, who is doing the translation in real time. And Zach, I have to remember as well, like Nawabari. I know that Turf War is Nawabari. I need to make the job easier for them. I feel so bad.
I looked up Rapid Blaster just to be sure, and it said Rapido Brasta. I was like, okay, that one's probably going to be all right.
Yep. So we're going to take a short break here just so that we can recalibrate. It's going to be a moment before the next round begins anyway. So we'll go ahead, take a short break. We'll be back to you. We'll report on some of the other scores, but don't go anywhere because it's going to be a long night here at SplashGo number 12. All right, everybody, we are back. We hope you enjoyed the break. We certainly did, except we spent it working and compiling a list of the teams that have made it through the pool stage from the A side of the pools. And Shiny Hunter Zach, my man, go ahead and tell the good people who's moving on and how they got there.
We got a couple of updates for you here. Still some listed as in progress, but we've got eight as one example of one that is already complete here. Heart Yun-Yanko is going to be moving on. They had 2-1 as their record coming out of that one. The other team with a 2-1 record, Blue Impulse, is going to be making it through after they had two 2-0s and one loss 0-2. So a little bit of a shakeup there. A10 also complete. That one of the pools with just 3 participants. So 2 out of the 3 teams making it there. Nutal, the team most benefiting from that. They finish 1-1 and are still making it on to the single elimination portion of the bracket. Yapimons is going to be your 2-0 instead of 3-0 winner there. So congratulations to them. Still showing a few as being, of course, as I mentioned, in progress. Most of the rest are complete. I think just A1 and A2 not yet listed as being finalized. Coming out in pool A9, we also had 2 teams that were 2-1 versus the teams that were not making it through that were 1-2. Mori Fantasy is going to be your number 1 overall seed out of pool A9. And then your second one there, also going 2-1, is going to be Along with Corporate Slaves, or Alongside Corporate Drones is another translation of that. Sasha being one of their players. They are going to go through out of pool A9. Taking a quick look at pool A4 here, we had 2-1 teams here as well. Galileo making it through, and Reach Marks, your other teams to come through. Both teams with a game count of 4-3. So a very, very close trade-off in pool A4 in particular, not just in terms of the ranks there, but in terms of the actual individual games themselves. And then a name of a team that I heard 9 throw out as being a bit of a surprise coming out of pool A6. That one also featuring not just 2, but 3 teams finishing 2-1, which means one team is the unfortunate on the outside there. It was not Mega Evolve, who is going to be 9, your second seed coming out of that one, the number 1 overall seed with, again, a 2-1 record there. Double Basilisk, they are going to be the winner there. Very unfortunate turn of events, 9. I wasn't sure that we would see a team finish 2-1 and not make it into that single elimination portion.
Well, the reward now is, as you said, a single elimination, but hey, games matter. You saw that their loss, they did go 1-2, and we aren't 100% certain that that was the tiebreaker, but hey, if you lose 0-2 versus 1-2, one of those teams, I think, deserves to move on and the other does not. So thank you for that update, Zach, because as we wait now for the A side of pools to get through, we can start talking about the B side, and we are jumping in to pool B9. This is round 1, and we have another all-star squad that we're going to be spectating for you here. Etonyanzu, which is a hilarious pun. I know you all know what nyan means, okay? We've watched enough internet videos here. We've all seen Nyan Cat, so instead of Etona, it's Etonyanzu, which is just very cute and fun. And Zach, you talked earlier about Thunder Under the Moon earlier. How about tenmangetsu actually translating roughly to full moon, if, you know, the various translators that I have consulted are to be believed. So we're going to stick right with that, but Etonyanzu, Etona, Ku, Suryu, and Chikutan. Zach, we've been talking about these 4 players now for, I mean, the better part of 6 years, 7 years in some cases. This is, again, a squad full of names. A lot of them do great TO work as well. And still, as we're about to see, very, very strong at the game. Also, one last update. Melon has now joined the casting stand with Hemi here. So that's another player who's now come in and joined Hemi, who I think is up to 6 co-commentating partners thus far.
I'm taking mental note, by the way, of how many times you're using phrases like 6 to 7, and how many of those have snuck into your vocabulary, whether they are intentional or not. To your point about Tenmangetsu, Full Moon, the truncated version, there's an alternative version of that team name, which is Full Moon of the 7th Day. And it is Sunday, some would consider the 7th day of the week over in Japan. So a fitting name for a team that's taking on, as you mentioned, a powerhouse in etonyanzu with multiple very, very strong competitive players that we've known for the better part of the decade here going forward. So I'm looking forward to seeing what stages they end up going for, and we're still in that best of 3 format. We've moved over to our second set of pools here, so the same effective rules are going to apply, which means the stakes continue to be very high. It's round robin, but as we saw, you can go 2-1 and maybe not even make it through to that single elimination portion based on how your individual games go, which raises those stakes even higher as we wait in the lobby for this one.
And wait, we shall. The players again hopping into the same set that we had. You know, it's fortunate, Zach, we said earlier, like, can we please get the the issues that we ran into there? Our first 2 games were DCs, folks. So we were getting very, very nervous that that was going to be the type of evening we were in for. Instead, you know, settled down a little bit, didn't run into those problems here. It is the same setup that these players will be playing on. And again, tenmangetsu, they'll be fighting it out here against etonyanzu. So you can see only a few weapons listed for this squad. I love it. I love it. And we actually see the NZAP 85 from Rita coming out here. Kai, it appears, will be playing the Rapid Deco. Omane, I believe, is going to be the one who is using that Splatana Stamper, and Yui going to be on... Listen, if you play a Splash-O-Matic, all the short-range shooters are available for you, so pretty good stuff there for this roster. And again, it's a very Turf War-esque roster, Zach. A lot of these teams practice Turf War here. They build comps specifically for Turf War. So as we saw earlier, you can make a lot of different things work in Turf War as long as you've got a solid game plan and you make the most of the fights that you get.
Shout out to Rita Kamishiro, who is in herself an NZAP main, as we see another Rita taking the stage. And that is going to be Amane with a Splatana Stamper there. The Splatana Stamper kind of joining up with the other Splatanas in the mid decapitator is being very strong in just about any situation. We saw that in the Splatoon 3 North American League. And the importance of a good crab tank is so necessary no matter what mode you are going into here. We're seeing this manifest itself in the vanilla Splash-O-Matic in the league. We saw that oftentimes come up as the Splat Dualies, I believe, with more of that needing to play near a high ground so that you can be in a position. Although we did, Nine, see a fair few flanking crabs, kind of taking the off angles, moving over to the side where they weren't going to be bothered by anybody. And that maintains its importance in Turf War, where you need to get those areas that are not going to have team fights take place in them very often, but can give you an advantage in multiple senses, not only playing the objective, but also playing somewhere that's going to be just out of range, so you can use the superb 2 different firing modes of that crab tank to its fullest advantage.
It's so well put by you, and we've seen, as you noted here, depending on the stage that's being played on in the area, there aren't always a lot of options for your opponent coming back into the fight. And we talk so much about, you know, herding the players into specific positions. Part of the reason why players like Lobster, who are playing these AoE weapons, are able to put up these big numbers, it's not by accident that 2 or 3 players are bunched up in the same spot and those AoE players are able to make it work. It is wonderful when you can see they're moving left, and then the AoE player crashes in and closes it out. So, you know, there's a few weapons currently on the stage that I think will have an opportunity to do that. The Splatana Stamper we haven't gotten to talk at all about over the course of the, I guess, admittedly only a couple sets that we've gotten to discuss, but I've always felt that's a very, very strong choice for Turf War, especially once it gets in. It can snowball in a great way, and it's one of the few weapons, Zach, because of that Zipcaster, that can dive in and take out a high priority target from anywhere on the stage.
And we saw just what it takes. It is a very high skill ceiling special to use. The Zipcaster, you need to, in a very short amount of time for a special, get somewhere high so you have visibility of where the enemy is setting up. Pick a target that you'll be able to get to and is relatively high priority. Actually zip over to them unaccosted and be able to take them out. And we've seen some nice combos, some layering in. You get that shot in and you maybe get the indirect of that landing damage coming in. And we have seen just some beautiful plays and being able to turn on a dime, just as you need to be able to with the other Splatana and Mid-Cavitator style weapons, is so crucial to making it work. And it is a decently ink-hungry weapon, so you are going to have to be careful, especially if you are deigning to use burst bombs as part of the combos that I was alluding to earlier. It is very nice, and for Wahoo World, that traversal ability is going to really come into effect, because there, as we have already mentioned from the first set that we saw, there is so much room and real estate to cover on this stage. You are probably not going to get anywhere close to crossing it all in just one Zipcaster.
No, and for those of you who are just joining us, it is the biggest stage in the game by turfable area. So if both of these teams end up bringing a reflux in, don't be surprised if it takes them a good couple of, maybe not a couple of minutes, but it'll feel like a couple of minutes to get back into the fight. And we don't have to speculate or guess much longer. Here we go. Taking a look at the composition, it's going to be Ku who is playing that role for one side, and it appears okay. It's going to actually be the sticker Splatana Stamper variant. It's going to be the mini Splatling Rattler, and Tsuruyu, of course, going to be playing those custom dually Squelchers, because Zach, as much as the super jumps can, sometimes fall by the wayside when these other modes are coming up where they don't necessarily hit the target that you're hoping for, here, the whole stage is the target.
And it really did come into effect a little bit in some of the Turf War matches that we got to see. It does really, especially on Crab Lake Capital, where we saw it used to take over the court area where you're on the grates. You don't want to move too far forward. You can have a similar strategy here, as we see that Stickers moving forward unabashedly, trying to take out said custom dually Squelchers, and they will. Very important for a large stage like this one to have Squid Beacons as well, which joins with that Super Chump on the custom dually Squelchers. We also see the Ink Brush, I believe, Nouveau coming out, which is going to have the Ultra Stamp. So again, using the range. We don't see a ton of players just fully using the running part of that special. We see them throw it as quickly as they can to get a pick.
Well, why not? Throw it out there, force some people away, and then continue your job. Your job is to make it difficult for the opponent to know where the target is. And Zach, I'm already starting to see that. How much of this game has the Tenmangetsu squad actually just been kind of firing at Tsuruyu? It feels like the entire game trying to pin down that custom dually Squelchers. They finally do pin that down, which should give an opportunity, but a nice special here to slow down any sort of momentum. And as you noted, Zach, a large stage, you sometimes have to get 2 or 3 players down to really start to move up. I like the way they've been very diligent with the way they move. They've kind of taken 2 or 3 out. You see they're giving a lot of respect to the other players here. This mini Splatling trying to take out Etana. Etana's instead going to get back behind them here. It's Pandemonium as they now move back and still find a way to get away, simply taking players' eyes away from the center of the stage.
Playing bumper cars with a beacon before accosting this Snipe Rider. They're not going to get anything out of it. They will reposition the Snipe Rider, and both players have brought that to the table here as we get into our final minute. So displacing them and moving them away. We saw one for, I believe, Tenmangetsu just playing on that back red wall. They still kind of are as the Booyah Bomb comes out for etonyanzu. And now we see the Booyah Bomb, although you're in a tough position here, barely throws it over that lip. They were eye level with it and didn't really have a great angle, but are just trying to get as much of that stage control as they can and falling back to get the perennial tactical rebuff here. So it's going to take a little bit of work here for a Tenmangetsu squad that 9 has mostly stayed pushed back. Now maybe a little bit of room at their disposal to push forward.
Well, they certainly have enough time, and that's a big, big shot to get. Ku going out there means that this player is going to be able to run right on forward there. Now opts to go back. Maybe there's another fight. I think there was a lot of turf there to be had. Maybe Etana was just too much pressure with Tsuruyu there as the running mate. That's going to be the Rattler taken down, and Zach, just 10 seconds left. This is absolutely etonyanzu's game. A weird scuffle there that kind of ended this out. It's victory laps at this point. The large stage with the very mobile weapons. You saw etonyanzu's game plan from the word go.
Not often you see a player run around more than they do swim around, and that's exactly what that Ink Brush Nouveau was doing. 71 percentage points on the board for an etonyanzu squad that is looking super strong with a weapon composition that has a little bit of the traditional and a little bit of the fictional, if you will, stuff that doesn't come out all that often. How often do you see weapons with ink mines at the table? But we saw that coming out there, and it played its part beautifully, right? You saw it come through, take out the beacons that you know were going to be relied upon quite heavily, move around, and just get the call-outs. They were even allowing their Snipe Rider player to breathe, and we saw them spam "come on," signal their players to kind of push forward and get into that mid area. So it gives you a way to kind of scout without something like a 10 missiles or a killer whale, which is going to give you a general position of where the enemy is on the stage.
And again, we talked about kind of the large stage point and how long it can take you to build up any real reasonable amount of turf to start mounting your comeback here. When you're trying to fire at that brush, as you've noted, and the custom dually squelcher on the other side, I mean, even if you trade turf with them over and over, if you don't close them out, you've kind of achieved very little. And that's the frustrating part. If one of them gets behind you, we talked about it earlier, and even during that game, as long as one person is back behind you on that stage, you do have to go back and see to that threat. At some point, they will come and collect on the flank, and all the work that you've done will be for naught. So if there's one nice thing for Tenmangetsu there, you're not going to have to worry about that stage again. Now, looking at their composition, I'm not entirely sure where they would prefer to go. Again, it wasn't the largest stable of weapons that they had listed in their weapon pools. Again, those are not 100% always. They're not bound to the weapons that they have chosen there. But I'll be interested in seeing where they opt to go on the Switch and if they've got something else prepped.
Wow, and we get to see just how quickly we get into our next game. 7 out of the 8 players were readied up almost instantly there, so I would foresee not that many changes. Ku going over to the hero dualies, so that is going to give you a way to still have that crab tank, and we already saw this stage played. We saw the usage for the uninkable tarps and how far forward you can play. I think that was on actually the radio cast, so maybe people didn't see it, but they hopefully heard it as the Slosher was the one occupying that area. We do see the return of the CDS as well, so that's going to be a double dually composition. And 9 on the opposite side of things, the Rattler there, the Stickers is still there, and of course, it is going to be the pencil v pencil battle here.
Yeah, all systems go from a compositional side here. Tenmangetsu should feel right at home on Hagglefish. As you've noted here, every piece of this composition, I should think, would be exactly what you'd want to bring. No changes necessary whatsoever. The Rattler, they're just I won't even call it overextending at the time. You're trying to push up with your team, but as these fights start to take a little longer, it means that you're not able to close things out. You can get picked off on some sides. Jikotan still fighting it out here, not even bothering to turf around, playing this like it's splat zones. Treating it is taking the other players out. Let your reflux take the turf instead. Move up there, push forward there. Lovely stuff here. Etonyanzu really, I think, after getting pushed back far at the start there, Zach, found a couple of picks and wasted no time pushing up. They're already up underneath the drop, and there's a crab tank to boot.
Yeah, the specials are already way forward. We see the natural placement of the super chump there. We talked about how on Crab Leg it was put in the court areas near the spawn. Same type of placement here on a Hagglefish market, as the Stickers is finding some way that they can peek out. They're betraying their position, though, as it looks like the pencils already spotted them, and they are effectively just building up what they can of their Booyah Bomb without going down. Their teammates not following suit, and they go down shortly after. That is a wipeout. And 9, it's so fascinating because you're effectively fighting a 3v4. Your reflux milk this whole time is sat all the way back, making sure your spawn in the back half of the stage is picture perfect, and they're still making great work of a limited number of manpower.
Well, all you're trying to do there is have them fire at somebody else, and then as soon as somebody pokes out or the fight lasts a little bit too long, that's when Chikotan can go ahead and take one of those players out. Now, finally, both of the dualies are out. You got rid of Studio, and then you got rid of Ku, so you have earned the right to move on to your own drop into your own tent. Now the question becomes, now we're tacticalered up, where are we going to try to dive? Are any players going to present themselves to us as an opportunity to take one out? Right there, you saw one move over to the right, nothing doing here. I don't know that the pencil's going to be able to find one of these players. Maybe had an opportunity, but waited just a little too long, wasn't able to close it out. Now they got an assist. I think someone was working on that left side. And Zach, there should be an opportunity here. They've got enough players on that left side. Now it's just a matter of if they load it or not.
Yeah, etonyanzu losing a couple members at a very inopportune time, and the Crab is going to go down too to the Inkzuka, so a great shot there, as that's well worth it from, I believe, the mini Splatling, but they are going to lose 3 members as well with 10 seconds to go. This may give etonyanzu more than enough time to clean things up. They had it locked down pretty well advanced. The dually squelcher is going to get another pick there in the waning seconds of this one. We'll have to go to the overhead to see if this last-ditch effort from Tenmangetsu was enough. It does not appear to be. And with 63% to 33, etonyanzu will finalize this one. They falter for just a little bit in that 30-second crucial mark. And 9, we see double dualies come out. On top of that, it brings back, the changes that we saw for Rainmaker in the league, where we saw Dapple dualies come out. That also had the Squid Beacon, and I'm seeing just how important Squid Beacon is compositionally to these teams to make sure that if they do lose somebody, they have beacons in places that are not going to be easily found unless you're roaming the stage with an ink brush Nouveau, as we saw in game number 1, but that you can get back into the action without having to rely on super jumping to a teammate.
It's so true. We started to see it on specific Splat Zone stages as well, in addition to Rainmaker, but the value that is granted when you have a way back into an effective position for free, it can't be overstated. I mean, game after game, we've talked about some of these stages, you just don't have that many options to get back in. When there's a crab tank sitting on one side, when there's a rattler sitting on one side, just waiting to hit you with a Trizuka. Again, if you have a way to bypass all that and jump back into one of those positions, it completely changes the dynamic of the game. It's such a great point by you. And you talk about the dualies as a whole. I think that the Splat dualies, just the regular variant Splat dualies, are one of the best weapons for turf war because of those sorts of situations where you can get a jump in either to somebody else's beacon or to one of your teammates, and then suddenly you've rolled away and now the opponent just has no idea where the attack is coming from or where they should worry about attacking. And as a little history lesson for those of you who may not be aware, kokuō right there, and the reason why I smile so much, kokuō on the, at the time, end parry Splat dualies, Zach, this was the original solo queue killer. Before Chocopero was out doing it, the first player to get, I believe, 2,800 in every mode at one time with those dualies. I mean, kokuō is a legend in every aspect. So to see kokuō come back out and play those dualies, it's kind of like, maybe not, you know, the 23 Bulls jersey going back on out there for another game, but I mean, we'll say the 34 Los Angeles Lakers, maybe. I mean, we could say that instead. So for all of you non-sports people there, it's a legend grabbing the weapon that made him famous and coming back and still getting it done.
About to say, now we put 9 on the board for the sports references, so I'm not alone.
And it was
in this
basketball
endeavor.
too. Why did I waste it on basketball?
And the end parry Splat dualies, you could argue, one of the casualties of moving from Splatoon 2 to 3, where you do not see that variant nearly as often. The vanilla has really taken over and has maintained that kind of king of the hill presence in terms of just having a fantastic kit that has stood the test of time. Suction Bomb continues to be an amazing sub-weapon. Crab Tank, we've seen just how much players love to use it in all types of scenarios. You get high ground with it, and you dominate from there. You go off to the side, and you get these off angles. And just having, going back to the point of effectively playing 3v4s when you're ahead and pressing your advantage. If 2 of those 3 players are dualies that are rolling around and making it that much more difficult to be hit, it becomes so difficult to maintain the target priority, to lock on to that opponent that you want multiple of your team members to try and quash. And so when you're trying to get out of your spawn area and you have people rolling around, building up their special that entire time, especially if it's something that can get a crab tank, or even with the super jump there on the CDS, that's going to give you coverage in that court area to maintain your advantage. At the worst, it's going to distract and take time away from pushing back. And that may even have been what held up Tenmangetsu when they did get that couple player advantage, where etonyanzu able to come back in also with the help of the beacons and clean things up pretty easily from there.
You know, as if the theme of the night is nostalgia for some of these old legends, you talking about that kind of reminds me of some of the old low-key Splatoon compositions from way back in the day, where you'd have Chara on the Brellas and you'd have Tetsu on the Bamboo at the time.
Yeah.
And I remember watching that composition and just being like, you know, it feels weird, but if everyone is just firing their gun at that Brella, like, it's so easy for the Bamboo to just walk up, pop a couple shots, take a couple players out, and then you're off and running at that point. And it's the same sort of idea. I mean, how many times did we see the long fight get kind of crashed in upon by Chikotan with the great positioning there with that pencil? So you see exactly what the strategy is, what that team's going to try to make work. You would assume that they'll certainly move into the later parts of this bracket, and we'll see what they have to bring. Update for you. Lobstar has joined the caster's desk now. So Hemi on his 7th partner over the course of this tournament. Now Lobstar is trying hand at the commentary. Leave some for the rest of us, buddy. That's all I can say there, is you've got your lane as incredibly mechanically skilled. Let the rest of us have something. But Man, what a show this has been already thus far.
You are not so fortunate, Nine. You do not have a rotating cast of high-level players to join you to talk about their experiences. At least this time, I am still hoping that the high player wheel of fortune, if you will take off as an idea at the upcoming lands. I know you'll likely be at Riptide this year, so any way that we can get a life-sized or even larger than life wheel that we can spin just right next to the casting desk would be beautiful to see. So as we await again the next opponent here, or the next match to take place in Pool B9, can't understate the efficacy of etonyanzu so far. They've done such a great job of playing together, and the strategies have started to emerge. That was one of the big questions, Nine, that we started with when we opened up the broadcast today, was how different is it going to be from what we've seen in Turf War on the Western side? How different are the strategies outside of the weapon compositions? And to a part, they're relatively equal. We've seen a lot of compositions that have matched over, still lots of Snipe Rider, still some Slosher and 52, a Crab Tank weapon. Some new advents as well. They really keep that Reflux player back. Players like Ice, when they swapped over to the Reflux, they were playing it aggressively. They were barely hanging back. Maybe the first opening seconds of the game, they were making sure that spawn was painted, but they would not go back unless they were sent there. And Ice, for example, the rest of the time was trying to take as many down with them as they could. It's much later. It's a slower burn so far for these Japanese teams, as they are more than equipped with usually a Snipe Rider and a couple of offensive weapons to, again, press that advantage.
Well, I mean, the ideal, I think, if you could build out your team as you would want it here, is you'd want someone comfortable on Reflux who can contribute beyond simply sitting way back and turfing. They need to be able to hold their own in a fight. You, of course, would have your Snipe Rider, and then at that point, you would sort of change based on what was working for you. If it was going to be a Slosher and a Stamper, if it was going to be a Slosher and a Dualies, or a Stamper and a Dualies. You'd want your frontline duo who could run really well together, and that was sort of the ideal. What's been fun to see, and one of the reasons why I think Turf War can be really interesting to analyze, because you do get to see all those 3 minutes, is it gives the teams more opportunities to play to what their composition strengths are. And in a lot of the other modes, sometimes you don't get to see that to the same level, because frankly, sometimes the games just end too quickly, or what works on the stage is simply so compressed that you don't get the opportunity to see them spread out as much. Here you get to see some different ideas in the way that it moves through. So again, I keep going back to the Double Dynamo that we watched earlier. One of the reasons why we asked Melon and the rest of 4 primary colors what was so difficult about fighting that, because you're not gonna see that a lot in some of these other modes, I would wager. And so fun to see it, especially on stages that you're familiar with, as that one was.
It looks like we are getting some team members in. We do, of course, have Etsunaku, Tsuryu, and Chikotan still in the lobby here. We are going to take a look, and I believe this is going to be Victory is a Matter of Luck coming in as the opponent for etonyanzu there. I am seeing Shio-chan Neru is going to be one of the players there on the opposing side of things. So we'll have to take a look at their record as well so far through the pools. Again, we're looking at Pool B9 so far as the opponent here, and as the actual pool itself progresses. I think the match that we spectated was the only one that has finished so far. So getting into game or match 2 out of a possible 3 here to still set things up here, 9.
Well, not gonna have to wait too long. This is shōbo wa toki no. Yeah, that should be right. I'll double check here.
The other team is Sleepy. The other team is neruneru.
Neruneru. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that one you're familiar with, of course. Yep. Arochi, one of the other squads, Ichi, and then Kasumi Shiwayu. Yeah, that's what Kasumi is what we're gonna call that one if it's short here. Because man, whenever the vowels get matched up together, there, I simply can't. Even if I can read it, I can barely say it. Struggle with one language. Getting into another one tonight is only getting more difficult as time goes on. But Here we go. Taking a fight here is Robo Ramen. We saw the double dynamo earlier. That will be being announced. Switching over to the S-Blast, interestingly enough. And a little more of a conventional match on the other side. There is going to be a couple of Dooley Squelchers, but it's going to be from Orochi and not going to be from Studio this time.
Yeah, blend and meta that we've already seen so far in these matches. Because that perfect sort of blend that you were looking for in Turf War between Squid Beacon and Super Chump that gives you the return to battle. Although shorter stage here, there is sort of, again, this lower underbelly of the stage, but you definitely have some room to maneuver around in. You can play that very nicely. The custom Dooley Squelcher will go down. The Slosher following with that. So it is going to be, I believe, etonyanzu starting this one out decently strong, Nine.
Fighting it out and really not even wasting any time getting in there. And I think now we're starting to see a little bit more of why Sudi went with this weapon. It's just a little bit more pressure that can assist with some of these fightings. And I guess if you don't feel like you have the wide range to roll around with the custom Dooley Squelchers, it makes sense. S-Blast absolutely loves it here, just enough there. Kind of a wreck. They always say Burst Bomb stronger on land. Go ahead and fire a couple shots the other way. And now, just kind of looking at the tools that are available to shōbo Toki no Un, you have, I would say, the special composition to break your way out. The real question is, what are you going to do to move the pencil player here? Chikotan, a Booyah Bomb will certainly get the job done. But again, one player jumps in, takes that out, and Zach, every time they finally do take one player down, the second member of etonyanzu is rotated over to make things difficult. Now, finally, they have forced the two out. That means you've moved the backline away, and you can start your own attack.
Yeah, the pencil rotating around that pillow or cushion, making sure that they could survive, and they get out with their life, but not before shōbo Toki no Un is going to get in with the triple ink strike, and the custom Dooley Squelcher will have the super chump online as we get closer and closer to the minute point of this one. Not going to waste any time in deploying it either, as we see, I believe, the Booyah Bomb may be coming out relatively shortly here, and now moving forward. So far, shōbo Toki no Un a little bit shaky at the start. No wonder with a team like etonyanzu doing so well in their first match, but now it looks like etonyanzu having trouble breaking out. They do have the tactical rebuff, but they're not getting the pick that they wanted with the S-Blast, and this CDS causing a bit of havoc.
Yeah, rotating out maybe a little early. I guess there wasn't a whole lot of assistance there, so they had to move back. I like the use of this Booyah Bomb to slow down etonyanzu's push back out, and they've even got the triple ink strike for the same thing. That's two specials not getting a whole lot of value, but Zach, they should have an opportunity to maybe shark reposition here. I think the big question now is, where are the targets? They've been rotating around trying to find the members of etonyanzu. They have not presented themselves. Now, finally, the trap has been set, but they got out into the crab, and again, it's Chikotan moving forward, taking a player out, firing, and I think the rest of the members will follow suit shortly. This is a nice Booyah Bomb with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, Booyah Bomb coming out here. They're still going to have the tactical rebuff for a little bit longer. Can they find anybody? That's going to be the pencil being taken out, and that will help paint the ground in favor of shōbo Toki no Un. Will they have indeed luck on their side to bring themselves victory after their namesake? It's looking decently close, but shōbo Toki no Un able to get into mid, and that will matter. A 5-point differential leads into the victory here. For victory is a matter of luck as they take game one away from etonyanzu, and Nine, maybe we'll have to see for the first time them taking a loss if etonyanzu is going to have to shake things up a little bit.
Well, they'll have to shake things up, and for saying that it was luck, I have to give a lot of credit to them for being as patient as they were, because that whole time we said they're using their specials to hold down the main street area of where the opponent is going to drop down. We've talked about it over and over. In this tournament, in every tournament that we see Robo Ramen, you've got to lock down the street. They use their specials to lock down the street. Well done there. That forces the members of etonyanzu to kind of attack from some of these awkward angles. And when we did spectate Chikotan getting the nice shot there to close things out, it meant that the other members of shōbo Toki no Un were actually moving around on the other side, winning some of those fights. They had the tactical loop in their favor, and they closed it out after what was a really, really rough opening minute 10, somewhere in there. I think they did a fantastic job remaining patient, and they were rewarded with those opportunities.
It's one of those stages that can be quite difficult to get out of if you're taking the conventional path and you're not falling to the left to that lower portion. It can be a very narrow and tight hallway, and I was just as surprised as you were when the custom Dooley Squelcher backed off and kind of allowed etonyanzu to come in a little bit more. I was questioning the decision, but it really worked out in their favor, allowed them, when they got those picks in mid, to really keep that control going. And once again, seeing the trend of being pretty quick to get into the next stage come through, as we are right back to Hagglefish Market.
Well, here we go. Yeah, I was wondering if Suryu was going to switch back over to those. The custom dually squelchers out for Suryu, and Aruchi going to use those as well. So for all of you custom dually squelchers fans out there, this is the match for you. Otherwise, not a whole lot of changes here, and why would you? Simply fight it out in the center, wait for the time to jump in, and so far, the jockeying for position not super surprising. Earlier, we saw the pencils absolutely wreak havoc earlier. This time, it's going to be shōbo toki no Un and their pencil player who will be moving forward. A nice showing there by Shio-chan and the rest of the squad. That's another one going out, and Zach, momentum has shifted so drastically from how that first game started.
Exactly. The thematics from game one really turned on their head now, as we see an early start from shōbo toki no Un, the pencil having to get back a little bit. They are having to regroup now, and the big difference is going to be the only difference in composition between these two teams, the slosher versus those hero dualies, the splat dualies, effectively, as we see that tactical and the beacons come out. So again, trying to get back into mid and control this mid area. It provides nice straight sight lines for your pencil that you want to be playing around this box, such a common area, and you do have some ways to get away from a nice dodging ability there to get out of the Crab Tank's alternate fire. Unfortunately, that will give up quite a chunk of map space, as now we see etonyanzu pushing forward and even using that Booyah Bomb to the left of that spawn area.
Yeah, jump all the way out. Maybe had another spot to move to, but there instead, I see why now. You jump out here to make sure that this area is absolutely your color. We have seen in some of the other games how important it is, and really how the players put a premium on making sure it is pristine up near their spawn area. But for the first time, we've seen etonyanzu have a nice breakout here. They've again rotated back, pretty patient here, and again, we've talked about it over and over, Zach, the way that these teams will wait it out for the right opportunity. 3 down looks like a pretty good opportunity to me. They're going to push all the way forward. Suryu chasing down Shio-chan. Shio-chan is going to get out there, and Ku is actually going to go down in the scrum. Chikotan collecting there, but maybe a slight overextension by etonyanzu is going to give shōbo toki no Un an opportunity once again.
Yeah, we're seeing the conventional issue of, okay, if you're on the back foot, if you're defending, you have to use these alleyways to try and get picks. So if you have a weapon that can use that range, all the better. But if not, you have to kind of play safely while still pushing back against the oppressive force that etonyanzu was putting on. Now, shōbo toki no Un doing a great job of getting back into it. Their reflux going on the offensive. It's a 2v1 against the custom dually squelcher that may be won by the one. I think a trade there to cap off a basically 1v2 trade, if you will, as we see shōbo toki no Un. They have the super chump at the ready, waiting for the right time to use it, getting rid of the super chump that comes out from etonyanzu much earlier, but that doesn't help if you don't use it before you go down, so they lose it with 10 seconds left. All the other specials online. That's the pencil going down too for shōbo toki no Un, but they've retained a fair bit of purple in the middle of the stage here. Did etonyanzu do enough to hold it down? You can see a few tri-strikes in their spawn, and that will go over by just a percentage point to shōbo toki no Un, sweeping through etonyanzu 2-0.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, any one of those fights at the end of the game, Zach, goes the other way, and that flips the game on its head. That time, Zach, I'm willing to grant them the parable that they have placed into their name, of victory being a matter of luck sometimes. Because, again, you never want to say that a fight comes down to luck, but certainly that game, you fall on a bomb slightly differently, your Booyah Bomb doesn't land, a matter of a percentage point, as you said, Zach. So, shōbo toki no Un taking out the presumptive favorite of their pool. I mean, certainly the reason that we spectated this pool was so we could watch this team, and am just so impressed. I mean, it's a conventional composition. You know why it's strong. And we talked about how you would build out your kit if you had the opportunity. It would look a lot like the shōbo wa toki no un. We really didn't even get to talk a whole lot about the slosher and the plays that were being made there, but those triple ink strikes so nicely placed, as you pointed out. And we're going to have to see here. Etonyanzu's not going to be able to rest at all. They're going to have to win this next set if they want to really punch their ticket in, because with the way that shōbo wa toki no un played there, Zach, you'd have to think that they're now looking at probably a 2-0 through their portion thus far in this pool.
And the slosher was kind of the pivotal difference. That may have even been the 1% discrepancy, because my casting there at the end revolved around, okay, etonyanzu gets their super jump out, all well and good. That's around 17 seconds remaining. At around 10 seconds remaining, shōbo wa toki no un's custom dually squelchers still holding on to their super jump. They go down with it. They also had their pencil player go down around the same time. Of course, that's not going to provide you much turf or too much value with 10 seconds remaining, but your slosher stays alive. And that does have a special that is going to put ink on the ground. It's going to paint the area that you need. And whether it was in that spawn area or somewhere else closer to mid, that those triple ink strikes come through, because that's one of your remaining players that can put out a fair bit of turf. They do a great job at winning over the 1% that was needed to take down Etonyanzu 2-0. So a bit of a surprise coming through in Pool B9 here as we start to check on maybe some of the other matches as well that have taken place in that pool. Could we potentially see even another 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 three-team fiasco here? That triangle that we saw in just, I believe, one or two other pools. It would be crazy to see multiple teams with a winning record not be able to make it out of their pools. But hey, sometimes that's just how the tournament works.
Yeah, somehow it's how it works. And we'll see, Zach. I think Pool B9 would be anything but benign. So there you go. That's, yeah, that was low-hanging fruit that I was wondering when you were going to jump on at some point. But happy midnight to all of our CST viewers. Welcome to the next day. So happy midnight to everyone. We're still going strong here. I won't say I'm hitting my second win just yet, but the first win ain't quite done, so we'll continue to move forward. The results have not actually been reported thus far from a lot of our pool's results, so unfortunately, Zach saying we are waiting was not simply, hot air and ambling. It was absolutely trying to stall for some sort of clarity as this goes on. We can go ahead and watch the mainstream. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. I believe Nexus is playing right now, one of our top-seeded teams in one of our other pools, and they have been playing hot thus far. Eeltail Alley, and I think now, okay, Nexus is currently tied 1-1 with Chimu Kameshiron. So, Kameshiro. I swear I know what that's from. Anyway, fighting it out now here in the center, Zach. We've got a Crab Tank working off on Eeltail here in our game 3 and just trying to make sense of it all as it goes in. It's one down on each side. It's a scramble, 1 minute left. This will be the game that determines this set.
Yeah, another radio cast here as we see a couple of weapons that we haven't seen before coming out against the opponent of Nexus. The Squeezer, one of them, and we are going to be spectating them right now. They have the Trizuka, not hitting any shots, and they will go down on the high ground. The other weapon being the Vanilla Blaster. So we've seen multiple Blaster iterations at different points today. The Vanilla Blaster coming out now with that big bubbler. We have seen multiple teams rely on that shielding as we see Next kind of sharking around, waiting for the opportunity to strike that S-Blast. Got the direct with the burst bomb, and they will have to get out of dodge and dump their 9. Nexus for now holding on, but it looks like some resistance being put on.
And this, again, very important here. Nexus actually did win their first set, so this could be one that determines a lot. Shito's going to be able to jump out here. Nice shots, at least trying to ward these players off as we enter the last 15 seconds. Taking a look there, a lovely direct, but gets jumped on immediately as soon as it happens here. The Squeezer now moving forward. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's an awful lot of players here that can have something to say in the center of it. It's a scramble. Multiple people going down to point-blank directs. And the players right now, I think, even a little uncertain. Everyone's still leaning forward. Let's see it, Judd. And just again, it's another 48 to 49. Chimu Kameshiron is going to get the victory there. Both sides stunned. Zach, is that the fourth 48 to 49 we've seen? I think
Chameleon, the way that they are blending into scores that we've seen in the past, doing so well there. to clean it up with just a percentage point at their disposal. It is so interesting to see Eel Tail Alley and the way that it just kind of devolves into playing around all these little obstacles that are in the middle of the stage once the reflux and the milk has been overwhelmingly the popular choice today, by the way. I think maybe 1 or 2 vanillas coming out, but the milk has been far and away the popular choice of the day. And by that point in the match, by that final 30 seconds or even the final 10 seconds that we got to see, they are fully in the scrum that takes place in the middle of the stage. And that is what also makes me so curious, is what lends itself to those little 1% differentials there, because we've seen teams, Nine, that we thought would very cleanly take out their opposition, and they have either lost or won by the thinnest of margins.
I mean, that's Turf War, baby. Whatever your feelings on the mode are, it does mean that in those last seconds, those big scrambles, you really see the players who are able to, one, of course, identify the high priority targets. We talked earlier about the leverage point that the slosher gives you at the end. Of course, we know if you can take out the enemy turfing weapon, that's of course very strong too. So it's the players who are able to make the most of that chaos in the heat of the moment. It's how quickly can you win the fights at the end, and typically the players who are composed in those moments and can execute are rewarded. And I think there's something to be said for that high leverage moment at the end that Turf War creates, where those really, really strong players are rewarded at a proportional rate, provided that you've played the rest of it well. It is not a coincidence that we've seen 49 to 48. What, again, 3 or 4 times in the 10-ish games that we've gotten to spectate, if you count our radio games, Zach. I mean, these players know when and how to attack.
Well, quick shout out to Milana, our co-caster on the Splatoon 3 North American League, for rating in. We appreciate your patronage. And Nine, we did get a brief glimpse of the change of the guard for the Japanese cast. It did look like there was going to be another tri-cast unfolding over on that side. So the revolving wheel, the carousel, if you will, of high-level players tuning in to take on the studio, as you called it, continues to revolve as we continue to wait for our next match that is going to happen in Pool B9. As it looks like maybe some players, 1 or 2 at least, starting to come in to the lobby.
I believe that's Reimaru and Nagora who have joined in now. So there you go. That is 8 co-commentators, 8 or 9 co-commentators now that Hemi has dealt with over the course of this. I gotta say, this is incredible. I love this so much. I mean, just bring in another caster for every single set. What could possibly go wrong? It's a lot of fun, a lot of fun. So for those of you keeping score at home, we're waiting to see the teams that'll join in at this point. It is etonyanzu that we're going to continue to spectate and follow through. So, Zach, I believe that means the only team that we have left to spectate that we haven't seen yet would be neruneru.
Yeah, sleepy neruneru coming in. I see Rion already in the lobby here. We have Makabifu, Sota, and Nerumeido are going to be the remaining teammates there to see what they can do against an etonyanzu team that has looked up and down. You know, a lot of expectations on them. Was looking forward to seeing how well they would do, and they've won 1, lost 1, I believe. So this is a very important matchup for them. Still best of 3, still locked to 1 randomly of the 7 selected stages. And so far, 9, the randomness, if you will, has leaned on just a few of those stages pretty overwhelmingly. Lots of eel tail, lots of hagglefish, lots of Wahoo World, and just a smattering of Undertow Spillway.
Ocean Underpass was on this list if you were watching our stream to this point. So it, we'll see if that one comes up. Absolutely huge if it does end up being played. I think one of the bigger stages, and certainly one where you kind of have fights in, I would say, 3 very distinct segments of the stage. It sort of does a nice job of dividing itself up. So we'll see if that does end up approaching at this point. But Zach, I was looking back. Neruneru lost their first set 0-2 to victory is a matter of luck. So again, losing there, again, no surprise. So if they want any chance at keeping in this, they really need this victory over etonyanzu. On the other side, if etonyanzu gets this victory at this point, they've all but punched their ticket in at this point, given these results. So need to lock in, need to fight this out and make something happen here, get to the next stage right now, kind of put that loss behind you. We'll see what the loadout is at this point. We glanced at it very briefly here. Something of a pretty normal composition I would expect here, even on Eel Tail. I suppose the question will be, will it be the custom dually squelchers coming out of Tsuryu or not? And on the other side, we may finally see some dapple dually. Zach, you called for him earlier, and it is at least based on the card in the cards for Sleepy.
Yeah, and not really any alternate weapons to speak of. Of course, the Reflux Milk is going to be making its umpteenth appearance on the broadcast, I'm sure. And the Splatter Shot is one choice for an offensive angle that we have not yet seen. Maybe Sota hoping to be the tip of the spear there to help with a weapon in the Dapple Dualies that has been much more supportive, has to play at those super close ranges. So you might think they are going to play highly aggressive here. They do not have really any range at all until that Splat Dualies gets into the Crab Tank, and you are on Eel Tail Alley going to want to make sure that they have access to that high ground to be able to see anyone that they can take on. On the opposite side of things, you will still likely see a mirror in a couple of those areas. Of course, the Milk and maybe those Splat Dualies as well on the side of etonyanzu. So as we wait for just one more player, the quote-unquote randomness still continuing to favor Eel Tail. Nice to kind of come off of the radio cast on this stage and continue on to it for a new game in a visible stage for the viewer as we get set for our third of 3 rounds here in pool number B9.
All right, take a breath, everybody. On one side, okay, we've got a whole big shift here that we'll talk about on this side. It will be the Dapple Dualies. So this is the comp that was promised by neruneru. So once this comp gets in, as Zach noted, it's going to be really difficult to deal with. Not so easy to get in here, especially if Chikotan is playing hot. But it is Ku who's going to be switching over to the Forge Splattershot Pro. And Zach, of all the weapons that we've seen sort of a mini renaissance for, I would argue over the North American League, very few weapons received the love that the Splattershot Pro family did. It seems like every team had at least one player using it, but we don't see it all that often in this particular mode. Turf War not usually the best friend of the Splattershot Pro class.
Yeah, it's another weapon classes. We see a great double there on the Crab Tank, where one of the 3 weapons does not get much love, that being the vanilla Splattershot Pro. In this case, we saw a ton of Forge and a decent amount of Pro Frozen as well. One other thing to note, Rion going over for neruneru to the vanilla Reflux 450. So they're prioritizing the 10 missiles as their special. And with the, again, linear way that this stage is set up, the Curling Bomb may allow them some greater entry, but you don't need the Squid Beacon because you have the Dapple Dualies that is taking on that role for you. So you're not locked to the Milk. As we see that Tactical Cooler come out, it's going to be placed on top of the pillow. So nice placement there. Can be accessed from the high ground or a low ground, but etonyanzu doing what they do best and locking it down so far with that new addition of the Pro, as you mentioned.
It's just a little more range, and it's such a nice pick to have as well, because again, if you can identify where the attacks are going to come from this double dually comp, you know that you're not going to have to worry about range. Their longest range weapon probably is that Reflux here at the very, very tip of it, which is not usually where you want. And yeah, at this point, Chikotan can almost just stand in the center, Zach, and continue to snipe away at players. Anyone who tries to come up this top bridge is certainly not going to get to Chikotan, as long as they protect and make sure no one can dive too far down the center here. A couple more hits, collect your assist, and I mean, this is going to be rinse and repeat at this point. They need to find a different avenue here. This top has to be closed.
Well, if you were looking for places to put your tactical, or both teams are tuned in to the placement on top of the pillow strat, as we see a relatively split map here, but it's going to be 2 going down on the side of neruneru. That's not what they want. They are hanging on to this crab, but that's taken out as well. Immediately blasted there by the Snipe Rider 5H, and that is really going to create an opening here for etonyanzu if they did not have one already. Firmly in control of this bridge. They do lose their Ink Brush, so a bit maybe of an overextension or just not able to get the pick that they wanted. And neruneru, a shining grace for them with 30 seconds left to go, is a Crab Tank of their own.
Oh, and they did not see where that Crab Tank was coming from. They would have loved to have pre-fired that. Instead, now they're going to be looking 2 different ways. And look at that. Now, Chikotan's not in a great position either. Someone probably snuck through. They're trying to identify. Etona goes down without collecting a whole lot. They need to take care of this player as well. And on the other side, neruneru has an opportunity to dive forward. Chikotan now going to move forward here on the Snipe Rider as well. Fire it out. 3 go down off stage. That tells you all you need to know. An interesting scramble there at the end, Zach. You saw they finally, after 2.5 minutes, opponents were able to move the Snipe Rider of Chikotan out of the way. That was what they were looking for. They didn't quite have the follow-up, and etonyanzu does hold on a stage that they probably should have been able to hold on, given what Chikotan was giving them with that range.
Yeah, the overview in my mind there of the map kind of doesn't support how emphatic the score ended up being. Effectively 57 to roughly 30 there for etonyanzu, and they had so many moments of dominance. They just were not in as good of positions as we saw earlier, where they were getting so far forward that they were right next to the uninkable bridge and locking it down from there. But they kept strong control of the center of the stage, and that's exactly what you need. That's exactly what is required of you. And etonyanzu has a great Snipe Rider player, multiple important picks, taking down the splat dualies before they could get that crab tank out. You mentioned when they came back and got the crab tank back, it really took etonyanzu by surprise, because again, that is their main element of range. Etonyanzu took on the Forged Splattershot Pro, so they have a way on top of Snipe Rider to counter it. But to have a special that can be so impactful, it has, as we mentioned, stood the test of time. You really need to keep eyes on it. And etonyanzu, that was one of their core competencies, if you will, their key advantages there in that game one that they should likely take to game number 2.
Yeah, it'll be strong pretty much everywhere, and I'll be interested in seeing if neruneru is going to continue running the same composition, because, you know, to the credit of etonyanzu, you know, not pushing super far, they also never really needed to. I mean, aside from Etsuna himself maybe making kind of the deep plays far, they didn't need to push because of the range advantage that they did have. Now, on Wahoo World, you'll certainly have the opportunity to take advantage of the range. The other side of that, though, Zach, is there's no compositional change coming out of neruneru here, is at the very least, now you have so much turf and so many angles to move that maybe the range won't be as big of an issue because, well, there's just too much map.
Well, and we are seeing a weapon variant change, where before we would see the Dapple Dualies that makes a ton of sense, giving you the Tactical and the Squid Beacon. Now we've gone over to the Devoe, so you have the Torpedo that is going to allow you to find where the members are as they get absolutely stomped on by the Ultra Stamp there. But the Reef Slider, it does allow you some traversal, but it is not going to give you the same utility that Tactical would. Now, granted, they do have the NZAP, so it's not as though they are Tactical or less, but they are going to have to be very careful as their Dualies gets taken out by that Inkbrush Devoe. And 9, the last time we saw an Inkbrush on Wahoo World, they were basically running the show, bopping against beacons and taking down anybody that they could find.
Well, keep doing it. Keep doing it until the opponent can prove they stop it there. You know that the follow-up's going to come in here from Tsuryu, so anytime that there's a dive here from the Inkbrush, you have to assume that another player is going to be there. Now they're twerking again to take out this crab tank as well, force him out. But now you're starting to see again the advantage that neruneru's comp does have. You pointed out earlier, this is a different Dualies that is really not particularly concerned with doing anything except for diving and fighting and moving forward over and over and over again. So that will give them at least, I think, a little bit more speed on the attack. A little less range gets taken out there, and almost another by Etsuna. Now we'll go ahead and close it out. This is a rough jump. Etsuna, the Inkbrush, will get a triple. But Zach, that play was really made early on when that crab tank got very little value. All the other members were still separated. Even though they came on those flanks without a core follow-up, they're just going to run into that same wall over and over.
And it's like moths to a flame. You mentioned how the Dapple Nouveau, it's going to be sort of drawing the attention and ire, hopefully, of etonyanzu. On the opposite side, for etonyanzu, their player that's trying to do that is the Inkbrush Nouveau, and that helped to lend itself to that triple. Is basically neruneru was just lining up or jumping in, trying to get them, and they were just taking 1v1s instead of grouping up because they have so much speed and mobility when they run around. The crab tank going to expire there as the Inkline is going to mark them coming out of that crab tank and finds one beacon that they're able to get rid of, but still tons of work to do as we see the danger sign flashing on the side of neruneru. So still lots of stage to be controlled as etonyanzu locking down mid gets them displaced with the Booyah Bomb and the Tenta Missiles. That's 3 specials if you throw in the Tactical or 9 at the same time. The jump-ins will come through, and the Reef Slider getting its time to show out gets the pick as well.
We have swapped positions on the stage right now. Who knows whose spawn is this? There were 2 players jumping in and flanking. Now there's super chumps, and it appears the fights have actually kind of been fairly even in the middle of the stage. The question is, will they run out of time before they can cover up a whole lot of turf? A few more swings here from Etna might make it kind of interesting. Take a look up at the top. I don't know that they were able to sneak enough players out as Etna and the rest of the squad move forward. Judd, sure enough, it will be etonyanzu, not a 49-48 this time. And Zach, you saw really from the get-go, it was rough sledding for neruneru. Every single time they had just a little bit of a foothold, it was the brush coming around, it was the CDS coming around, and every time they tried to stack a couple specials to move through, there just wasn't a whole lot of follow-up. And it was rough from the weapon select screen too, if I'm being honest. That short range, Shikotan was sitting back and picking off over and over.
Yeah, it really was just exactly kind of the way we thought it would be with the compositions. The Dapple Nouveau, a pretty interesting choice there. I'm very surprised they did not lean into more of, the Squid Beacon there, and the Tactical, or even Double Tactical has its place. I don't know for Turf War if it's exactly necessary, but etonyanzu, they proved just how well structured they are, because Ink Brush, again, is taking a lot of attention, and that allows, for example, your custom dually Squelcher to take fights at their optimal range and also just focus on building up as many of those super chumps as they could. I'd love to see and what the results were as far as how many specials they were able to get up during that 3-minute window, because it had to be a decent amount. And neruneru, unfortunately, spending a lot of time just jumping back to the action manually to their teammates, so didn't give them the same advantage. They become more vulnerable as a result, and therefore etonyanzu proving their stuff. 9, you mentioned that this was an important set for them coming into this one 1-1. They come out of it 2-1 in terms of match history, and with a decent shot to move forward into the single elimination portion.
Well, and I'm waiting eagerly to see how the other set that we are not yet watching, which would be between, let's see here. I gotta work up here. It feels like that first set was so long ago, but that set will be very important in determining, again, how this last goes, because victory is a matter of luck, has an opportunity to go 3-0 here. And if that is the case, they would be our top team and potentially the team that we would end up interviewing. So that could be fun. Again, we'll continue to bring those updates to you as quickly as we can. Waiting on these, of course, some of them are moving a little more slowly than the others, but let me continue to move forward here, Zach. I know there's some other matches that have been going on in some of the other pools. We can go ahead and give some folks some updates here. It appears that the mainstream is also in between games, so unfortunately we can't even give you any radio commentary at this moment.
We can take a look at as much progress as we've gotten from our B pools here. Nobody is higher than an 83% in terms of progress. And we did have a lot of them kind of in the same position as we are right now with Pool B9. 2 out of the 3 rounds are completed, just waiting on the rest of round 3's matches to go through. So for the one that does have the most progress in it, Pool B2, SDGs is going to be the team with a 3-0 set victory, 6-1 in terms of game count. We are waiting on one team that has a 1-1 record listed. The team below them is at 1-2. So if they're able to take the victory, has a likely chance to make it. That being Roughneck Shōbo is going to be the team likely to also come out of Pool B2 here, alongside our SDGs being the other one here. Other places, Pool B4 we can go to next. We do already have one team that is at 2-0 that is likely to make it through in Pool B4, that being Splash Watermelon. So a couple of updates for you there as we continue forward. And 9, as 9 mentioned, we will have to keep waiting for the rest of the results to roll in so that we can give you the full picture of who from the suite of B pools will move on to the single elimination portion.
Okay, everybody, we are back for our interview shortly here. We have etonyanzu that we will be interviewing, and that was Ku, Etona, Chikotan, and Suryu. And Zach, I have the starting question I have to ask here, so I'm sorry, I'm going to steal that.
Go ahead, sir. It is all you. I'm very excited to be speaking with them. That was great to see their gameplay, and looking forward to seeing how, with a 2-1 record, they look forward to the single elimination portion of the bracket.
All right. They're gathering the players currently in about a minute. Let's see. Oh, Zach, you need to look up Super Jump. What the...
Oh, yes. That's a good point. What that would be in...
I think it might just be Decoy.
One moment here. Decoy Scatter. Decoy Chirashi.
Yep. Decoy Chirashi. Okay.
Looks like we are almost ready here.
Hello. Can we start the interview right now?
Yes.
Okay, let's start our interview. 今からインタビューを始まります。私が英語を日本語で皆さん日本語で大丈夫です。So please ask any question as you want.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Nine, do you want to go ahead, or do you want me to start?
Chikotan-san, you have many fans in the United States and in Europe. What makes you continue to play Charger after all these years?
Okay, thank you. チコタンさんはヨーロッパでもアメリカでもいっぱいファンがいるんですけれども、何のことでここまでずっとチャージャーを使い続けてきたんですか？
かっこいいからです。かっこいいからです。
ありがとうございます。Because he thinks Charger is really cool, so he continues to play Charger.
Next question. Why do you use Decoy Chirashi, Decoy Scatter, in Turf War over other specials?
The question also goes to Chikotan-san, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. 試合の中でデコイチラシを使った理由は何でしょうか？
デコイチラシ多分
スリューさんでした。すみません。
Thank you, thank you. なんでですか？OK、いきます。たくさんの塗りをステージ上に残すためです。
Because he thinks that using the decoy chirashi can leave lots of inks so that can earn more percentage.
Okay. Etono-san, I met you at the Splatoon World Championships many years ago. Are you still the Flex God?
Okay. エトナさん、ナインさんは前回のスプラトゥーンチャンピオンシップでお会いしたことがあると思うんですけど、今でも何でも武器使いこなせる方ですか？
そうだと思いますね。なんか最初このチームにラクトがいなかったんですけど、もう今ラクトを持ってるぐらい何でも持ってるかなと思います。
ありがとうございます。 So Etona-san still thinks he's a multi-weaponer because like the team, there's no one can use the lacto, and now he's responsible for the lacto to leave lots of inks.
How does it feel performing in a live environment, a live tournament versus playing online?
この質問はクーさん、can I ask this question to Koo-san because he has not respond to any question
Yes,
yet?
of course.
Okay. クーさん、実際で現場で試合することとオンラインで試合することとどういう違いを感じますか？
やっぱりプレイ環境、椅子とかがモニターがちょっと違うので、ちょっと難しいところもありつつ、プロコンも違和感があるので、ちょっと苦戦しました、そこは。
ありがとうございます。So he feels lots of difference with the chair and also the table, and also the Procon was not the one he always using, so he felt a little bit difficult with them.
For anybody, what team are they most excited to fight?
今回の相手のチームの中で誰と一番戦いたいですか？
全部で。
やっぱ三原色、四原色メロンチーム。
So I think they are also very interested in playing with yongen-shoku, which is the team we just interviewed. Yeah.
Last question here. We saw a team using 2 dynamo rollers earlier. Does a composition like that one intimidate you, or are you excited to potentially play a team like that?
先ほど4原色の皆さんはダイナモ2つの相手をしてたんですけど、どう思われますか？こういうチームの構成やってみたいと思いますか？
実は1回やったことがあってボコボコにされましたね。
全然やりたくない。
全くやりたくないです。
So basically they don't want to use dynamos for sure because they lost by using these 2 weapons, so they won't choose to use them.
Thank you. おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。これで終わりです。
It was fun. I'll never forget Etana declaring himself Flex God years ago. So have to, every time I have to ask that question. And yeah, I mean, that's a 2-time world champion right there, Zach. He can call himself whatever he wants, and nobody can really dispute it. What else we cannot dispute is that we need a break, and we're going to go to a short break here as the rest of our, I guess, round B is what we'll call it here. The second portion of pools kind of wrap up a little bit. We'll come back, give you the updates before we get into our top cut bracket, which will be single elim. But don't go anywhere, and don't you fall asleep, because the best is yet to come at SplashGo 12. And welcome back, everybody. They are ready to play, so we're not going to waste too much more time here. The game is actually starting right now. We have Koro Yuzuru versus Story Mars to fight it out right here. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in the bracket stage. Best of 3, loss and you're tossed. And Zach already fighting in, already Robo Ramen. We're seeing the same stuff that we've seen for the entirety of the night. Something a little new though. I see a roller and I see a couple of S-blasts as well.
Yep, taking a look, the Reflux Mint still continues to be a very popular option. S-Blast being mirrored and the Snipe Rider being mirrored. The roller, kind of the big story there is the Splash-O-Matic, the first one to be taken down, as we see a stage that we have seen a decent bit so far here come through. I believe this to be Robo Ramen, where we have the Tacticaler set up on the left-hand side already. Mirroring down, we see that roller trying to get a nice flank going. That curling bomb going to help them move forward. They do get taken out early, though, at 9. Already a hot start to what's going to be a nice bracket stage here with lots of great teams.
Lots of great teams. That's all that's left at this point. You saw how difficult it was for even Etana and Co. to get a victory, losing a set in their pool, so should tell you about the depth and all there is. Of course, something that we've seen a lot of as well, Crab Tank here coming out here. And I think at least moving one player out of the way is not a bad idea. They're going to trade specials more often than not with 2 minutes left in the game. But what I'm curious at this point, Zach, is, of course, we've talked about the roller, we've talked about the blaster here. Seeing both of those on the same team in Turf War, though, means that if they aren't able to fight their way in, those weapons are going to have a very difficult time getting in the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, it's not something where you typically will want to rely on either of those weapons to provide the pain for you. So that puts a lot of pressure on the remaining two, the Reflux and the Pencil, as we see the S-Blast has that special at the ready, and we are going to see it be sat on for quite a bit. The other S-Blast not quite there yet. Story Mars looking for a way to get in as the Booyah Bomb is going to rain down, and you see the sprinkler placement on top of the bottom of the bowl of ramen. The sprinklers have been so important with multiple weapons like the Dynamo and the Gold Arrow Spray exhibiting in the early portions of the tournament. And now, as we get closer to the final minute of this early one on Robo Ramen here, it yet again, as another focal point, has come down to the blasters to provide a lot of the picks to create the opening for the rest of the team.
Ooh, that was a great shot, too. The very edge of the range of that pencil there to take one out. That's going to kind of scatter things around, and taking out Shio Mint is a huge shot. That's really been the player that's forced them back and will let their own S-Blast now free themselves and move forward here. Needs to be careful not to overextend. Still somehow up. I'm not even sure. This is an awkward spot. Maybe they can be crafty with this if they wait just long enough. I don't know that the opponent's going to take the bait. Well, no, they're still waiting for it, and they threw it over there to the side, so it's not going to get a whole lot there, and they will get collapsed upon. All that time, all that stall, everyone else is going down. It is all Koro Yuzuru at this point moving forward there. Or excuse me, no, I may have this slipped. I believe this is Story Mars that's moving forward at this point. We'll kind of keep track here. Things are moving very quickly and swapping as we get to the last 10 seconds.
Final 10 seconds to go. The Reflux and the S-Blast going to have their specials online. The Crab Tank as well going to come out. The Booyah Bomb comboing with that. So lots of work as we see multiple picks in the final seconds of this one. A wipeout on top of that. The Crab Tank continues its dominance. Special-wise, that has provided a lot of the picks. We've also seen the Trizuka have some effect as well, as we see the main cameras pan out to this LAN environment with how beautiful it has been. And I think Reno going to be one of the players there is yurīzu going to take the first win there. And you can see as well the weapons that they bring to the table. A couple of surprises for things left off the table. You see multiple potential roller players. Did not 9 end up seeing that Slosher come out either, but their composition still holding strong for game 1.
And I would be interested in seeing if maybe it's time to go for the Slosher for a different stage. I can understand Robo Ramen being a spot that you'd like to bring the roller out. Of course, we saw what Dynamos were able to do there earlier, but I think as things expand out a little bit more, you kind of want that Slosher a little more. And we kind of talked about, you know, would the roller and S-Blast composition actually work? Could you continually get in over and over? And would you be able to create enough space for yourself in the scrums at the end? So I think for right now, the answer in that game appeared to be no, at least at the very end. Although if you're getting wiped out with a crab, that can be difficult. But Zach, finally, we are swimming in uncharted uncharted waters. I'm not sure how we want to say it here, but we're now in Umami Ruins, and we haven't been in here all evening.
You know what? Well charted, though, for the folks who attended and watched the Splatoon 3 North American League. This was one of the 10 stages available in the pool, so definitely one that did see quite a bit of play and has that weird sort of diagonal structure, so it's linear in a sense, as we do see some weapon changes come out. Among them, the Reflux Deco for the second time on stream getting its chance to shine. The roller is still around. It gets taken down. In fact, pretty much all of Story Mars, I believe, going down as yurīzu getting a great opening in this second game to continue with their success.
And I think unlike a lot of the stages that we play Turf War on, this is one where you really can lock an opponent out here. And I'm partly wondering if that might be why they opted to go with that Reflex Deco that you talked about there, because at the very least, you can dive straight forward with it with that samuraido is what we're going to call it here, given that we're commentating Japanese Splatoon, reef slider, or whatever we want to say here. But at least it does give you an avenue to simply dive right on top. And if you can follow that up with one of your other aggressive weapons, which they have two of in the Sticker Splatana Stamper and the roller, I can see where the staying power might come into play. I would like to see them turf up a little more and enjoy their advantage some. They're instead going to move forward and fight, and with that roller going down, I wonder if they've pushed a little bit of their advantage slightly too far, although now they'll try to dive in, take a little more out, get swallowed up immediately, and maybe hands an opportunity to yurīzu.
And the Reef Slider is that all or nothing special, so when you decide to use it, and before that, yurīzu was very well bunkered up. They were staying right in the mouth of the opening that ramped down into the middle portion of the stage. And to your point, Story Mars very content to just sit in mid. They were not trying to get any sort of spawn lockout, because unlike some of the other maps, Wahoo World in particular comes to mind, that are so large, it is not a long walk back to the middle of the stage. So yurīzu getting another Booyah Bomb out and looking relatively strong here. A couple of specials, including that Reef Slider, back online for Story Mars as we get to the final minute. They're going to need him to reclaim some space.
Oh yeah, they should have all the tools they need to force back here, and they might not even need to use too many of them. They're still holding on to 3 specials, even though one went down. As long as they're okay in the tactical or loop, they should be able to force everybody out. But once again, Zach, they're actually going to sit on almost all of those specials. Now, the tacticooler does go down, but you note that they waited on the other 2. They allowed themselves to be pushed all the way back, and this is a very interesting strategy. They are saving those specials for one big push as we enter the last 30 seconds, and we'll see if the gamble pays off.
And to recall again, there's no quick super jump, no ink resistance that you have as a sub ability. So if you get in danger, you have to make that conscious decision to jump out early. Some sharking going on from yurīzu as they try and look for the opportunity. They'll have the Booyah Bomb in the waning seconds. The same can't be said for the Stickers Splatana that went down. The Reef Slider coming through. They survive it, able to help with the pick. They mostly just provided the pressure. 3 seconds left to go. All members of yurīzu staying alive, but a decent bit of purple ink left in the middle portion of the stage. Was that enough for Story Mars? I see some hands in the air, and it was not. A 10-point differential cements a sweep 2-0 from yurīzu as they will move on from round 1 and go into round 2, taking on 2-time.
Wasted no time getting that one done. I was a little curious as they were waiting again. I mean, they held on to that Reef Slider and the Booyah Bomb from the Sticker Splatana Stampers from maybe about the 50-something second mark, Zach, until maybe just a bit under 20 seconds. And I was really curious, like, usually you use one of those 2 specials to at least force the opponent to use some resources or take a couple of them out, but they made the conscious decision, we're going to hold on to these resources, we'll even be pushed back a little bit, we'll wait until we're all tacticoolered up, then we'll take a dive, then we'll respawn in with our specials. And that's where the push and pull of Turf War becomes so interesting, because yes, you need to have the right resources for those final fights, but that really felt like an awfully long time they held on to them. So an interesting decision there, one that they really won't get to reflect on, because as we noted, it's single elim, and that's going to be it for Story Mars.
And it's shades of the game that we saw on a Hagglefish Market, where they had the super jump at the ready with 12 or 10 seconds remaining, doesn't use it for that time, was probably on it for 10 to 15 seconds, goes down without being able to use it. And thankfully, the Slosher was able to come back, use the triple ink strike, and provide the turf necessary to claim the victory by a single percentage point. But you don't have that support there, and it very easily swaps back over to the other team. So with these matches being so close and contingent on little decisions that you're making, for example, Storymar's not really pressing the advantage when they had control of mid, when they were on that elevated sort of rectangular platform, and didn't really try and keep them in spawn or play more of a we want to get picks and keep sending them back to the respawn state. So allowed koro yurīzu to come back in. They tried the reef slider, which is supposed to be that offensive edge special for them in lieu of some other things they could have brought, like a Trizuka. Doesn't really pan out. They're stuck in that sort of end lag animation there, so they get the pick for koro yurīzu, and that allows them to push forward, and they never really let off from that moment. So looking forward to seeing if koro yurīzu maintains this momentum as we look forward to two-time. I believe two-time coming out of a pool A3 with 2 victories and 1 loss. They did lose 1-2 in their second round, and that match was against a team known as Padded Lunchbox. But they did come away with 2 clean vote victories against EG and 1 other team in their first round in order to make them to that point. So looking forward to seeing what two-time has to see on competitions, including a weapon in reference to Kotetsu Ryolu, which is that bamboozler.
Oh man, Nitorabichi is one that players have become more familiar with because Nitorabichi is a huge piece of the Area Cup puzzle, not just as a player, but also as a TO, and also as someone who just contributes to it in many ways. Also, as you noted, a very high-ranking bamboozler main. Now, will the bamboo come out here? Pencil's awfully strong, but Nitorabichi is a very strong bamboozler player, and it's one of those weapons with the, I've always called it, unique technology, which, you know, maybe isn't 100% accurate, but it all comes back to the concept of if you forget how to fight against a weapon, that weapon is now good against you. And you have to remember how to fight against that weapon before you can take advantage of its shortcomings, we'll say. So that could be very interesting to see play out over real time. Of course, there's a couple of, I would say, well, maybe one really strong kit, I would say, for Turf War, and it is the kit that has super jumps, which is a very reasonable kit. On the other side, you've got Nayu, who is using Tentombrella, it appears at least. That's a really fun one always. You've got Hinata and you have Yuta as well that'll follow through with what I would imagine is some more conventional turfing choices on the two-time side. But, you know, with the way that last set ended up going here, koro yurīzu, my apologies here, I have to think feels very confident in the way that they decided to play here. It's a very standard composition. And what I'm curious, again, outside of course, will they or won't they with the bamboozler, is that Tentombrella. Because earlier, when I was talking about that story, half of that story was the Brella. The Brella had to take everyone's fire, and then the bamboozler got to run in and do what it wanted to do, hitting the one shot here, one shot there, making all of that work the way that they wanted to. So could be very interesting. I would argue going to be very stage dependent if you want to make it work that way. But again, these teams not going to have a long time to figure it out. And, you know, how the stage list ends up swapping around could be very pivotal. And it's really not up to the players at this stage.
A couple of alluring weapon options, as you mentioned. The Tentombrella makes sense from one of the major importances and things that they ensure that they factor into their composition, basically team-wide, which is at least one Squid Beacon user. The vanilla Tentombrella going to provide you with that, as well as a special, I don't think we've seen it all today, which is the Ink Vac. So it's not inherently, since you're not really taking team fights, going to give you much of an advantage unless you are in maybe that final minute where everybody, including the refluxes, have finally filtered into mid and are starting to maybe group up for these more team-oriented fights. The other weapon I want to touch on is Hinata on the H3 Nozzle Nose Viper. That's not a weapon that I think I've mentioned on a broadcast before, but the kit actually makes a fair bit of sense for Turf War. Suction Bomb and Triple Ink Strike. Now, the other weapon that they play highly more likely to be shown in Turf War because it is a staple both in the West and as we've seen here in the Japanese scene. But just a kit that would be so much fun to watch, and a weapon that without something like the damage ability up or damage power up that we had in the regular first Splatoon game is not really going to get the combos or the one tap potential that it once had.
And there was a time where you'd run 2 of those back in the day. You remember those days where we'd be running 2 H3 nozzle nose D? I mean, I wasn't running. I couldn't aim at all with that weapon, but different days, better days maybe, probably not. Was not easy to fight against, but someone's going to make this Viper weapon work at some point. I truly believe it. That kit is just so strong in such a fun way, but I agree, don't think we'll see it. We'll also say, for those of you keeping tabs on the commentary swaps from the mainstream here, Hemi is done, potentially for the day, finally letting that golden voice rest. It's going to be Kokuō and Wami who have now swapped in on commentary for there. I would imagine that's the duo that's going to take us the rest of the day, but I know all of you are here to hear our commentary on Japanese commentary, so I figured I would give you that update.
The golden voice himself, 9-hole Grain's not going to get to rest his own voice, as we have
We're in it
more and no reinforcements to speak of. We are who you were stuck with for the entire way through as we await these teams getting into the lobby. We can look to maybe at some of the rest of round 1 and how that has gone. We will be, I believe, sticking with the same teams here that we've already gone over, including 2-time and Kuro yurīzu. Elsewhere in the bracket, Potospe has gotten a 2-0 victory in match B. They are going to be going on to play guruguru in round 2. That will filter in for the winner of the match that we're about to see. The winner of guruguru and Potospe will be in that round 3. That's group or match number AG. We also see Wingman awaiting the winner of Jumperopolis and Ikameru, as well as a few other matches that have finished off. But for the most part, lots of round 1 still going on. So you can see on the main broadcast, they're still discussing the action, everything that's happened at the LAN. And to bring up, again, for anyone who's just joined us, some of the great facets of the actual LAN environment that they've brought to this tournament. They have the lights that you can see for each of the players as the players are now in the lobby and getting it set up that will light up in the color of the ink that their team is using. So great little details there, and a massive venue for tons of Splatoon fans to enjoy.
Yeah, I love the options. Just like my AV mind always goes kind of crazy here when I think about like the different things that could be done with a big Splatoon production, just with infinite budget. Not saying that their budget is infinite, but you know, you could have, I know, you could always wish for huge stuff. I was looking at some other matches that happened. Maybe the team that we got to spectate earlier, Zach, our team that says a game is centered on luck, they also ended up winning 2-0. So the matches are coming in quick. Again, it's all been 2-0s. I suppose that makes sense. If there was a 2-1, it would take a little longer since they're all Turf War games. But Zach, all 2-0s up to this point, or 0-2, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it.
Well, if victory is a matter of luck, then they are sure getting lucky so far, making it through the group stage into the single elimination bracket stage, and already 1 of 6 rounds down. That's what it will be. 6 wins is what's needed, including in grand finals. We will finally graduate from best of 3 to best of 5. Everything else still that hard-hitting, very quick best of 3 format. And 9, this stage is feeling like an old friend at this point. We're back to Eel Tail Alley for another go-around. Again, it is random, but it's chopped down to 7 stages. I still feel like there's a couple that we haven't seen at all.
I think Urchin Underpass is still on the table as one that we haven't seen. There's some options, but Zach, I'll be honest with you. I wanted to see this one in particular because I'm so intrigued with what 2-times composition could potentially do here. I suppose I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. Let's see if it shows up in the way that it was advertised. It certainly did not. So that's an entire talking point that I'm going to go ahead and scrap. But it is worth noting, both teams bringing mostly the same composition to the fight here. Of course, they both got their pencils. They both have their S-blasts. They both have their reflex milks. The one difference is one of the weapons that's gone down already, and that is the Splatana Wiper. Of course, very difficult to pin down once it starts to attack. And I would argue that the Torpedo, very strong here, especially because you need to displace people off this top area.
Took the words right out of my mouth. It's a double torpedo comp versus a double burst bomb comp. So you have one composition that aims to locate and put chip damage on the enemy as much as they can, and the other one is looking for those combos. Both teams, of course, piloting an S-Blast, which is one of the weapons with the burst bomb there, and it loves getting that chip damage off in case it can score an indirect. Going to be jumping out, it looks like, maybe as multiple members there of, I think, 2-time having their specials and using them at the same time. And yurīzu, who looked pretty strong in their first round, facing a little bit of adversity. Nice comeback, though. They find 2 picks onto the more aggressively oriented weapons there. A nice direct there to finish that one off. That's going to be another important member down. Do go down as a result on top of the bridge, but now finally back into mid comes 2-time.
Yeah, great seizing of the moment there by Shiamento. Knew that there was just one opportunity where the members of 2-time weren't quite set up yet and crashed forward there. All of it appears to be going to waste, though, at least for the time being. Nobody else was there to make the follow-up, and I think the members of 2-time just moved way too quickly, jumping all the way out there, and now this wiper, it's going to take 2 to get rid of. So you see, again, I will admit, the members of 2-time getting a little bit too fight-happy moving forward there. That's the second time they've sort of given up the advantage that they created. I think some of these other teams have been a little bit more patient with the advantages that they've had. They've let boy, I'm having trouble with this. yurīzu back into the game, and now the fight continues. 1 minute left.
yurīzu, by the way, translating, I believe, to Black Lilies, and they're hoping to perform as well as a nice, pretty Lily of the Valley in some of your other favorite Nintendo-based games as we get down into around 45 seconds, waiting to see if that crab tank is going to come out. They're sitting on it, just baiting out some of the shots of that Snipe Rider 5H, and you can see how effective the torpedoes are. If they're hit by anything and they don't get the pick, they effectively jump out back to their teammates. So it's a great displacement tool so far, likely better than the burst bomb is, because when you're hit by that, you probably still feel like you have a shot. Crab tank does get used here on top. They are going to have to roll away as the crab tank despawns, and yurīzu having an opportunity. This ultra stamp is going to have to be huge. They don't opt to throw it until much later. Don't find anyone with that. They're going to duel out with the torpedoes, but I just don't think, Nine, that they got the value they were looking for.
No, they didn't, and this is a really important fight here. You'd love to take out at least one member. That's going to be just little bits of turf here as well, as a couple more members went. You see no immediate celebrations here. I'm not sure yurīzu is even certain yet, and now we see why. Take a look, and Judd gives it another 49, this time to 47. Zach, I mean, put another tally mark down. These teams are so good at keeping it that close, and look at that. They've even matched their taunts at the end with the fist pump. And yurīzu, 3 in a row now, Zach. You said they needed 6 set wins. Well, they've got 3 game wins thus far, and not looking back.
Synchronizing their poses at the end of the win, and also synchronizing the point at which the match turned around. Pretty strong start from 2-time coming out and pressing yurīzu back all the way, but maybe that happens too early, and that could be the side effect of Turf War, is that if they were 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes, maybe we could have seen 2-time bring that bell curve back to the other side and force the advantage and play that aggressive game. These two teams both have a similar objective and similar weapon compositions as well. They're trying to create openings. We saw the 2 each members of the aggressive side, or that tip of the spear, immediately rush to mid, and 1 each going down. So equivalent skill levels, I would think, and trading out with each other. We saw that wiper go through, and the S-Blast 91 really playing a big part in seeing if they could get anybody off of the high ground. We saw the crab tank being very patient with when you use it, patient with when it's actually going to come out. And those little details add up. Just not immediately popping your special when you have it, waiting for the opportune time when you think the enemy is starting to gain control, and locking down those pivotal areas. The high ground on Eeltail Alley, so important. And 9, back to another one that keeps cropping up out of these 7. Robo Ramen, this one for a crab tank spot has been pretty consistent. That box to the side of mid has been the consistent point of attack.
I'm starting to wonder what random number generator we're using at this point, and who has stacked it in favor of Eeltail Alley and Robo Ramen. I mean, hey, I guess they're being merciful to us. We don't have to analyze a whole lot of stages for you all, but I will admit, being lulled to sleep by this continuous battle, the Sisyphean back and forth on these particular stages, makes it so we'll say it can be hypnotic. That's maybe the best way to do it. Once again, it's going to be the wiper that goes down almost immediately. Koro Yurīzu, the last time we saw them here, their ability to fight out of their own spawn, I found really impressive, Zach. And you talked about it earlier, and it's really been the theme of it. The timing and the small details on the specials making the difference. Koro Yurīzu has figured it out. And when you get hot, as Shiominto has been playing, taking those two out with the S-Blast, anybody can beat anybody in Turf War.
You've heard of a hot shot. That one singular shot was hot in taking down two different members at the same time. Nice attempt to flick there from the Wiper, and the Wiper has been, I think, one of the biggest struggle points for Two Time. They're just not getting the value out of that weapon that they really want. And it's almost like, again, I bring back the point of the floor is lava here in mid. You want to spend as little time actually in the body of mid as you can. The fight devolving with the, I believe, Splash-O-Matic just taking up a lot of ire from 2x3 at the peak. Members of that team focused on just them. Now it's allowed 2Time to push forward. They did get 3 total picks, so the distraction worked, but only temporary as 2Time now takes control.
Where are they going to... Okay, so they're going to jump back to here. That's definitely where you want your S-Blast to jump to. But this is where I was so impressed with Koro Yurīzu in the previous games that they've played here. Identify where one threat is, move forward and take them down. The Crab Tank certainly would be what you'd want to do that. Took one out, almost got that other one, just barely missed with the lob shot. Created enough space here, and it's put some shots on these other players. They're both so weak, and yes, jump on top and close it out there. Another one here almost being taken down by Nayu, who I think has really opened things up here. You called it out. The Crab Tank Heaven here has a chance to take out a Wiper, at least forces a jump out. That's just as good. Go ahead, take the turf up, and it's Koro Yurīzu once again, Zach, who found a way to push from an awkward position.
Yeah, Koro Yurīzu really doing a great job. You can see the reflux even finding those areas where 2Time was able to get in on their one really successful push after the initial one. But Koro Yurīzu backing up, giving 2Time a lot of space here and respecting them. The Wiper is going to have to come in huge, and they do not have a ton of real estate to work with. They get taken out shortly after that. This is the premier positioning, not just for Crab Tanks, but also for your Snipe Riders as well, with 30 seconds left to go. And now Koro Yurīzu hanging on to 3 different specials out of 4. Just the tactical where they're missing, and the reflux for 2Time not available. So that's your biggest painting power gone already. Booyah Bomb comes out. It's unlikely in this day and age that the Booyah Bomb is going to find somebody, but it's either going to lock down that position or it's going to keep them pushed back. Does 2Time have an opening? We see some shots come in for the pencil. The Booyah Bomb out from Koro Yurīzu as well. They do lose 2 members, but it may be too little too late. That's 3 members now. Was that enough? The Booyah Bomb just thrown in, or the Burst Bomb rather, at the last second. And you can see a split. Yellow, purple, purple. 2Time comes through. It was all Koro Yurīzu for a while, but a great comeback from 2Time to send us to a game 3.
A great comeback, and again, the patience that they had, even though Koro Yurīzu, I think, maybe they were in the position to meet the attack that was coming out from 2Time. And as they rotated around there, you saw that 2Time didn't get too aggressive moving forward there. They took the fights that they needed to, but understood that they were sort of, I don't want to say outgunned in that position, but they had to separate the members of Koro Yurīzu on the defensive side. And as we were spectating Shiominto there, you saw at the top of the screen, the other members were getting taken down by the members of 2Time. So they clearly identified where the targets were, moved forward in a good fashion, and took care of that. And, you know, I really thought that the kind of cyclical nature of the Crab Tank going up and then the Snipe Rider going up from Koro Yurīzu was going to be too much for 2Time to move forward against once they'd gotten set up there at the end. And we didn't get to see exactly what opened it up, if it was that one of the Booyah Bombs that came out there, because they've got a couple of them to fight through with. But I love that piece of this as well in the turf war, is we know exactly where the opponent is going to set up with the good weapons. That also means we know where our Booyah Bombs have to go, and you talked about it well in that game, Zach. In this day and age, if you get somebody with the Booyah Bomb, that's nice, but really we're just trying to get you out of there.
Well, we're finally going to a stage that we have not seen all day. It is Urchin Underpass, the newest to Splatoon 3, but a returning stage here. Let's take a look at the compositions. The Dapple Dualies coming out from both teams. Yep. This is something that we saw often on this stage, especially with Rainmaker. Of course, this tournament locked to Turf War, as well as a weapon after my own heart there. It's going to be the Tri-Slosher Nouveau that comes through. We love to see that. That's going to be their tactical weapon of choice alongside the Dapple Dualies. So the double tactical comp from Koro Yurīzu, I believe, to combat some of this aggression that 2Time has brought.
It's also got a great bomb on it as well here. Just a lot to like about that weapon. You and I have both piloted it some time or another in our careers, but let's just talk about Urchin Underpass here. This is a cold glass of water to someone running around in the desert. It is an oasis in a sea of Robo Ramen and Eeltail Alley. Instead, now we get to fight it out here. This is the second biggest stage in the entire game in terms of turfable area. It's just a shade under 3,000. And I said earlier, one of the reasons why players love this so much and why it was so popular to be picked for Turf War is that, Zach, it almost functions as 3 different stages in one. It's got this middle area here kind of dipping into your own hills, and then each side sort of has their own hill area, and then the area past their gate. So everyone likes to fight it out here in the center. You cannot give up your own hills, and you cannot give up your own spot past the gate, because that turf goes quick, and it's not so easy to take back once you lose it.
And to your point, as we see some strong play here from Two Time and yurīzu trying to regroup, a lot of Splatoon 1 stages felt like that. Arrow on a Mall felt like the exact same thing. You have that small middle area, you have some dedicated almost court areas where the ramps are behind them that create these different zones entirely. Even other ones like Kelp Dome, you could argue, had the same advantage there. As we see, yurīzu has found mid, are trying to lock it down, haven't found complete success yet. The Wiper challenging multiple members there and yet again goes down. That's been an area that they have not been able to lock down as we get closer once again to that final minute. yurīzu seeing if they can use these specials to their advantage. I'm not sure if the Dapples got the tactical out before going down, though, so that could be a problem.
It could be, and I think somebody was way, way deep in yurīzu's backline area. Yeah, people are still going down and fighting, so this is an odd scramble that's been going on. So will they move back there? No, one did get up and ahead. No, they're still, yes, okay, finally, one did get in, and of course it's the Wiper, so this is what you want that Wiper to do. A nice pivot there, almost swung back around and got the other side, and now they're going to have to decide if they want to turf all this back or join their friends in the fight. It appears that right now, Reno has decided to turf up this side, which might mean no Tacticooler up in the center. They're probably going to try to jump in, but they will need a target to do so. Shiomento is exactly where you want your blaster. Waiting, watching, trying to jump in, but it's the Wiper finally freeing themselves to move in. Okay, we're all in the center stage here, Zach. Now the Wiper has a chance to move through all the members of Two Time, crashing in, taking this spot. It's 2 down on both sides, and none of the players really know either. Only one knows, and it's Judd. That's a lot of purple.
And that's done it. Two Time. Unbelievable. 2.5% makes it through. yurīzu looked like they were going to come out of their round 1 victory and defeat a team that I believe had done very well in their pools, going 2-1, with their only loss being a game 3. It took a game 3, but Two Time was able to keep yurīzu at bay. And 9, I think we got a good exhibition, especially from the Ultra Stamp perspective, of why so many players, especially in the Western scene, throw the special right away instead of trying to make use of the actual stamping motion of it. It is so difficult to make it work at a high level. The spacing and the movement that the players have is too great, and you cannot close the distance fast enough, as crazy as that sounds, to get the 2 down, 3 down situations that you're looking for. So throwing that Ultra Stamp, as we saw many different players do in the Splatoon 3 North American League, is the optimal strategy. And I do really feel for the Wiper and for Two Time, glad that they were able to come out of it. And great changes too. I'm surprised that we did not see Urchin up to that point. And it's a good thing that we did, because it did end up proccing some of the compositional changes that we had predicted.
And it once again gave us another incredibly close game. I mean, again, if it's not 49-48, it seems to be 49-47. So these teams so good at not creating the critical mistakes that would swing over to a 55 to a 49. It also says, again, how good these teams are at turfing up their own areas. So that gives you, just imagine if one team had done a slightly worse job of turfing up their own spawn. That's the difference here in these 2 or 3% that would swing the entirety of it. So I'm sure we'll see and talk about plenty of that. But Zach, once again, we have managed to inherit the fastest 2 sets that have finished thus far. I think we're the only round 2 game that has finished, but every round 1 is finished. So we are moving right along. I'm not entirely sure which match we will be spectating for you all next. We're going to be trying to follow along with the main stream, but again, we don't know exactly where they're hopping. We'll, of course, try to keep track and try to bring you what games that we can. And we'll, of course, give you updates as these games start to go through. And we have many matches that we can report, Zach. If you want to dive into it, or if you want to say things, I can dive into it. We can pass it back and forth.
Well, I will look at the rest of them. There is one that I want to get your immediate reaction on because we did spectate this team. Etonyanzu goes down 2-1 in round 1 against Thunder Under the Moon, another team that we've lightly touched on. So Etonyanzu is not going to be around for the second round and beyond. It is actually going to be, which team is this that Thunder Under the Moon will play? It's going to be Anko Busters that they will be going up against. So that a potential powerhouse match. The team that takes down Etonyanzu against Anko Busters there. 9 thoughts on that as a potential upset?
That's one of those that it's really tough to call an upset because, you know, you look at Thunder Under the Moon's roster here. This is Menshino, like the Menshino that we've been watching for years now. It's Okura, who is one of the best backline players to ever do it. Hiragi, famous shooter player. And oh yeah, Ryukun for your 4th there. And I know, surely even the folks who are just getting used to the Japanese scene have to be familiar with Ryukun, the first player in the world to get 3000 XP in Splatoon 2, and one of the first to reach several milestones here in Splatoon 3 as well. An absolutely famous player, has won just about everything you can win. So, looking at a roster like that up against Etonyanzu, it's one of those things where it's like, those are just 2 incredible rosters fighting it out here. And this is where we get to why we all love watching Japanese Splatoon. It's because just about every match from here on out is going to be that sort of thing. And you said they're up against Anko's squad next. That's another incredible roster there. That's Anko, Tenpi, it's Puccio, who's a great shooter player, and then Adori, who's the best splat roller player in the world. And that's only a round 2 match. It just isn't fair, Zach. It just isn't fair.
Well, we have a few others to potentially report on, including one other round 2 match that has already come through. Redupa is going to win 2-0 over Piku Piku Company, and they are going to move on to round 3. If they win round 3, they would go up against the winner of 2-time and their next opponent, which will either be Otospe or Guruguru. So definitely some interesting matches already set up. We do have the opponent for Naigora's squad. It will be only the letter U, who defeated Nutal 2-0 in the first round. So the first test for Reimaru, Naigora, and the team there will come in round 2. No results on that one as of yet. Elsewhere, we saw Jumpropolis win 2-1 in round 1. They're going to take on Wingmen in round number 2. And the teams that would potentially face the winner of that one in round 2, or round 3 from round 2, we have Mori Mori Fantasy as our first one with a 2-2 record. They make it through, and they're going to take on the team 07 Quartet. So very interesting to see a team that's 2-2 overall. They were 1-2, it looks like, and made it into the single elimination portion. They even out their record at 2 apiece by winning in round 1 with the stakes on the line, and now in round 2 have to take on a team in 07 Quartet that is 4-1. So lots of action going through. Again, there were a fair number of 2-1s. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that were in round 1. So these are pretty close matches. A lot of Western tournaments, we do see either the 2-0 or the 3-0 to start it out. Usually it's best of 5, so it's 3-0. So glad to see that for a lot of these round 1 matches, that was not necessarily the case.
Not necessarily the case at all. And I mean, I'm just going to talk about, again, some of these players, some of these teams, as we've gotten the chance to look at a few of them as they've moved forward there. You talked about Rupo earlier, Ruda Upa. I mean, that's Sugi, another incredible backline player. That's Kotaji, that's Meiporu, and then Riften, which is actually, this is kind of like a bunch of backliners now that I look at it here. This is a great squad here, but they'll probably have to get kind of crafty with how they're playing it. So that's one of our teams that's made it on. It appears that we have another winner who's now just moved forward to round 3. Who's this? Oh, this is Suimaru's squad as well. Okay, so Suimaru, who I know some fans of the Splat World Series are familiar with there. Suimaru, an ace shooter player who made a run all the way through there. So that's another great squad. That's Mamo, that's Jitachi. So, man, there's so many good players here. And these are all finishing, you know, I will say this, there's something to be said for how nice Turf War is, Zach. We know all these matches are going to end roughly within a few minutes of each other. This round 2 is where we could see some real upsets. A lot of these teams that got the round 1 bye, I would say if any of these teams go down without a whole lot said, that would be where I'd be like, okay, this is potentially a pretty nasty upset.
To your point, a few starting to come through, a few more results. It's going to be Guruguru taking down Potospe. Again, Potospe won their round 1 match 2-0. Guruguru takes them out. Two-time will be their opponent. The team that we just watched win their game 3 over Black Lilies. Kuro yurīzu is the Japanese name there. And then the team that I was talking about that was 4-1 taking on the 2-2 team, a 0-7 quartet, or zeronana-karutetto, is going to be moving on with a 2-0 victory to round 3. They will take on the winner of Wingmen and Jumpropolis, which we have not gotten the results on yet. We also have one more result coming in, a 4-0 team. So 3-0, that was Redupa. 3-0 in the group stages. They win their round 2 match after getting a bye in round 1, and they will move on to round number 3 to play the winner of Enzoku, as well as their opponent, who's 4-0 right now. So that's a battle of undefeated teams, which is Yoshimaru Kawamawari. So definitely some high-stakes matches. Great to see the sort of juxtaposition and duality between teams that are 1-2 going into it and still around in round 2 versus in round 2 you have 2 undefeated teams taking each other on. It really is just a battle of teams that have a difference in experience for how they got here. But as we saw in the NFL playoffs today, even teams with either a losing record or a very middling record can still put up a very strong fight.
Just got to get hot at the right time, Zach. I mean, we're banging on the cliches as hard as we are, but I mean, this is truly a playoff format. There's, I think, it's rough, but I think there is some beauty sometimes in a single elim bracket, especially after you've gone through pools and whatnot, because you really do feel like any team can make the run, and if that's part of what you want your tournament to feel like, I mean, what better environment could you cultivate than one like this? So, God, every time I'm clicking through these rosters, I'm like, God, how did this team slip through for me? I mean, you were talking about just the Yoshimoto's squad, and I was looking to see who's in there. I'm like, oh yeah, how did they go 4-0? That's Mako Udon, that's Atabaru, that's Natyu, and that's Rotaberu. So, I mean, man, so good there. These players that just, you watch them for years, and then they all show up to a LAN tournament like this, and you expect nothing but the best from them. So, still waiting to see what we will be spectating for you all. At this point, I think it's pretty clear we're waiting until round 3. We'll just need to see if we're sticking here with the top of the bracket here, if it's going to be two-time versus guruguru, or if we're going to see another match or pop to somewhere else. SDGs did get a victory. They'll move on right now. Trying to see.
It was Ato Yunyanko that they defeated, I believe.
Yes. So they are waiting on. Let's see, Otan. Okay, so this was another team that we watched earlier in pools. Otan's squad, along with Zauru. We got to watch them in an earlier set with their victory as well. They're up against Ato and the rest of that squad. And the rest, we're just waiting on results to come through here. I keep hitting enter and F5, Zach. I'm waiting to see how these go.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if only you can put up a fight against Naigora and Reimaru's squad there. It's going to be one of the hardest challenges. The 4 primary colors team, 4 absolutely stacked players team as well. They were 3-0, got the bye as several teams did from round 1 into round 2. Only you, looks like, was 2-1. Heading into the single elimination portion, beat Nutal in round 1, as mentioned previously. We do have one other result that has just come through a little bit lower in the bracket. It was a 1-1 team that won round 1 and then was 2-1 going into this one. They will lose. The team that loses there being Yapimons. They go down to a 4-1 team now. Mayumato. So Mayumato going to get the 2-0 victory. They will face the winner of Kimosuginai and this team here, which is Clumsy Munchkin or Motatsuki Munchkin. So waiting on that one there. Another 2-0 comes through. We've seen 1-2-1. So they really got on that stage, had an entire 3-game best of 3, and we have not seen that replicated since in round 2. Everything else that's come through is 2-0, but that could mean 9. The rest of these matches we're waiting on are already in their game 3.
Man, I'm trying to think of which of these. Oh no! I think another one just came in. Jumpropolis gets the 2-0 over the Wingmen.
Whoa.
And that, Zach, that is the first one of these I look and I say, okay, that's a legitimate upset.
Wow.
Jumpropolis, Ramo, it looks like Mekuemu. We have Miki and then Reito. But they beat Tsukuyomi, Momo, Grando, and Shuma. And if you wanted to make the argument that Momo is the best pencil player in Japan, I would have it a arm tied. Like, you'd have a real argument. Shuma, of course, has won many, many, many tournaments. Tsukuyomi, a Japan representative in the World Championship, and Grando, one of the most steadfast bucket players out there. I mean, that is a upset, and to get it in 2-0 as well. What a show! What a show! And nobody's safe. Nobody's safe in Japan. I truly feel when the teams of this caliber fight. It every week we see it when an Area Cup comes in. I guess Area Cup isn't weekly, unfortunately, but every time there's always a squad that you think could win the tournament that goes out in 8th place or 16th place or doesn't even make it out of pools, and we're seeing that still here today.
And they are going to take on, so it's going to be the battle of 4-1 teams. 07 Quartet will be their opponent in round 3. Jitaro, Suemaro, Nemua, and Samurai Kabuto. Oh, so this is Samurai Kabuto's team. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Samurai Kasato. There it is.
Big
I mean, this is basically
a big match.
This is basically the team from the World Championship. It's not exactly the same, but I mean, it's Suemaru and Samurai Kasato. So for all you Samurai Kasato fans, this is your time. Get out! I know you've been waiting.
Hopefully, I'm not sure. It's not listed right now which one of round 3 will be streamed on the main stage, but that has to be a contender, especially if they want to deviate. The first 2 that they watched for round 1 and round 2 were kind of in the same portion of the bracket. I would love to see us dip down into that Jumpropolis game. That would be so fun to get our first taste of Samurai Kasato on the big stage, and maybe will end up being part of our later top 8, top 4, and then finals. Waiting on any other results to come through here as well. Looks like we're around halfway through with the matches. Still waiting on around 9 to be completed in round 2. And still, with just the one that we spectated, Two Time and Black Lilies going to game 3. So tons of teams still to be spectated. We've hardly scratched the surface, 9, with which teams have actually been on the broadcast. And with 94 teams starting us off today, nearly 400 participants on a Sunday in January in Japan, there is so much talent that it feels like we are not even getting to spectate, which is a great shame.
It is. There are some. I joke about this every time an Area Cup happens, but I mean, there are legendary sets that nobody will ever see. And it's games, moments where only the people in that room get to bear witness to those. And we've all been parts of those here at the many LANs that we've attended over the years. Just these moments. I'm trying to think as we stall and wait here a little bit longer. Give me a legendary moment that you can think of in one of our LANs. You can do one, I'll do one, and then I think we'll toss it to a short break here as we wait for some of this to catch up.
Oh, I mean, the first one that comes to mind is jokingly dubbed Finest Hex and Vajig's. I mean, the set to destroy X losing on LAN has to be one of the definitive ones. I mean, Genesis, for the few years that it was around, had some great moments, had some, we were in this grand hall, we're right near everybody. It's not like we're partitioned in another room, and there's people basically from other games coming to check us out because they hear the hype, they hear what's going on, and that was one of those moments that helped facilitate it.
For mine, I will go with what I think was just a legendary moment in our scene that is going to be lost to history, but it was back when Deep Blues and In Control had their huge rivalry in Splatoon 2, and In Control lost every time until it came to Smash and Splash 5. They got their victory, and I remember the team captain, Quake, from In Control, standing up and just giving a finger wag to the crowd. That was all it is. So contained. Not today. Not today. And that's just, again, a moment that if you weren't in the room, the camera wasn't going to pick it up and you weren't going to be able to get all of this. So we're going to toss it now to a short break. I mean, it's got to be a pretty short break at this stage. There's just not a whole lot of games. We'll also use that break to find out what we will be spectating. So when we come back, we will have our round 3 match here of the top bracket at SplashGo 12. Don't go anywhere. And again, don't fall asleep because we aren't yet falling asleep. Stick with us. Stick this out. The best is yet to come. Well, there you go, folks. It appears the end of game number 1 right now between 4 primary colors and only you. And if you just watch that there, based on the large crowd clapping behind Melon & Co., that should be a victory for 4 primary colors or, oh gosh. It's yongen-shoku. That's it. I figured it out eventually. Yongen-shoku would be the Japanese name for primary colors, the literal translation. But welcome back. We told you it would be a short break. Believe that is the end of game number 1. We will wait and confirm it. But, of course, the cameras are going to follow this squad around as long as they can. And, Zach, how did you spend your 30-second break?
Breathing and trying to maintain adrenaline is the most part. I was telling you during the break, it's not too long ago that you signaled the heralding of midnight here in the central time zone. Some would just say the best time zone, if you will. And it's already past 2 a.m. So We originally had projections of 230 being the stop time, and now I think we're gonna blow past that to see. But I really am excited to see whether only you can put up any sort of fight against Yongen-shoku. I know we've had some talks about how good individual players are and how good teams are, but this is kind of the God squad, if you will, the one that we are really looking forward to. A couple of 2-1s have also come through elsewhere in the brackets. So Reachmarks won their game, and they're going to move on to face Anko's squad, Anko Busters. And Galileo is going to fall 2-1 in their round 2 match against Splash Watermelon or Supurasshuika. So Supurasshuika is going to move forward, and they will take on the team that defeated Blue Impulse, that had a rather crazy name. It's translated to Ginseng Country Daijion Province. So let's take a look at game number, what we believe is 2, as Yongen-shoku does get the check mark indicating 9 that they won game 1.
This is making me exceptionally nostalgic, Zach. This is basically the view that we used to have to commentate Splatoon 1 from. We got one view, and it didn't really matter what the view was. We just had to endure it. Now you'll get to spectate Melon playing the Reflux Milk, and you can see how quickly he's moving. I will say, though, that there are some views that we don't get on Spectator Cam, of course, like when players open their map, exactly what they're looking at, it's only replicated somewhat in Spectator View. So if you've ever wanted to see what it would look like to stand right next to Melon in the middle of one of these games, now you're going to get to do that. And you're also seeing now what it looks like to be a Reflux at a top-level competitive Turf War game. And, well, Zach, it's exactly what you think it looks like.
If anybody's old enough to remember the show Dirty Jobs, which I think was on the Discovery Channel, it kind of brings up memories of that. It's like, hey, somebody's got to do it. It's a way to make a living, It's honest work at the end of the day. So it really is an important factor, and it is highlighted. Again, we talked about the differences between Reflux players in the West that get into the action pretty immediately after just covering their spawn at a very base level. Now, players in Japan being very, very cautious. We are, I think, more than halfway through this game, and they have not left the spawn areas. We see dueling Booyah Bombs come out, effectively trading out the ink that they go through.
Oh, I mean, that's just so funny. A minute and a half into the game, Melon decides to go and enter the game. And, I mean, that was such efficient turfing, though. I hope, that's just maybe a fun little clip even to watch. Something that might take another player 2 shots or 3 shots, Melon is able to get covered into, and now moves up to fight there. Is certainly tactical. Let's go ahead and get back into the fight. The rest of the team did just fine, but efficiency really matters. If there's one thing you all have taken from tonight outside of us, desperately clinging through these matches and trying our hardest to read the hiragana, katakana, and kanji at 2 a.m., it's that efficiency is the name of the game when you get to high-level turf war, both in your usage of specials, your shots, and certainly the turfing itself.
Nostalgic in multiple ways, including you go back 5 or more years. This is what we were doing then, and it's what we're still doing now as we see the Booyah Bomb coming online, waiting for the right opportunity to use that, getting close to that 30-second mark, and they have held on pretty well. And with the Reflux fully in the fight and now actually taking fights, was trying to shoot over the box there, could not find anything, will let their teammates sort it out and will push that Booyah Bomb forward. It does not look like Yongen-shoku having many difficulties, and they will press the advantage here, getting all the way to the spawn, jumping over and making sure that if anyone tries this great, that they will not get in. Actually falls through. Don't think they intended to do that. Maybe would have wanted to walk on. Actually gets the pick as well over the wall and finds one in the waning seconds of this one as they come away and the claps come out from the crowd. Looks like a win for Yongen-shoku. We believe that to be 2 out of 2 required to move on, defeating only you and moving on to round 3.
Well, there we go. Switch it over to the other side. Job well done. The reactions are so muted that it's hard to know for certain there. I mean, it's again a job well done, but it is a job for this squad. They know that they've got work to do yet, and that the most difficult games are yet to come. So we've given you a little radio commentary tonight. We've given you some traditional commentary tonight, and now you've seen the over Melon's right shoulder cam commentary tonight, which there's no other place you're going to find that than this stream right here. So I hope you've stuck it out. You got to see that. That's a one-of-a-kind view.
It looks like the next teams that we're going to be seeing are Ninjin-koku Daikonshu, which is the one that translated to roughly Ginseng Country, Daejeon Province. So that's one of the teams that we will be taking a look at next on game. The other one, it does look like it's going to be Supurasshuika as the other team in round 3. So looks like we have a couple of new faces here. I know, Nine, you were looking at multiple teams and recognizing players that have gone under the radar this entire time, with us moving to the not lower side of the bracket, but just other matches that we haven't really gotten to go through. I'm glad that we get the opportunity, again, with so many teams in this land, to get some fresh faces on the broadcast.
Absolutely. And you talk about going under the radar here. It may seem odd in 2026 that Yo-chan could possibly go under the radar, but you see Yo-chan Ika right there. Lobstar is the one who will get all the area cup wins and gets, a lot of love, but Yo-chan is every bit the S-Blast player that Lobster is. Now, I'll be interested in seeing if Yo-chan ends up going with the S-Blast here. Of course, so strong. Why not use it if you have it, or if there's another choice? But Rubitan, one of the best Snipe Rider players at this tournament as well. You've got Ribia, who can play any support shooter to fill in as well. And then they've got Uza on the other side in order to, Raza on the other side, just to make sure that they've got the reflux play that we know that we're going to see. So when we say that this team slipped under the radar, it's just because we didn't click down enough in the 96 teams to find this squad. This is an all-star squad, make no mistake about it. And they have not had the cleanest route to get here, it should be noted. They haven't lost a set yet, but they have dropped a game. We'll see if that was just, the vagaries of turf war, or if they're just now hitting their stride, just a few games away potentially from getting to our quarterfinal, semifinal, and then our final.
Yeah, we got to take a look at Supurasshuika's potential loadouts, and it looked relatively conventional, and we're seeing more of the same on Ninjin Kokuō Neshū's team as well. They have a dedicated S-Blast player in Bagu. They've got Ruru, who's going to be on the Slosher, and then they've got Goyame, who is likely going to be on the Pencil, the Snipe Rider 5H. Haven't really seen anybody go over to that E-Leader, as fun as it would be to spectate Wahoo World. You definitely have a lot of range on a stage like that one to use an E-Leader if you want. And as Nine mentioned, have to round it out with a Reflux player. They do have Mamu in that role. Now, it does have listed both the vanilla and the milk. The milk has been overwhelmingly the favorite, but a couple of folks on stream have gone to the vanilla and tried it out. So will we see them opt for the Tentamissiles over the traditional one with the milk that they have longed for or used so regularly here? And as Nine mentioned, Supurasshuika yet to lose a match. For Ninjin Kokuō Neshū, they have dropped one. So it's been a little while. They've not dropped one, I believe, since round 1, where they went down 0-2, won 3 straight 2-0, and then went into round 2 with a 2-1 victory over Blue Impulse. So coming off of a bit of a back and forth match, we'll see if any of that tension carries over into round 3.
I'm just noticing here on the graphic, I love that on the Raibaru side, where you list who your rival is, it appears that Bagu has listed Roro, the teammate, as a rival. So, that's a lot of fun. Whenever your teammates with your rivals and your good buddies in that sense, it's always fun to fight it out and, have a little fun as you go on and take on the opponents. I think we're only waiting on one winner, and then we'll officially be into round 3 in earnest. So now, after all that we've gone through, we're just down now to, what is this, 8 technically? Just 8 matches left, 16 teams? Seems like just a couple hours ago we were at 90 something.
And it is Kimo Suginai taking on Clumsy Munchkin, or Motatsuki Munchkin, as the final game that we're waiting on. Once that one is done, as mentioned, we will earnestly be in round number 3. Nine's already highlighted at least one match that has ended in an upset, and we have fully entered, the top cut portion. We've gotten through a lot of the separating the wheat from the chaff, if you'll excuse the sort of pun or the old phrase there. Now we are down to just a handful of teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches to take place in round 3, which will take us to our 8 remaining teams in the quarterfinal. And tons of talent to be left on the cutting room floor. Gonna have to see if some of the ones that we've already spotlighted, like Yongen-shoku, which is still in the tournament, is going to remain. SDGs moving forward, they're going to have a pretty difficult match. Reach Marks, they, at the bottom of that round 2 bracket, they were in a 2-1 and are going to have to take on a tough Onco Buster squad. So really, there are no easy matches at this point in the tournament. You really are getting down to, only the best are left, and most of the teams are only going to have 1, if any, losses under their belt at this time.
Only 1, if any, and again, with the turf war aspect of this too, we've kind of talked about it. You really have very, very little time, if any, to actually figure out what your opponent is trying to do. And, we've seen how one player can completely snowball a big advantage here. So there's something to be said for you've got to be sharp, and all of you have to be sharp at all times, which is a quite demanding thing to ask of these players, especially at this level. But we'll see who's able to rise up to the challenge. I will say, looking at this one, supurasshuika, I would say, should be the favorite. So we might get to witness, Zach, one of our top teams be pushed to the limit, or they could cruise forward. I really do think that this is a squad from an accolade standpoint who looks at the teams that they will be fighting against. They see 4 primary colors and they say, okay, that's our squad. Like, that's the squad that we are trying to beat and who we've got to fight it out against. And that's an important mentality to have, especially in these longer formats. I know it doesn't seem like it's a longer format, given that, again, it's turf war, it's single elimination. But remember, when you have 6 must-win sets in a row, that's its own sort of, you walk into a bracket and now your mentality has to shift. So I'm expecting these players to have saved the best for last. And I've noticed in these long formats, especially, Zach, unlike you and I, these players seem to get stronger as the days go on, and impressive to see them pull that off. But it's certainly not something that can be taught. It is earned through years and years of long, long hours.
Strong at any point, unfortunately. I never get started, which is the unfortunate piece. So credit to these teams where it's due, just playing through the multiple hours, and you get to speak to the people next to you. That's the other great thing about LANs, is you have your teammates, you have other teams, you have the spectators that have come through. There are so many different things to do. I know in Western LANs, haven't gotten to see what might be available on the Japanese side, but vendors that come out to, artists that have Splatoon related merch that is so cared for, handcrafted, beautifully done. Shout out to Bug Slap, by the way, recently got my web pins. That's one form of the art that manifests out as well. And we're pretty close here to getting started. 7 stages on the board, 7 players in the lobby, and taking a look at their compositions, they're so mirrored as we get a great look at the crowd as well, and just how many people have turned up, as well as the sort of purple and yellow lighting that highlights the 2 teams. But we may truly see 4 of the same weapon on each side, with the Reflux Milk, the Snipe Rider 5H, the Slosher, and the S-Blast 91.
All right, here we go. Man, that room looks so cool too. I love the uplights that they've got set up.
That's the AV guy in you.
I love some uplights. When you'd be amazed at what you can get done with just a few uplights in the right room, especially a white room like that. I saw, I believe it was Oda, actually, who is one of the TO staffing. A lot of people would say the head TO that makes all this happen, had a post, I guess it was yesterday, of just that room totally empty. And it was just kind of this, there wasn't a whole lot that was said with it. It was just sort of the photo. And I remember thinking, like, okay, I mean, that's it. I mean, that's the room, and that's where it's all going to end up going down once it's all set up. And I just love a good calm before the storm photo. So what a great photo that was, to kind of show, like, this is where we're at right now. This is the mentality of all the players, all the staff. We know that tomorrow some great things are going to happen, but for right now, all is calm. And just it's one of those nice nostalgic moments that you look back on, and you look back on a photo like that.
Always calm and always bright, but we are past the Christmas season, so we must carry on into the bleak winter months. of January and February, but it is not bleak in terms of the game that we have ahead of us here as they are sorting the players in the lobby, and we will soon see what randomly selected map is chosen for this next upcoming game. And again, taking a look at what these players could potentially bring and what they have, it lends itself a lot to when you're seeing tons of the same weapons back and forth. The individual plays matter so much more, and I like when that happens because we get to talk about, okay, one weapon can have multiple play styles. Is one right? Is one wrong? I don't think there could be a wrong play style at this high level orientation at the face of it, but there are definitely wrong choices and wrong decisions made when you're actually fully in the game itself. And I think we have got the stage, and I'm having to squint my eyes. My old age belies me here, 9. But that sure looks like Eeltail Alley to me. What do you think?
Yep, I would agree. Squinting and looking as close as I can, I believe that is Eeltail Alley. So here we go. Eeltail Alley once again. The Snipe Riders are going to have a lot of fun. I think the fact that these two comps are so balanced, if not outright mirroring each other, will mitigate some of what makes Eeltail Alley fun. But on the other side, it does mean that both of these teams know how to play against each other, at least on a compositional side. I will be very curious, again, I know I said this, if Yo-chan ends up going with the S-Blast 91 or if this is a Mint Decavitator option, if this is a stage for it, because I think that both are fine choices here. I think that it is oh so tempting to have that Mint Decavitator when you can dive in, set that big bubbler down, get everybody jumping in and truly push your advantage. But Zach, we won't have to wait any longer. We are getting into our game.
Eeltail Alley, game 1 of our bracket round 3 between supurasshuika and ninjin kokuō neshū, as we see weapons coming out, not a mirror as it were, although 3 out of the 4 for both teams relatively projected. I guess the exception for supurasshuika, the splash-o-matic, fittingly enough, and definitely the most oddball, if you could call it, that weapon coming out from ninjin kokuō neshū is the vanilla mini splatling, something that was seen quite a bit in the western side for Turf War, but that we haven't seen a ton of today with teams favoring the Rattler.
Yeah, Bagu playing this isn't necessarily surprising given what was listed, but I will say it's an interesting one to bring here. I mean, I think certainly it's a weapon that can get a lot done, and it does mean that you're going to have a burst bomb here, given that you aren't using an S-Blast, so you're at least going to find a way to get to the burst bomb that you want, but we've already talked about the Ultra Stamp, how tricky it can be to make that work, and this isn't a great range. You saw right there getting picked off by the range of Rubitan on that Snipe Rider 5H, so will be difficult to get that mini into position. Once it's there, it can be quite strong, but Zach, that's easier said than done.
Mami throwing out the Booyah Bomb right in the middle there, so anybody that was near that bridge is going to have to get away. The Splash-O-Matic using the bridge and seeing if they can get around. They force one jump out. The Reflux too far in for their own good. We talked about how they were so patient. The Ray Mars team was so patient in pushing that Reflux not until past the 1 minute and 30-second mark. At 150, we see the Reflux already in the midst of the action as supurasshuika is going to come out with the crab tank, seeing if they can burn down this Booyah Bomb. They do not quite get it, but supurasshuika holding on to a pretty sizable stage control here.
Yeah, they would love to get somebody up here who can do something about this mini splatling there. I believe that Rubitan positioned well to make sure that you wouldn't be able to come over for free. One does go down in the scramble, though. I believe it's the Splash-O-Matic, so they'll trade out a little bit of turf as right now Ninjin kokuō neshū is actually playing this pretty patiently. They're not trying to push the advantage. They're maybe sensing that Yo-chan is waiting underneath, and I believe Yo-chan did end up finding someone in that scuffle, so it's about waiting for the right moment, picking the right target. These teams have done a pretty good job of it thus far, but it appears until they find a way to truly push onto the side of supurasshuika, Ninjin kokuō neshū is not going to commit the big mistake. They're going to wait for them to come, and I guess if you wait long enough, supurasshuika is going to come and try to do just that.
Picking the right target and picking the right sub-weapons for the job. We saw the Splash-O-Matic using the burst bombs to great effect, and now we see the mini splatling also heralding the burst bombs with that Ultra Stamp online. Not going to need to use it. They will lose their Slosher in the midst of that, who will jump back in rather quickly. And now here comes the Ultra Stamp. Who will they deign to use it on? The Booyah Bomb is coming out, and the Crab Tank is coming out of it. They just throw it into the air. They're not able to find anything with 15 seconds left to go. Only player with their special online is the Reflux for Ninjin kokuō neshū. to. Do they have anything to fight for? They lose their S-Blast. The mini Splatling trying desperately to keep mid painted in the midst of this Booyah Bomb. It's one late tick, but definitely in the favor there of yellow is mid. The players clasping their hands together to see who it will come out for. And it looks like it will be SplashGo taking game 1, 9 yet again, 49-47.
I just can't believe it. They cannot keep playing games this close in Turf War. This is excellent. And you talk about just one little thing changing. You saw at the end, the mini Splatling was still holding on to its Ultra Stamp. If that had gotten thrown, taken a player out, and then landed, that might have been enough to swing it. That's how close that game was. These wild scrambles at the center at the end with both teams' hands clasped together, hoping for the win. What a great show here. SplashGo continues their move, but, that game told me a lot of what I needed to know about ninjin, kokuō, neshū, and, how this squad was able to get this far when, again, they've beaten some teams that I would say would be seated above them or certainly more well-known names, and it's their patience, it's picking out the targets there. They had the lead going into the last 15-ish seconds, I would say, Zach, and again, SplashGo found the fights they needed to and closed it out. Barely, but I'm very impressed with the patience that they showed in that game, picking out the right targets, and it's patience without being slow, without being passive, without being submissive. You've got to hold on to the important parts of your stage, but it doesn't mean you have to move forward every time a small pathway opens. You got to open the door sometimes before you try to walk through it.
There's a brief moment there as well where SplashGo, and they're still going through it. They've actually called over a couple of staff to take a look at one of the players' monitors and setups here. So possible that we might be getting a delay even if this game 2 were to start, as they're fiddling with one of the players' monitors and their setup here, making sure that the cables are connected. But as we talk about that, we may get into a game 2. I'm not sure that it will actually count while they fix everything, but Rubiton was definitely a focal point and a high note for SplashGo. They were doing a great job of controlling the bridge that goes over mid here. They got a great pick onto, I believe, the Splash-O-Matic to take them down on their Reign of Terror as well, or support them. And so having that duel where you're constantly going to see the same weapon on the enemy team and having to know that you need to outperform them in every instance, whether that's turf, finding any picks that you can grab, getting your tactical out more often. If you're not running a double tactical composition, which I think we've only seen once or maybe twice today, you are not just the anchor, but the backbone of your team in multiple ways.
The backbone, and also, again, so difficult when you think that the opponent has the charger in the lobby. That always kind of hangs over your head, and it's a big responsibility. But Zach, we have our first quarterfinal participant.
Ooh.
You want to guess who it is? Don't look.
Okay,
you want to guess who it is?
I'm gonna guess it's Nykora's team.
It's not.
Oh,
it's not. That's not me saying they've lost. To be clear, they just weren't the first one to move through.
Is it Onko Busters?
It's not. It's Zeronana-Karutetto, the 0-7 quartet, which means Samurai Kasato is still in it and moving forward. So we'll see if they... Well, no, they did win. Their next opponent, based on seeding, would be Nyagora and the squad. 4 primary colors would be the matchup there. And, ooh, that's so enticing. Still plenty of games to go through before we even reach that point. But, now the Titans are starting to clash.
Shout out to Jumpropolis, though. I mean, 2-1 victory in round 1, and then you say they get an upset in round 2, a 2-0 victory over Wingman, and then they take to game 3, 0-7 quartet, who has, Samurai Kasato doing such a, being such an established player. Very, very difficult journey, as you mentioned, and they made the most of it. So as we await the other results from round 3 and await the fix to game 2 here, it does look like the issue with the player on SplashGo's monitor has been fixed. They are gearing up for the lobby and readying up here. Will we see any adaptations? It does look like we might be going back again, very small, and we're about to see what it is, but Hagglefish does look like the pick here. I am proven correct, so we'll see more action on top of that Uninkable Tarp. 9, do we have any changes? I'm already seeing something in that sticker Splatana Stamper.
Yeah, Yochan switching over to that I think is really interesting because, listen, Yochan is capable of playing basically every weapon under the sun and playing it at a really high level. But I feel that S-Blast is so strong here. I know that controversial statement of the year, S-Blast is strong on a stage, right? But I guess, there are angles certainly that the Splatana Stamper, any of them, can play in terms of where they can put that long hitbox and hit people up on the raised area, put pressure from underneath that uninkable tarp that Zach talked about earlier there. So I understand it. And again, more pressure from these types of positions, but we'll see if it ends up working out, if it ends up being the right choice. It appears everybody else is reprising mostly the same roles, although Ribia, I think kind of interestingly, is switching over to the bucket instead. So that slosher means there won't be a shooter, and notably, Zach, means there won't be a crab tank, which I think may be the bigger story as this game goes on.
Yeah, this is more so the prediction that aligned with what we were talking about before game one. So 3 now out of the 4 players are mirroring weapons. We have Bagu looking to see if they can get a pick. They do get taken out early, swapping over to the S-Blast for this one, and that remains an important factor here, just getting that tactical route as quickly as they can. So supurasshuika trying to move forward here. Rubiton was playing on their jumps down to take down Mamu, so that's going to be a great pick. Follows up on the ink that the Booyah Bomb provided, and now SplashGo following up their game 1 success by moving well forward of mid. You do have Rubiton retreating just a little bit to make sure that it stays painted. Has to respect the triple ink strike, but it's going to take a little bit of a comeback here from Ninjin, Kokuō, neshū.
And they've still got a lot of turf on their side as well that needs to be dealt with before they can do a whole lot else. As we see trading Booyah Bombs as 3 members will slowly close in on Yochan. And yeah, not even Yochan's going to be able to fight out on that. That's going to let Mamu clean things up there. That's most of their side that has now been turfed up. And they even got mid out of it as well as we enter the last minute here. This is where I think the lack of Crab Tank could really end up hurting. They're sort of relying on Rubiton to get another shot and maybe ended up getting it there at the maximum range of that pencil in order to close things out and open things up for them. 50 seconds left here. They still aren't in a great position. I would say they're in a pretty good position, have the right players moving forward and attacking, but this is still very close with both teams with great footing as Bagu gets a pick.
Yeah, Bagu applying the pressure there, even before that direct, was throwing the burst bomb over to the right and making sure that ramp there, that alley was inaccessible. They only live because they start charging the Booyah Bomb, and Bagu not taking them out until that very moment, waits for them to use the special and has now the Booyah Bomb of their very own. They're the only one with a special online though for their team, though, as we see the triple ink strike coming out immediately from the slosher on the side of supurasshuika. Now 12 seconds left to go. The Booyah Bomb going to join with the triple ink strike to make sure that they have as much paint down as possible. Can Ninjin, Kokuō, and neshū make it work? It looks like it's quite purple. Trying to focus on the pick. They do go down at the very end to the sticker Splatana Stamper. Was that enough to turn the tide? And in fact, they didn't really need much tide turning as SplashGo makes it emphatic 55% this time. No more 2% changes. And despite some tech issues heading into game 2, they win game 2 and will move on to our quarterfinal.
And I just want to continue giving credit. We did a lot of it in that last game to Rubiton on that Snipe Rider 5H, because when you're pushed back, yes, you would love to have a special to break yourself out. Yes, you would love to have a flank or something, but sometimes you just need your longest range weapon to hit a couple shots. And that's how you're going to take out somebody on the opposing team from relative safety. It's the great advantage that range has. It's that, hey, I can hit you from relative safety, and that's how I have to do it. If your Snipe Rider 5H isn't hitting those shots, you're going to be wasting an awful lot of time and an awful lot of resources to try to get rid of some of those players. So Rubiton gets those shots. I was worried that no Crab Tank would put too much pressure on Rubiton. No worries. Clearly, the rest of the squad did the job as well. A 2-0 victory. They will be your second team moving to bracket round number 4. Also, Ellie, I love the bracket round 3 a.m. that has been posted there at the top. Not quite yet true for Zach and I, but we're going to be there before too long. I can tell you that.
There is also one other match that has concluded, and unfortunately for the team in which victory is equated to luck, their luck has run out as they ran in to 4 primary colors, who has swept through them 2-0, setting up the match between 4 primary colors and their next opponent, who we were talking about earlier, 07 Quartet with Samurai Kasato. So 9. Great matchup there. Maybe that's the one that we can hopefully, I hope they put that one on for the quarterfinals, because that is already just a knockdown drag out.
I mean, that could be grands at a Splat World Series. I mean, if you're looking at Samurai Kasuto versus Reimaru, Zach, this is a rematch of the grand finals of the Splat World Series. And this is quarterfinals.
These teams running into each other so early, and just think of how much more talent is waiting in the wings as well. And it's not been an easy journey for 07 Quartet either. They went down, they had 2 out of their 3 single elimination games go to game 3. So twice it's been possible that in a 3-minute stretch they could have been sent home early, and they leapt through and were able to survive. We also just got in a 4th result. A team has now gone to 6-0, that being Yoshimoto Karamawari is going to get the win there, 2-1. So another game 3 battle over Redupa. So Redupa gonna fall there in a close game 3 set. It's a reverse sweep that allows them to come through, and that will be Yoshimoto Karamawari moving on to the quarterfinals. They are still awaiting the winner of Two Time and Guruguru to see what their quarterfinals match will look like.
Man, that had to have been an incredible set too. I mean, just to rattle off the names again, on the losing team, Rurapa, you had Sugi, Kotaji, Maple, and Riften. And then, of course, the squad that moved forward, Yoshimoto, that Zach just discussed, that's Mako Udan, Atabaru, Natiu, and Rotaberu. So, man, that's a 2-1 set there, reverse sweep. That's incredible. So, I think we are going to go ahead and pop to a break here. We've been signaled that it's okay to do so. Ours ended very quickly, so we are going to do that. Again, when we come back, we will know what our next match is. We won't have to speculate. We will update you on the matches that happened while we were on break, and we will set for the final 3 rounds, quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. Coming at you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. And again, don't fall asleep. You've stayed up this long. Hang with us just a little bit longer at SplashGo 12. We are back with SplashGo number 12, and we are back with a matchup that, I mean, this is, for all intents and purposes, for 4 of the 8 people in this set, Zach, a rematch of grand finals of the Splat World Series. Zeronana-Karutetto. Zeronana-Karutetto is 0-7 quartet. Yongen-shoku, the 4 primary colors. On one side, Jitachi, Suemaru, Nemua, and Samurai Kasato. 2 of those members were a member of Samurai Cat when they fought against the Invincible Fleet, Reimaru. That squad featured Naegora and Reimaru, and they've upgraded that squad by adding Melon and the Indomitable Lobstar to the show as well. This is bracket round 4. This is quarterfinals with World Championship level play. I am so glad that we get to spectate this one, Zach, because this is star power out the wazoo.
Yeah, and on the Japanese broadcast, we got a brief glimpse into what weapons they might be packing, and it's quite different from what we've seen over the last several sets. We had a squeezer in there, we had mini splatling maybe making a return, and also the splatter shot as well. Again, we've seen that deviation away from some of the mains that these players have played into something that befits Turf War more. But as a reminder, this is still best of 3. They're going to settle this with this high caliber talent in a best of 3 set. It almost feels unfair at that point. But yes, for Yongen-shoku, a player with the probably S-Blast 91 coming through, Naegora with the Zimmy under their belt, and then they have Reimaru, who could be running that Splash-O-Matic. We've seen that as a popular option for Crab Tank. And then rounding it out, Meron with the Splatter Shot. We'll see if that comes through and if that is one of their more offensive weapons, despite them already having the S-Blast. A couple of other potentially offensive options that does notably leave out a Snipe Rider 5H, a pencil rather. And on the opposite side of things, for Zeronana-Karutetto or 07 Quartet, also a Splash-O-Matic at their disposal. They have a Squeezer coming through, and then a Nautilus. So the Nautilus, I believe, 47 will be their primary option. And to round it out, their anchor player listed as being on E-Leader. We've asked that question multiple times tonight. Is there room for an E-Leader in Turf War when the pencil has been overwhelmingly the stronger choice? We only have a little bit to wait. That is actually 9 Samurai Kasato that is listed there, and we'll see what they bring out.
Use it. It's going to be Samurai Kasato. I mean, that was the E-Leader that stole the hearts and minds of all of us as we watched it tear through the best that the world had to offer. Listen, when an E-Leader gets hot, there is little to nothing that can be done to stop it. I mean, let's be clear. If they're hitting their shots and in their position, that's how it feels. And if we keep going to Eel Tail Alley, which you would think, with the way that the random has worked out thus far, may happen at some point, I think that would be the time you'd have to chance fate, especially if it goes through. But to my old eyes, that does not appear to be Eel Tail Alley. It appears to be Undertow Spillway, and this would be quite the venue to bring out the E-Leader. We'll see that story and the many to be written over the course of this incredible bracket round 4 game. Taking a look right here, it will be the Snipe Rider 5H, of course, from one side, and on the other side, it's Lobstar, who's going to be bringing out that Rapid Blaster Winter, or Rapid Blaster Pro Winter instead. That's how they're going to get their Tacticoolers.
Naegora does come out with a mini splatling, and it's going to be the Rattler, so they will have the beacons, which has been so important in these Turf War matches. Haven't seen a ton of Undertow Spillway today, but this does have some areas, some corners where you can place them. Splash-O-Matic going to go down almost instantly as we see a big flank by the Nautilus. They're going to look to see if they can get one. Will they find them? They will. Lobster goes down, and an early start here for Zeronana-Karutetto that gives them the advantage despite the Booyah Bomb blocking a little bit of Terria down for 4 primary colors.
What's wild there is Naegora actually also got 2, so both of the Splatlings went crazy there at the start of the game in order to give their teams an advantage here. Now Naegora going to sit back up here and do a great job, I think, of at least making sure that some of the team can move up onto the middle area there. I say that, and of course, one of them immediately gets taken out. That's just the way they go. Another one goes down. It's 2. I think 4 players have gone down to Naegora's Traizuka, and he's only fired 2 of them.
Absolutely disgusting behavior as we see Meron setting up with this Reflux Siege if they have time or the space to put a Booyah Bomb down. And right now, Zeronana-Karutetto, despite the opening, in danger, flashing already at the minute and 40 mark. And they are kind of hanging back, waiting for the right opportunity. That means the Nautilus does not have an area to move forward in. The Ink Storm is something that we haven't seen. You would think it's a natural choice for Turf War as we see the Crab Tank coming out to counter that. Booyah Bomb on the left-hand side as well. Zeronana-Karutetto, the more casualties on their side, couple going down. They don't even need Reimaru there to get that pick. They get marked, but there's nobody to follow up. Some pot shots coming out as well from that pencil, but so far, it's all Yongen-shoku holding strong.
Oh, and again, Nayagora got taken out up there. I think now that the members of 07 Quartet have wisened up to where that's going to come from, they're going to have to figure something out. How about Melon diving off the top rope here with the Reflux instead, taking out and moving. Now the Reflexes are fighting it out. They're duking it out on this side. I love it when they work up and fight with this weapon. Still has the Booyah Bomb as well, so they could really turn this into an opportunity to crash through. Right now, keep an eye at the top of the screen. You know that Nayagora is going to be building up that Trizuka, trying to aim it at the long-range weapon of Samurai Kasato, being Samurai themselves. That was what worked so well in the Splat World Series. Would love to make it work again. Instead, I think they just waited a little too long to try to use their specials. Now, still plenty of time, Zach, but this is starting to get in favor of Zeronana-Karutetto, despite the fact that Yongen-shoku has controlled the game.
And Reimaru lost their crab there, so they're going to have to come back with expedience and make it work. They're holding on to it now with 12 seconds left to go. The Ink Storms come out as well, and it looks like Zeronana-Karutetto has the ink at their advantage. They do get one there, and they push forward. Trades coming out as well. 3 down. It's effectively a 1v2 to finish it out here. Yongen-shoku, do they have what it takes to hold on? It's pretty split in mid, maybe leaning a little bit yellow, and it will by 6%. And I believe that's Zeronana-Karutetto getting a Game 1 victory, forcing Yongen-shoku to need a reverse sweep.
Okay, take a breath. Take a breath here. Man, there's so many moments there. Again, going into that last 25 seconds, Yongen-shoku certainly had the better position. They had the specials that they wanted to use, but you called it out perfectly, Zach. Reimaru went down before the crab could go out and get any value for them, and they needed that in order to slow the push of Zeronana-Karutetto. And again, you talk about the small differences here. We don't see exactly what was able to take that out. It could have been a lot of things. Everyone was kind of getting bunched up in the center. If that game had gone on for 2 more seconds, there was only one member up left, and it was a member of Yongen-shoku. I believe it was Reimaru. Certainly would have stolen that lead back. So you talk about the smallest of margins, and there you go. Now 1 game away from Yongen-shoku being eliminated, Zach.
And so surprising. You look at the Nautilus, which does have a very strong base weapon, but the point sensor may not give you a ton of value. Just knowing where a player is not going to grant you all the power in the world. It may help you with the placement of things like a Booyah Bomb, if you want to use it offensively. If you have a Crab Tank at your disposal, that may allow them to be pointed out. We've seen the angle shooter before. That actually does damage if it hits you and marks you temporarily. So to bring that and have such success with it and have that passive stage control with the Ink Storm, that allowed them to take a good amount of space alongside just the early flanks and the peace of mind that must give the rest of their teammates to have a longer range weapon at their disposal when they don't have the Crab Tank online. And as you mentioned, shout out to getting that big pick on the Crab Tank. They'll be looking for another one here as Game 2 will be on Wahoo World.
And this is going to be interesting. What is Lobster going to go? Because in that last game, had a tough... Oh, we got a big swap around here. Hold on. It's not a lot of swapping here from Yongen-shoku. Nothing at all, in fact. But you have the Dapple Dualies out this time from Samurai Kasato. I know, very proud of the development of this weapon to play it on wet stages where E-Leader can't play. And that frees up Suemaru, who was using an N-Zap in that last game. We didn't even talk about how they were running double tacticalers, Zach, in that last game, but now there's only going to be one way to get it, and it is going to be these Dapple Dualies going to need to generate it and put avenues for them to go back into the game, and right now needs to find a couple picks because Yongen-shoku got a couple to start it.
Suemaru, who's just gone down, they're running quick super jump as a main on their chest piece. So that's something that we haven't seen a ton of players do. But when you don't have sub abilities and you need to get out, that might just be the strategy you have to employ. 3 down now forced against Yongen-shoku. So zeronana-karutetto doing a great job as they have the ink rail to get away. That's going to be Nemu, I believe, just barely getting away and allowing the jump-ins to come through. So even when they don't have the beacons of the Dapple Dualies, they find ways to survive, take a bit more chip damage than they can survive. It's a big map 9 and lots of games still to go through.
Yeah, lots of game, and that's really the only thing you can say for Yongen-shoku right now is, hey, we've got time, relax, we've got time, because Nemu would push all the way up there, force them, and now you start to wonder, okay, did we wait too long to get Melon up and contributing here? Did it take too long for us to start to move to the center? Again, it's going to be Nemuwa taking another member out there. That's Reimaru, this Nautilus Flatling. No real answers for it on a map this open where the Nautilus can do exactly what they want. And yeah, indeed, that might be the only answer they had right now. Again, it's Naigora to the rescue with a great shot from that Rattler's Trizuka.
Exactly my point is you have to find an answer. The Trizuka, part of why you bring it is for the range as well as the immediate impact it can have on your squad. They're hoping to get the same with that thrown Ultra Stamp. It looks like they did get a pick there. 2 now as the Rattler and the Winter go down against Yongen-shoku with a minute left to play, but not without casualties of their own. They're going to lose that Nautilus that, as you mentioned, has been so pivotal to this composition. They still have the Dapples to set up the beacons, so their teammates helping to jump back to that, and their Milk goes down with their special intact. So that's yet again specials being lost when they lose their teammates early. So sometimes, Nine, having those specials and holding on to them for the right moment, that right moment doesn't come soon enough.
Well, there's still plenty of time for them for them to use them, and Yongen-shoku has patiently worked their way back in. 2 are going to rush on that side, and they both get taken out, Zach. Neither one of them got anything on that side. Now, Lobster has an opportunity to get this jump. If they close this out, it's another cycle, too. Now they've identified the attack coming in on this left side. It's just a couple more hits here, and Lobster once again takes them out. Just 10 seconds, Zach. I think that's too many of them who have gone down. It's another one that is now cycled. We've spectated Lobster looking left, looking right. A lot of purple in the center. And oh my goodness, Zach, when the champions are against the wall, they find ways to make plays. And there you go. A strong response from Yongen-shoku. They certainly took their sweet time. You know, what was it I said in that first set, Zach, when Lobster had that huge, what was it, quad to close it out? I said, well, okay, you certainly made us wait for that play. There we got to see it at the end as well. Whoa, I mean, what else could you ask for from this duo?
I mean, Ropsta hitting us with the neshū at the end. They knew that they did enough. And as you called out, it was for 2.5 minutes fully in focus for Zeronana-Karutetto. They were getting the picks. They were making the Nautilus work. They were positioning them perfectly. But a couple of mistakes, losing that special early. They don't get the reflux special out. They have the Trizuka taking out some of their longer range members, and that started around the midway point of the game, which is kind of, you can consider the turning point in that game number 2, is they find an answer for the Nautilus, and it doesn't look like they ever get set back up in an ideal position in mid unaccosted, because by that point Yongen-shoku has made it to mid, and now Ropsta's in a position where from the high ground, from the same elevation, they can tap shot and get the picks that they need to with that rapid blaster. Again, you question maybe why you bring such a blaster with a slim painting range in. That is exactly why, because the picks that you need, and even if you can't paint yourself, preventing the enemy from being able to paint in multiple instances as just as valid of a strategy.
Well, here we go. I think this is a stage that Samurai has to be happy to see. If you feel like you are the charger in the lobby, which you are, the opponent doesn't have one, this would be the stage where you could make everyone pay. I mean, we saw earlier what Rubiton was able to do here. Samurai Kasato, certainly a charger capable of doing everything that any other charger is able to do, and then some to elevate it. I'm so, again, interested in seeing what is the choice going to be. Is Naigora just going to stick with the Rattler, and that's the way that they're going to fight against this range? Will there be changes from zeronana-karutetto? This is it, folks. Maybe the best match that we've seen thus far. It's going to be the double Tacticooler coming out here. Suemaru has swapped back, and it's actually another swap, Zach. It's going to be the crab back out, but Naigora's gone over to the heavy edit Splatlings. So that's how they're going to get their Tacticoolers, and Lobstar switching over to the S-Blast 91 in a do or die moment, and he's already gotten one player.
Well, in Zeronana-Karutetto, they are really feeling confident still in the first half of last game because they've stuck with the Nautilus there. So looking forward there, nice pick there by Robsta, getting one down, seeing if they can find another on this S-Blast. Nobody around and just dodging out of the way of that pencil, which is going to be likely their biggest op for the rest of this game. And the Nautilus, this is kind of their kitchen. This is their office, if you will. They love being set up here in mid, playing around the boxes, using them for cover, throws out the Ink Storm, and even gets a trade to boot.
Had to have that trade too, because that Booyah Bomb was going to close it out otherwise, and now Nayagora in a decent position here is going to force the jump out. And the reason I love this pick is, again, the range advantage that Zeronana-Karutetto has is going to be so difficult for the members of Yongen-shoku to deal with. Again, anytime they're in an open area, it's going to be that much more difficult for them to even move forward safely. They do have the crab tank as well, as Nayagora is going to go down there. Again, they're still moving forward and fighting, not even caring that they're holding on to a reflux. Instead, fight it out there. It continues to be pressure on both sides. This is high-level turf war. Another goes down. We're swapping everybody out, and I think finally the tactical loop does swing back in favor of Zeronana-Karutetto. It's their time to push.
And Meron and Jitachi have again dispelled this rumor that you have to be passive with the reflux. You can really be aggressive, maybe not as aggressive as we see in the Western scene, but with a minute 50, they were already well in mid and participating in these team fights. It's going to be the reflux and several teammates that come after, the Nautilus included, as well as the NZAP that go down. You just have your pencil left. Will you be able to survive on that alone? You are at least going to be able to back off Nayagora with the Booyah Bomb, but that's about it. It's pretty easily gained once again by the heavy edit as we enter that first minute, and yet again, the Nautilus has gone down. They are not allowing this Nautilus to set up in prime positions. Feels like Yongen-shoku has figured it out.
Well, they may have, but I think there's a flank coming around the right side as well. We'll look here over at the left as Lobstar finds another shot onto the Nautilus, Zach, pre-firing, and that means everyone's going to be herded and warded over to the other way. Lobstar is going to swing wide. It's another one that goes down, and now just pressuring. Doesn't have to force the issue with 30 seconds left. Has a Booyah Bomb again, a direct from that angle, and even hit another player. Lobstar forces it out. Zach, it's 2.5 with 15 left.
And they saved their specials that entire time, and now they get the benefit of using them. The crab tank layered into the Booyah Bomb. They will lose rope stuff finally, but it may be too little too late. Here comes the Booyah Bomb from Zeronana-Karutetto. They have the shots there in mid. They're trying to paint desperately. They're tap-shotting the ground more so than they're tap-shotting each other. It was a close battle. Yongen-shoku, though, finding their footing after a tough game one loss, and indeed, by 6%, they will get the reverse sweep and move on to the semifinals.
Oh my goodness, what a fight, and handshakes, high five, Melon goes over and thanks the teammates. I mean, what a show. 3 exciting games of turf war, and even a scramble there at the end. I wasn't certain. I thought Lobstar went down to nothing there. I don't know if that was a bomb or what it was, but Lobstar definitely did not think he was going down there. Then suddenly they started to push through the center. I'm like, there's a lot of turf there in the center. Everyone's fighting over here on the side, and now the reflexes aren't hitting anything. They're just hitting the ground around them, and oh my goodness, what a show that was, and a tip of the cap that I'm not wearing right now to Zeronana-Karutetto. What a show, what a fight to get this far. But once again, in this matchup, Reimaru and Nayagora find some magic against the duo of Samurai Kasato and Suemaru, who I hope you saw how fearsome they are. They were in and controlling every single one of those games at one point or another against a squad like this.
And really some exceptional play. You know, Jitachi, we saw some great moments from them. They put up a good fight against Meron. Of course, Samurai Kasato, you've sort of waxed poetic about them multiple times. And Suemaru did a great job as well. But this Yongen-shoku team, so difficult to combat as we see them. It looks like get over onto the main broadcast and speak with some of the casters here. And it's going to be even tougher when they carry forward, because even if you get that game one victory, this is proof that they are never down for the count. We do not yet have any other quarterfinals results, although we do have all of our quarterfinals teams, the one that will end up facing Yongen-shoku here is going to be one of two currently undefeated teams. So Guruguru is one of them at 5-0, taking on Yoshimoto Kamawawari, who is at 6-0. So if they come out of the quarterfinals, they will run into this Yongen-shoku team at 7-0, which will be a very difficult stance. Elsewhere in the bracket, we have a 4-1 versus a 5-1 team. This is going to be double Basilisk at 4-1, taking on Marshmallow, who is at 5-1. And to round things out at the very bottom of the bracket, we talked about Onko Busters as being one of the teams. They're at 5-0, and taking them on is the team that we saw previously, Supurasshuika, at 5-0, Splash Watermelon, hoping to move on and go to the semifinals. The 2-1 just now reported for Yongen-shoku. They speak to the Japanese Casters 9. We have likely thoughts of our own, but after a match like that, I just can't even think with how much high-level Splatoon we've seen today.
And how much high-level Splatoon we didn't get to see today. That's the real joy of watching a top-level Japanese tournament. It's never just what the top team is doing. It's what the 2 through 16 also did on the way up. So we'll, of course, hope that we can get some good games here at the end, but I will forever be jealous of the people who get to spectate these in person. I'm interested in seeing, I mean, these other teams can't be too far behind game-wise, I would think. I mean, we just went to a game 3. I guess the teams did get into it pretty quickly, but yeah, I suppose we'll see. You want to keep talking, Zach, or you want to take a break? I'll toss to you this time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can mention that there has to be an element of, if you're on the grand stage, you have, TL eyes on you immediately. There may be more of a delay if you're playing on a stage or a station setup where, somebody either has to go report or you have to call a TO over and make sure that they know the result, and then they have to walk over and get it reported on start.gg. So definitely that could be one reason why, there is that bit of a delay. When we started the quarterfinals, there were maybe 1 or 2 other round 3 matches that were still going on that we were waiting for, but we should have results trickle in relatively quickly. But I've been so excited to see, these players that have been known in the Western scene continue to be relevant, and I'm so glad that they are invested and have not burnt out, frankly, on the game. I think we mentioned, well, what feels like ages ago, about the great retirement that the teams or that some players are focusing on right now, taking a break either indefinitely or permanently. And to see high-level players that have been around for years and years and years still enjoying the latest iteration of the game is such a joy. But I do think because we only have the 1 match in, we will go ahead and take a break here. So don't go anywhere. We will have more action for you from SplashGo 12 in just a moment.
Well, folks, we want to thank you for holding on so long through all the delays, through everything. We are here for what will be the final few matches here of SplashGo number 12. We bring you Guruguru versus Yongen-shoku right now. I mean, they are in the lobby and they are ready to fight it out here. Just quickly running through it. Yurīzu, Milcrape, Kurukuru, and Ko. A lot of players that our viewers will be familiar with. And on the other side, hey, we've been watching them all day and all night. Robsta, Naegora, Reimaru, and Melon. Here we go. Zach, are you with me for just a couple more of these sets?
Absolutely, and I perked up at the name Milcrape. That is absolutely a player that I am accustomed to and remember from multiple different events coming through. We're right back on Wahoo World for this one. It's our last instance in the semifinals of a best of 3 before the best of 5 grand finals. So let's see what Wahoo World has to offer for us this time. And our first look at Guruguru as we take a look at the comp. Relatively familiar weapons here, 9. We're seeing that slosher come back out. It's very, very standard against that Yongen-shoku team using a lot of the newer weapons.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if this is the exact composition that Guruguru brings to every single stage. And honestly, almost every mode I would wager too. Obviously the reflux might go away here, but Ko and Kurukuru have been the pioneers of their weapons, and they've won a lot of tournaments that the United States and Europe have put on as well over the course here with those two weapons. Two of the players that come over the most often and compete, or at least used to, at the start of Splatoon 3.
Reimaru using that high ground, had to back off. There was a spot bomb trying to take them down. They get one shot there, get the second, and nice pick. They were almost going to have a third there. Had a burst bomb tracking one who immediately jumped out. So could have been a triple there as we see an initial part of this one. Guruguru was locking it down. We did see an early Booyah Bomb going into the spawn as the Trikazook is going to come out from Naegora. Will they find anything? They're caught in a tough spot. It's both a torpedo and 3 triple ink strikes on them. And Guruguru, for the most part, 9 holding down the fort.
Doing, I think, a really nice job. And I mean, Ko jumping over and using those sloshes almost like a whip. It's incredible how he wields it. He was able to force a couple people away with just a couple of those shots, created so much space that Kurokuro was able to move in with the crab tank. And without really having to dive forward or do a whole lot, they actually opened up this advantage for themselves. Kurokuro maybe getting a little overzealous, but was tacticaler there and created enough space for Ko. Zach, this is how the exchange tends to go. You have one player dive forward and then either take somebody out or jump out. That allows the other person to then take a little bit more space. You do that enough times, eventually you're going to come out ahead on the tactical loop, and you're going to find yourself with an advantage.
And as both teams do have a vanilla Splash-O-Matic, as they're building up their crab, I'm noticing that some players do rush forward, don't even aim to shoot with their main weapon, just shoot the burst bomb at their feet, get that chip damage, and then either keep moving forward to dodge around or just immediately engage them from there with some damage already in tow. So multiple specials online here for Guruguru as we get into the final minute of play. The only one for Yongen-shoku is going to be the crab tank of that Splash-O-Matic, but it's going to be Guruguru who kicks it off first. They really want to take back this middle circle, but they don't have a great entry point. Millicrape waiting for that avenue to pop out or that rotating platform to allow them entry. Instead, they're going to take the fight to Yongen-shoku, going around to the left-hand side, but they lose their Splash-O-Matic very early on. Lobster or Robsta going to try and find anybody that they can pick off, but they run into a slosher, and that could spell trouble in the last 30 seconds.
Oh, Ko was waiting that entire time, gets Lobster, and then gets another one as well, and that's the opening that they need. Now, Lobstar gets the better of it on the other end, but did it allow Guruguru to move up too far? That will be the question. Another one, is Lobstar going to wait until the end? No, ran out of ink in the middle of that scuffle, Zach, and that could be the determining factor. Needed that player desperately. Now, Melon's going to be able to swim forward, and this is the weapon that you want to turf up. This is a huge stage, and we don't know what was going on elsewhere, so we will see. The hands are up. They are calling for the praise. And we'll take a look up at the top. Excellently painted in both spawns. And it will be Yongen-shoku taking game number 1. And Melon saying, yep, that was me. I got behind him there. Pointing at himself here. He's feeling it. So happy. Great job turfing there. But Guruguru did such a fantastic job. I don't even know how long Ko was waiting on the rotating platform there to jump out and close out on Robsta, and I believe it was Naegora as well. Got both of them in that scuffle, or maybe it was another one, but I thought it was odd how difficult it was for Guruguru to get in, given that Milcrape was the only long-range weapon. I mean, I know that the Rapid Blaster Pro does have good range, but typically when a pencil player is the only pencil player in the lobby, they have a lot of effect on the game. That time, didn't really feel like Milcrape was making a lot happen, and I'm curious if that was the stage or if it was something else.
Like in part the stage, because they were not able to get into mid very easily. That bridge did not come around for them, and it forced the multiple team members of Guruguru to have to filter down on the low ground to the left, and it really made it easy for Yongen-shoku to pick them off. Even when they got a couple of final blows there, Meron was able to clean up the rest and ensure that Yongen-shoku had the victory as we get into what could already be a deciding game number 2. We are right back on Eeltail Alley. We've seen this one so much. And for Guruguru, the vanilla reflux comes out. So they're going to rely, again, we've seen this at least once before on this stage in particular, that curling bomb allowing early entry when, of course, they are done painting their spawn, and the Tenta missiles to call out the position of their opponent.
Well, you also just don't have to aim the Tenta missiles either. Of course, the law of triangles does mean that you'll get to really target everybody from your own spawn, and it's not going to take very long for you to find them in your crosshairs. I'll be very interested in seeing here with those changes, though, if they opt to play not necessarily a little bit more aggressively, but this is the stage that they would want. Again, once Milcrape gets up into the center, they should have an opportunity, but it's just not going to matter what Milcrape does. kozō is going to try to win the game single-handedly in the first minute, apparently. Will jump out and lands just after that Booyah Bomb could have closed them out. It appears that another player was attacking, probably Lobstar, who had gotten behind them. So it's an early scuffle here, interesting, but I need to see Milcrape hold this top bridge before things get out of hand.
Well, Niagara is living up to the MO of the Rattler, which is as soon as you get that Trizooka online, you fire it without a second thought, whereas their Splash-O-Matic has been holding on to the Crab for as long as they can until they feel it is the right time. Now targeted Reimaru is by the Tenta missiles. They can use the bridge overhead or the roof effectively to not take damage, but they move out of the way and see if they can get a pick, but it's them who gets picked off right as the Booyah Bomb lands on where they were standing. Trades going back and forth here. Good start from Guruguru, but they are now in danger as Yongen-shoku has really turned it around.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Melon really never got to come to the center of the stage and really start contributing, and then is playing the line of defense. They've done such a great job, be it bombs or Milcrape, of taking Lobstar out. And again, it's not only that you've taken out Lobstar there, that's also their only tacticooler. So that really changes the dynamic of the game when Lobstar can't move up and attack. Kurokuro very patiently waiting now. I'm not sure how Niagara is going to be able to get out of that. He's totally zoned off here in a corner by themselves, and okay, a Booyah Bomb, that might break up the pressure a little bit to make this happen, but they're going to need another special or two. They have a lot of specials and the resources, and they might be saving it, Zach, here until the last 30 seconds. It doesn't appear like they want to dive just yet.
Yep, Urieru hanging back, trying to see if they can build up another one of those Tenta missiles, but Yongen-shoku hanging on this time to that Trizooka, not using it immediately, while the Crab tank sits there as well. It's going to be Crab versus Crab eventually, as we now hit that 30-second mark, but Yongen-shoku is going to lose, at least temporarily, their Splash-O-Matic. They'll be right back, and it looks like they have the tactical rebuff because they still have that Crab at their disposal. Guruguru trying to jump into the bridge as well, and Meron getting the Booyah Bomb right down just to claim as much turf as they can with 15 seconds left to go. And now they advance on the low ground. They stay alive as well. Niagara making sure they can get around and paint as much as they can in the late stages. For Guruguru's part, they get 2 picks and they throw down the triple ink strike. They find 3 in the end, and they feel pretty happy about that one. It's like they won this set, even though this would be their first win of the set, and they will take it with a 15-point advantage. And now, why not celebrate when you've taken a win over such talented opponents?
And you should feel happy, because that entire last portion of the game, they just kept finding ways to take out the Crab of Reimaru before it could do anything. I think there were 2 times in those last 30 seconds that Reimaru went down either off alone or, was simply taken out, picked out, however it was. When that Crab tank couldn't make any advantage, make any pressure, it meant that Reimaru suddenly was going to have to take the Hail Mary shot, if you will, kind of a hope and a prayer to hit something. You always want the Crab to force players out, and then you can target them if that's the way that you're trying to play that last sequence. If you're not firing immediately, you want to get value out of all 3 of those shots. Never had the opportunity. That was the game we needed to see Guruguru play well on because they have the advantage. And now we're finishing on Robo Ramen. This is another stage where both of these team comps should be strong, and I'll be curious again, Zach, if it's going to be Lobstar sticking on the Rapid Blaster Pro Winter, or if it's S-Blast 91 time. I really think that S-Blast is the sharpest weapon maybe in the world right now in Lobstar's hands, and I mean, this would be the time to do it.
Well, and to your previous point, when you're comboing specials together instead of layering them, you have to be so cognizant of target priority and whether you're aiming roughly for the same person or if you're trying to spread the wealth and bring it around. And with so many obstacles, you've got the bridge, you've got boxes that people can hide behind. It's so difficult to get value out of both of them if you're layering them in, and then if you're comboing them rather. And if you have no perks or no picks to show for it, then it becomes such a detriment to you. You've invested so much in those offensive edges and you don't really have that going forward. And now you just have to defend yourself. Guruguru steamrolls forward with their specials in tow and gets the 3 picks to win them that game. But now we're in game 3, a deciding one in these semifinals. Will Yongen-shoku get sent home before the finals? Or will Guruguru not be able to complete the magical reverse sweep? We are already seeing the changes. The heavy edit has come back out 9 from Naigora for this game 3.
And this is the comp that I wanted to see. Put Naigora there and put the baton in the hands of the anchor. Let Lobstar go out and fight it out with this weapon. Absolutely the right choice. I know Lobstar went down earlier here, but there's a lot of game left to play. Right now, Reimaru kind of waiting to maybe find a way in, also gets taken out very quickly. So Guruguru wants to end this in a hurry, and maybe I have the opportunity to do it. That's, again, another one who has gone out. Melon's going to go ahead and throw this Booyah Bomb, still turfing up, but I think the way that Guruguru is playing that is they're moving forward with their own yurīzu there, maybe a little bit earlier with the reflux instead of waiting long with Melon, and that maybe the advantage had to jump back out there to make it happen. But Zach, this has been all Guruguru thus far.
Well, but you mentioned the keyword early. You don't want to overheat too early. In multiple games today, we've seen domination in 2 minutes and 30 seconds by one team, only for the other to come back in the final 30 and completely turn that mantra on its head. As we see Robsta trying to find a pick, they've fully taken over mid now, and the Booyah Bomb is going to allow them to push back a little bit. They do get the reinforcements, though, from the jump in, and nice direct there onto Kuro. And this is going to be the MO of Yongen-shoku. Distract, displace, and punish when you can. Guruguru thinks they had an opportunity. Maybe they extended a little bit too far. Now you can see that danger symbol splashing once again.
Well, they'll go ahead and push him back here. And yeah, Lobstar is going to go ahead and fight everybody. It's what this weapon's made to do. Unbelievable. Still up there fighting it, Ko. And this is just... Zach, there's no strategy for this. This isn't strategy. This is one player taking the game away. Still plenty of time for Guruguru, but this is why I wanted the S-Blast and not the Rapid Blaster Winter Pro. No disrespect to that weapon, but there's nothing like Lobstar's S-Blast 91.
This could be the flu game for Lobstar here as we get into the final minute of play. They look like they're having an advantage, but Guruguru with 2 specials that they could come back with maybe. We're seeing them get thrown out. Yongen-shoku with 3 that they can retaliate with, and there's 2 coming out immediately. It's going to be the Booyah Bomb and the Tactical or the Crab Tank is sat on by Reimaru. Well, they'll probably see them pop it on that high ground here. Guruguru has made some significant progress, though. Can we see the picks come out to follow that? They are going to lose 2, including the heavy edit and the splash-o-matic. It's going to be the Crab Tank holding it down for Guruguru. Will they have used too much too early? Yongen-shoku still with their Crab Tank at the ready, and lots more as we see the rest of their Team 9 build up their specials.
Here we go. The Crab Tank gets eaten immediately, and now Lobstar fighting it out has taken one player out. Where is the other to fight it off? Will it matter at all? It's going to be a Booyah Bomb. Where are they going to throw it? Right into the middle of the zone. They've got to rotate back. Waiting ever so slightly. It's 2 that goes down. I hear Booyahs. I hear commands. And I see a whole lot of neshūs. And there's no celebration here from this squad. Melon walks over right now. We'll let Judd decide it. But it looks like Yongen-shoku with a 14-point margin of victory will get it. Hugs all around. Reimaru relief there in the back. Melon congratulating the 2 teammates, and everybody hugging Lobstar there saying, hey, buddy, I'm glad you're on my side.
The hope, of course, and my comment earlier, too, about you don't want to overheat too early. The goal, of course, is that you can keep that pressure on and lock them in that spawn area for the entire rest of the match. But that is just not feasible from what we've seen from this Yongen-shoku squad. They're going to break out, whether Robsta has to get a quad themselves or not to make it happen. Eventually, they will push through, and they got through at the right time. And you mentioned a phrase earlier, getting hot at the right time is so important when you're trying to steamroll your way through a game with a set time limit that you know exactly when it is going to end. And Yongen-shoku has mastered that time frame to where when they get back from a down state and get that advantage, pushing through in mid, placing the Booyah Bombs in positions or waiting to use the Crab Tank in positions where it's going to keep guruguru pushed back to where they cannot have that effect in mid. It is so important to see how that translates to these 12 to 15 point percentage point victories that they were able to get in this game 3. So congratulations to Yongen-shoku. We, as you see now, also have the result from our second semifinal. This one did not take 3 games. It was a 2-0 victory for a now 7-0 supurasshuika team that will have to take on an absolute powerhouse in the grand finals of Yongen-shoku.
And Zach, as soon as I saw SplashGo, and again, I made the joke earlier that as we were building our little previews for this and looking at the teams, we knew one of the rosters was going to slip through the cracks. Not because we didn't recognize them or recognize their strength, but because there were 90-something teams, and we only had so much time and could only read so much hiragana and so much katakana and so much kanji. This was the team that I didn't exactly note, and then as soon as I saw the roster as we were going through here, in the back of my head, I said, okay, I mean, this would be the other team. If there was a team that was going to really just out-talent, out-skill Yongen-shoku, this would be the team to do it. Not at all surprised to see them up here. Not at all surprised to see how clean of a run it's been. I mean, they've dropped 1, 2, so they've dropped some games here in this run. Never mind, it wasn't quite as clean as I thought it was, but I mean, this squad is unbelievable. We've watched them already once this evening, so man, we get to go into counter picks now, so that gets a little bit better too. And man, this is going to be a banger of a grand final set of Turf War and a great end to SplashGo 12.
Your point, it's been kind of a mixed bag for supurasshuika. They've almost alternated when they've had 2-0 and then 2-1, 2-0 and then 2-1. You're just going back and forth and back and forth. So you're dominating and then you're being brought against the wall, dominating, brought against the wall, and they've held on to it the entire way through. So in addition to the counter picking that you mentioned, we go to our only best of 5 set that this entire LAN tournament has to offer. We have gone from 94 teams all the way down to 2, maybe the 2 most predictable teams out of the 94, but still for them to make it through and win multiple sets in a row in order to get here is so crucial. And to take on a team like Yongen-shoku, who yes, has shown cracks in the armor and some vulnerabilities, and that they can lose some of these very close, especially the 49-47, the 50-48 style of turf war matches, and come back from them all the better for it and dominate their opponent.
I'm glad you mentioned just the do or die nature of this as well. I can't stress enough how difficult it is to be put in a tournament format like this, where you get essentially 1 3-minute game to learn your opponent, and then at that point you've got to get it right every time, and you've got to always have the right plays in the last 15-20 seconds of the game as well. So just unbelievable. Zach, I don't want to throw it to a break here, but I mean, the main feed did just go to a title slide, so we don't know how long it's going to take them to reset. They may have some stuff that they've got to get set, so if it's all right with production, I think we're going to hop over to a quick break here. But don't go anywhere, folks. If you've stayed with us this long, you have to hold on. There is one more set left. Yongen-shoku, SplashGo. This is it. SplashGo 12. Don't go anywhere. Don't fall asleep. Zach and I have held on this long. You can too. There's one more left.
の前のインタビュー、意気込みを聞いていきたいと思います。まずリビアさんから、お名前と決勝戦の意気込み一言いただけますか。
リビアです。この舞台で勝つことを、目標にずっと練習してきたので、ここまで来たからには絶対勝ちます。
よろしくお願いします。では続いてお名前と意気込みをお願いします。
ルビーさんです。結構緊張してるんですけど、自分の実力出し切って頑張って勝ちます。
お願いします。ではどうぞ意気込みとお名前お願いします。
よっちゃんいかです。複合の中で一番戦いたい相手と決勝で会えてよかったと思います。よろしくお願いします。
はい、よっちゃんいかさんです。では最後お願いします。
はい、ラーズと申します。今日勝つために練習してきたんで、今日は優勝して泣いて帰ります。頑張ります。
よろしくお願いします。スプラッシュイカの皆さんです。ではお席にお着きください。はい、ではここまで上がってきたスプラッシュイカ、そのチームに相まみえるはブラボーチーム4原色の入場です。さあメンバーのロブスター、ナエゴラ、レイマル、メロンの4人です。さあここまで来ました。お名前と意気込みをじゃあロブスター君からお願いできますか。
はい、ロブスターです。久しぶりに、こういったオフラインの大会で決勝まで来れたので、なるべくベストを尽くせるように頑張りたいと思います。
よろしくお願いします。では続いて、
どうもこんばんは、ナイゴラです。複合初めてのちょっと決勝戦なんで、ここで優勝をもぎ取っていい思い出にしようと思います。お願いします。
続いてお願いします。
はい、レイマルです。そうですね、このメンバーでやるの本当にプレッシャーすごかったんですけど、もうここまで来たので、まあちょっと俺が勝たせてみようかなと思います。頑張ります。お願いします。
一花咲かせてくれるでしょう。では最後にお願いします。
はい、メロンです。ちょっとね、ここまでかなりギリギリの戦いだったりもあったんですけど、このチームでしっかり連携取ってね、勝ってきたので、このまま決勝戦も勝ちたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。ではスプラッシュ号第12回決勝戦、スプラッシュイカ VS4 原色お届けしてまいります。いくぞ。ではお席についていただきます。
Well, you just witnessed an incredible introductory piece. The production value off the charts in SplashGo 12. They've got light sticks, they've got music, they've got everything that you could ask for. And Zach, we have the best grand finals that we could ask for. 5 games, counter picks on the table. This is it, my friend.
What more could you ask for? And the environment, I have to keep harping on it. It is so fantastic. It is just this stretching hall filled to the brim with Splatoon fans. It is a fantasy for any high-level player or team that wants to be regaled, making it to the finals, having gone through 3 rounds of a round robin into this single elimination, stressful best of 3 over and over, 5 rounds so far. Maybe you got a bye, maybe not, but you've wound up in the grand finals here, and you have quite the competition ahead of you, but also an illustrious prize awaiting you if you can overcome the difficult opponent that's facing you. Yongen-shoku taking on supurasshuika here at our best of 5 grand finals for SplashGo 12. The teams are already in the lobby, and we will soon get to see which of these stages we go to. And taking a look again at the compositions, it's been one side of the coin for Yongen-shoku, who really has not adhered for the most part to any sort of meta that a lot of the other teams have played with, where they've ran that sort of pencil, and a lot of other teams would go slosher and consistently have, you know, S-Blast or the Flash-O-Matic. We've seen some of the newer weapons like the Rattler and the Winter take precedence. And for supurasshuika, they have, you know, for example, they have that mini decavitator at their disposal. They can have the reflux as well, which they of course would want, but it's for supurasshuika much more traditional composition, that has the pencil, of course, locked in. Could even go with the NZAP 2, but rounds it out with that S-Blast. And we may even get to see a duel there, which is such a great and fun aggressive battle. Cannot wait to see what weapons they end up with first.
Yeah, I mean, the talking point for Yongen-shoku this entire time has been they obviously don't run a Snipe Rider 5H. How are they going to find ways past the strongest Snipe Rider 5Hs? They've had the correct answer each time, or at least an answer that got them the wins. Now they go up against Rubitan, who was dominating earlier games, so we'll see if they can find it one more time. And you know, it's funny looking at their composition, saying that it's, you know, maybe not as conventional. For the most part, they say we've got the best blaster, we've got the best splatling, just play those weapons and we'll figure the rest of it out. I am so excited to see Yo-chan fight it out with Lobstar. I mean, these are the #1 and #2 in Japan for this weapon. As strong as you could hope to be, these two. So, with the way that that last game ended up going, I will be very interested, Zach, in seeing if Lobstar goes back to that Rapid Pro Winter. I'm noticing a trend here when he plays S-Blast, and it's that they tend to win games when he plays S-Blast. See if that's the choice now. If that means Nagata goes back over to the heavy edit Splatling, that could be it for them. I'm not sure they have a whole lot of answers they need to find. They just need to execute and keep it up in this best of 5. 3 games is what they'll need.
Well, and that may be an interesting point because the heavy edit has felt like Yongen-shoku's Game 3 clincher. It's like, okay, when we need to secure a victory, when our back is against the wall, that's what we go to. You're expanding that by a little bit. When is the break point, and do you bring it out before that break point? Of course, it's going to be stage dependent. And in looking at the stage, I believe we're going to be starting with Hagglefish Market. So something much more accustomed that we're used to seeing. We've had some oddballs thrown in here, the eel tails and wahoos of the world, but we're starting somewhere that we're very well used to here in the West. And for your point, we've seen so many highlight reel plays from Robsta. They really have been that sort of MVP caliber candidate that has made the rest of the painting possible for Yongen-shoku by creating that space and eliminating their opponents, sending them back to spawn, even when they have the tactical or buff, making it that much more difficult or to use resources like beacons earlier than they want to, or forcing a jump into a teammate where they could get caught out by Robsta on that blaster yet again. That's resulted in some of the doubles, triples, and quads that they've been able to come away with today.
Well, here we go. This is going to be the big fight, and if you have never seen players of this caliber before fight it out and the speed at which they fight, you're in for a treat, okay? It is a different speed that these teams move at. And I'll go ahead and say, even compared to our top North American squads, these players, when they get moving, they move at an unbelievable rate. And we're not going to even have to wait that much longer, everybody. 2 and 1, everybody locks in, and this is it. At the end of all these hours of play, all these teams, 2 remain, only a few games to determine the winner of SplashGo 12. Zach, here we go, my friend. We're at the end.
Well, let's take a look at the compositions, and one question answered immediately. We are already seeing the heavy edit come out from Nayagura, so wasting no time. The rest of the composition relatively unchanged. Robsta not going to be on a rapid blaster to start this one. And on the opposite side of things, a weapon that we have not seen all day in that 96 gal. It is not the deco that we're used to. We're seeing the special that it has now, the Inkvac supporting the team by allowing them to push forward and having the sprinkler to boot, giving them that passive paint control.
It's unbelievable how many Inkvacs that weapon can and will pull out here. I mean, over the course of this, there may be 6 or 7 of them in these 3 minutes. And, you know, we won't get to see those numbers, but that is how it can feel. So we'll keep an eye on that and how difficult it can be to move forward. Already, though, Rubitan making things difficult. It's 3 players dive Yo-chan on that side. Lobstar really doesn't have a great target for that. Tosses it over the top to allow everybody to move up. So here we go. They're in a good position here. Lobstar is working underneath that drop, using Reimaru's crab to start to move in. They don't find anybody immediately from it, though they forced a couple out. It's a little bit of jockeying position here in the first minute.
And that's the other difference we haven't really spotlighted. The Reflux Milk taking on the Vanilla Reflux. So the 10 missiles came out there. Robsta's going to get the pick and immediately jumps out. And that is when they know that it is not safe to stay in that contested area for very long. And contested they are by the opposing S-Blast, which gets taken out rather quickly. We are seeing that uninkable tent used by the Pencil, the only one that is in the lobby, as Yongen-shoku again moving forward with that heavy edit. And so far, the heavy edit has been the better special. They take down even one member there that's staying. You are not safe on that uninkable tent. That's where a lot of Pencil players feel most comfortable. With 3 down, Yongen-shoku is the team feeling comfortable right now.
He's 180 before the shot even hits. So good, Lobstar. It's just a walking highlight reel. Pushes away that opportunity. Again, a minute left. Still plenty of time for supurasshuika, but we'll see now. They're moving forward there. Lobstar is in a good position. They actually know where Lobstar is at, so they're going to fight their way out. But look, all 4 specials online for Yongen-shoku. They have the resources. That's a tacticooler down. If they get through one more cycle here, Zach, they might take this game comfortably.
For a while, it looked like they were split by an invisible wall, almost perfectly 50-50 there. And now that wall has been broken down. We're seeing Yongen-shoku now start to face some heavy resistance from supurasshuika as the Vanilla Reflux staying alive for far longer than they should have. But Yongen-shoku with 3 specials at the ready. 1 goes down. The S-Blast not able to use it, but here's the Crab Tank from Reimaru, seeing if they can get that distance, holding onto the Booyah Bomb. One's going to come out from supurasshuika with 12 seconds left to go. And that's pretty much every special used right off the bat. So it's a skirmish from here on out, trying to see if the S-Blast can get a pick. Do they find anything? Robsta is the one that will go down, and Yongen-shoku loses 2 at the end. The headsets are adjusted. No celebrating as they anxiously await the results, and it will be by less than 1%. Yongen-shoku, I believe, that is fighting hard to get it. It will not go their way. Supurasshuika, again, it is these margins, 9, that we talk about, not even a percentage point between them.
I mean, can we be surprised at this point? A crazy fight there, and it's a little unfortunate that we were watching Reimaru at the end, because that means that it was actually Yo-chan on the other S-Blast who was working on the other side of the stage and fighting out all the other members of Yongen-shoku there. So Yo-chan got to see Lobstar dominate that game, get the highlight reels, but gets the last laugh in the end to close it out. So there you go. Game 1 now in favor of supurasshuika. Again, a very close game where any one of those fights you flip a coin and that turns it on its head. But this is what we expect from teams at this level, Zach. And now counter picks are coming into play. These teams have an opportunity to head to a place that they feel fits them a little bit more. At a glance, you would think, okay, let's go somewhere where we don't have to worry as much about Rubitan, because Rubitan was making their life very difficult on that Snipe Rider 5H.
And this gives us our first real perspective of where these teams feel that they are the strongest. There are some that, of course, by random chance, we have not hardly gotten to see all day. I think Umami Ruins falls into that category. And of course, Urchin Underpass falls into that category too. So maybe one of those stages is Urchin Underpass, included in the pool for the Splatoon 3 North American League. We saw that emerge as one of the more favorite. You mentioned that it's kind of split into 3 different areas. I wonder if a team like Yongen-shoku would want to go to a larger map where they can sort of focus on the turf and focus on the painting, and then send their Reflux player essentially to spawn for the first half of the game, or if they want to do what has been happening, where at the minute 50 mark, they are basically in the midst of the fight on these smaller stages. So as we wait for the counter pick to come through, supurasshuika knows likely that one was close enough to where they cannot be taking any risks or any chances here in game 2. They have to stick to the game that has been working very well for them. They've been able to contend with Robsta's S-Blast with one of their own. That's one potential switch that we could worry about, or that might help foster the actual counterpick choice, is do we go somewhere that Robsta might be able to use a Rapid Blaster instead of the S-Blast, outrange the S-Blast, and even have a combination of sub and special that benefits them and their team composition a little bit more.
That's an interesting discussion, because on one hand, I think, why would you take Lobstar away from that? But you bring up an interesting point of, at least then you could maybe create an advantage for yourself with that Rapid Blaster Pro Winter. I would assume that would be the one that they would end up going, but I think that's just such a hard decision to have to make at this stage. You do have one more game than you would have in a best of 3, and it does appear that they're heading to, is that Umami Ruins? It's what it looks like from a distance. Again, squinting there to try to see. Help me out here, Zach.
We did get confirmation from production that is Umami Ruins we'll be going to.
Okay, very good, very good. So Umami Ruins we will head to. I guess it makes sense. If you feel like you have a better lockout, this is the place that you'd want to play. And maybe the extra range of the Rapid Blaster Pro they do feel can work here, because it does play to the open sight lines.
Anything like we've seen from the other stages. It's the only real sort of diagonally oriented stage that we have, so it asks you to play a little bit differently. So that answers the question of what is your reflux going to be doing, because there is really not a ton of space. Now you could be extra careful, and there is that court area that does not often get used or CT fights happen in it. That does need to be turfed before you can get into the middle area of the stage. And the last time we saw Umami, I believe it's where they did not press the advantage hard enough to try and keep them in that spawn area. They were pretty content to just sit in mid, even though their weapons really didn't allow for it in a large sense. So we'll have to see if they go something that they want to use so much of that ability to try and keep them in spawn for as long as possible. For supurasshuika, they stay on the 96. We are going to see some swaps on the side of yongen-shoku, including the Rapid Blaster that was predicted by U9 and the Vanilla Mini Splatling.
All right, the Vanilla Mini I was not expecting. I guess the thought here is that maybe there's not a real advantage to the Rattler, or they feel like they are having a very difficult time dealing with Ribia there with the Inkvax. And what goes well against Inkvax? Well, Ultra Stamp is certainly one option that you can choose. And sure enough, out it comes immediately. And actually took one out, went down right afterwards here, but you can see the rationale behind it at least.
And that crab tank came and went as easily as I have ever seen it. There are not many people on this planet that could likely do that to yongen-shoku and their crab tank. As we see supurasshuika holding it down, we now see Robsta having the range and seeing if they can spot one out, hiding behind that pillow, and they get caught out. It's going to be the burst bomb that ends up being their demise, as Yoshinika is pushing forward here, trying to see if they can get a pick. Rubiton backing them up, and supurasshuika trying to see if they can create the distance between a yongen-shoku team that is hungry to get the picks that they need.
Well, that's a nice one there. Gets closed out, and now Yochan, head full of steam, call it 3, and chasing down Lobster for the 4th. Will it be? And yes, a legitimate full wipe quad there. Yochan Ika showing the stuff.
And that is, again, you want to talk about rarities. Not many people can do that. Robsta on one of their main weapons that they play, the Inkvac, used very aggressively near that sniper cylinder, that anchor perch, if you will, with 1:20 left to go. But now yongen-shoku starting to break out. Some reinforcements from SplashGo backed off to try and both use the Booyah Bomb, and you have longer range weapons like the 96 and that pencil that we're playing back. The sprinkler gets destroyed, and this has really created an opening for yongen-shoku. And the consistency with them is, as we enter that final minute, they are not using their specials early. They are saving them for the exact right moment. The Booyah Bomb comes out, and they still have 2 to spare.
Well, it's incredible how much value they get from the specials that they do end up using. Not only do they wait, they just seem to be incredibly accurate with them. Speaking of accurate, again, it's Yochan moving forward there. And with this Inkvac back behind, it escorts them into these positions. I don't know how Reimaru got behind and found both of those, but this has completely opened up the game. The Invincible Fleet, Reimaru, you can call that a quad for Reimaru. Now Melon fighting out here and loses the fight with Ribia, but it's the Nayagora Ultra Stamp landing on the other side. Yongen-shoku in control here. 20 seconds left. The crab tank is out. Nayagura's position. They're in a good position.
Oh, and that's all 10 missiles tracking them down. Reimaru forced to get back here. It's 3v3. The Booyah Bomb is going to spot them out. They get some chip damage finally between a Booyah Bomb and their shots. It's going to work. 2 seconds to go, and I think this one will be much more emphatic than the less than 1% game one that we started this match with. Yongen-shoku exchanging high fives there at the much better way with a 20% differential that this one worked out. And supurasshuika now the team that has to go back to the drawing board and say, what do we need to change, as we are now guaranteed at least a game 4.
Yeah, incredible plays there to break that open. I mean, Yo-chan gets the quad, like an unbelievable quad, and then Reimaru has the say later on, and then has the nice crab. And really, if you looked earlier in the game in that big breakout that they had to do, it was actually a perfectly placed lob shot from a crab tank that ended up getting Yo-chan, who was sharking in the spot that you always shark when you are on that stage and you're a blaster, on your own side of the middle geometry, just waiting on that wall for someone. Took that out, and that was what allowed the team to move forward unimpeded. I mean, maybe you take out Yo-chan there, but it at least takes a little time, and realistically, you probably get traded. So, was that the answer to Ribia on those ink packs? Is that how they want to do it? They can fill it very quickly with that composition, and they have the Ultra Stamp to try to deal with it as well. So, now I'm more interested in the stage. I would expect Eel Tail probably to pop up here if I had to guess, given that, again, you have the charger in the room. But there might also be some questions to answer from the weapon composition side.
And Eel Tail does appear to be it, and it does look like both teams, for the most part, are taking their time in deciding what could be a pivotal game 3. It's not pivotal in the same sense with the best of 3, but this does give you a lot of leeway going forward if you are able to take this game 3 and be in the power position going into that guaranteed now game 4. And the shakeups likely to come from supurasshuika, if anything. We do see Yongen-shoku like to adjust their comp based on the stage, regardless of whether they are winning or losing. So do we see a return to the S-Blast, which is what I think they were running the last time that Eel Tail Alley came up? So Robsta, who felt much more confident, it felt like at the end there than the earlier portions there where they were kind of losing those blaster v blaster engagements. We'll see if that carries forward into this deciding game 3.
All right, well, we knew this was coming. And on the other side, yes, they're sticking with the same composition, Zach, all the way down to the mini Splatling.
And it makes sense, right? You have this Rapid Blaster Pro Winter that is A, your tacticooler, and B, was doing very well for you when you swapped over to it and gave you that range advantage. We do see the Vanilla Reflux still on the side of supurasshuika. The 10 missiles are going to come out now, and they have played pretty far forward here. You can see they are already up, ignoring the court area behind them for now in favor of locking down the horizontal portion of this bridge. And you can see they want it so badly that they are heavily contesting this crab tank, but it's going to be the Ultra Stamp really locking it down. It's not exactly something you can suck up with that ink pack if they don't let go of it. Great way to counter that special.
Well, I mean, there you go. Rarely does it work that well, that easily, and that overtly. It's, all right, you're using this now, we're going to use it too. This is your paper, here's our scissors. That's, I guess, I mean, I love how Reimaru is able to swap to these weapons depending on what the stage is and what the opponent's composition is to pull them out. I mean, this is a wonderful position for Yongen-shoku to be. Supurasshuika still has plenty of time to work back out here, and they've actually got the right specials to make it work too. A couple more picks and they should be able to find their footing.
Reimaru having to find some new footing as they were bounced off of that bridge there. The ink vac also shooting out a shot there with the Ultra Stamp coming much later, and this time they were ready for it. That's going to be a pick by the S-Blast onto the Ultra Stamp. Can they get out in time? They do with their Booyah Bomb in tow. And they have not really painted nearly as much as you would like, but that's what the Booyah Bomb is going to be for. They do not get it off in time, so that's a big shutdown on the side of Yongen-shoku, who's also holding on to that Ultra Stamp, but will have the crab tank soon. So this bridge control, which we've talked about, any type of high ground being so important, supurasshuika with their two specials maintains it.
And I think they have a pretty good idea of where they're going to fire this crab too. There almost seems like they're waiting for something, either the tacticooler to come out or another special to go to kind of give away the position, or maybe they are content to just trade turf at this point. You know that the opponent's going to build Tenta missiles at that point and force you away, so they're letting supurasshuika actually get the advantage on that. Naigora waiting, throwing, gets taken out again, and Zach, with all of them being pushed so far back, I can't help but think this situation didn't need to present itself. I think Yongen-shoku waited a little too long.
Well, we'll see if they can recoup for what could be a fatal mistake in the final 30 seconds of this one. Supurasshuika sharking around, waiting for the right opportunity. I think that's Rivia looking for the right moment there as the 10 missiles come out. Multiple players marked. The Booyah Bomb following that up with 15 seconds to go. It works in a sense. They get the pick there onto the Splash-O-Matic. Looks for another one. They're not able to find it. So that's going well for Supurasshuika, but can they get enough turf control back here in mid? Looks pretty split, but it's going slightly in favor of Supurasshuika. They seem to be pretty confident, even praying perhaps over the results. The anticipatory look, and it is a 4% differential as Supurasshuika comes roaring back with their counter pick and takes game 2, or game 3 rather.
All right. They're up. They're hugging each other. There's a non-zero chance that this got switched to a best of 3. We will confirm. All right, so what we're being told is that the main stream has this only as a best of 3 now. So because I think of how long this ended up running, I think that they turned grand finals into a best of 3, Zach.
Wow. Well, I guess that is what it takes to knock down such a powerhouse team. So, Supurasshuika, your champion of SplashGo 12. What a phenomenal performance by them, and the power of counterpicking really came into effect for them. They did such a great job going to Eeltail, making it work. Sure, they were close. It doesn't matter how close it is. You don't ask how, you just ask how many, and the number of wins they needed being reduced from 3 to 2 allows them in part to be your champions over a very stacked Yongen-shoku team. As you mentioned, 9, these are maybe the 2 top teams out of the 94 that we were expecting. And in front of this giant crowd at this LAN tournament, they have proven that they stand alone.
What a show, what a fight, what a way for it to end. And I'm just so pleased with how this ended up turning out. I know it was, trust me, nobody knows how long this ran quite like Zach, myself, and Ellie here in the booth, hanging on to this as long as we could. But we got to see incredible plays by incredible players. And, I mean, they're chatting a little bit, Zach. Do we have anything else to say on this sign-off? Because the players are talking now.
I think that's it. Again, thank you so much to everyone who tuned in, especially if you were here for the entire probably 7 or 8 hour performance. This was such a fun event. I would love to see more of a joining together between Japan and the West. And this is only the start. We are so few days into 2026. Cannot wait to see what else comes out of it.
Well, for all of us here in our booth and for everything else that's coming in the near horizon, there's a lot of hard work being put in by a lot of different parties to make this year the best in Splatoon. Zach, nobody else I'd rather be doing this with, man. It's just like the old days.
Thrilled as always. And again, shout out to Ellie doing such a great job, phenomenal work, and just longevity and endurance that you have as production crew. It's been a pleasure. And 9, same sentiment to you, man. I cannot wait to hopefully do it again someday, even though we do need our rest.
We do need our rest. Until next time, everybody, get some sleep and stay fresh.